found out," he said, sitting up a little straighter, "that your father was using Gustav? Could that be why he was killed?" "Jesus Christ, what are you watching on TV? If anyone was going to kill anyone, it should have been Jon who murdered Gustav for screwing his wife. But sure, if Dragan was using Gustav to report insider information about Confido, and if Jon found out, then he could have been in trouble. At the same time, it would have brought down the whole company if one of the owners went missing, so it seems kind of unlikely my old man would have gone that far. Of course, the company ended up going down the pan anyway, but that was for other reasons." Ruben nodded. What Pieter had said sounded reasonable. Then again, "Do the names Mark Erik and Erika Sävelden mean anything to you?" he said. If Dragan Manojlovic was involved in one of the murders, then he had to be involved in all of them. Otherwise, Ruben's hypothesis would crumble before it had even been fully formed. "Of course," said Pieter. "I think I've got all of Mark's albums." "I assume you mean the singer. And we brought Erika in as a guest speaker at Confido on several occasions." "Did they have any connection to your father?" "Not that I know of. As I said, I try to keep my family at a distance. But there aren't many corners of the events and entertainment industry where my dad doesn't have a finger in the pie, somehow or other. I challenge you to find a restaurant or stage in this town where he hasn't bullied his way in as a co-owner." "Funny. Is that what protection's known as these days?" Ruben said acidly. "Why are you asking about them?" "I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to say." Ruben sighed in frustration. He wasn't getting anywhere with his questions. He had found out a lot, and yet it was nothing at all. He didn't think Pieter was involved, but Dragan Manojlovic was like a spectre lingering on the fringes of it all. Yet Ruben was unable to make any direct connection to the criminal mastermind. It was all just conjecture, as incomplete as it was insinuating. He needed to find a way to prove Dragan's guilt, and fast. 80. "How often do you see your grandfather?" Mina asked Nathalie curiously as she pulled off towards Äppelviken. Vincent's comment about Niklas's past had given her a brainwave. She couldn't ask her ex-husband, but she could ask his father, Walter Stockenberg. Niklas looked up to his father and harboured an incredible respect for him. They might not always have been close, but she thought Walter would know if Niklas had faced any problems in his youth. It had been many, many years since she had last visited Walter. It had been in another era, in another life. She remembered the first summer when they had visited Niklas's parents. They'd had homemade strawberry cordial and freshly made raspberry cookies in the garden arbour. Back then, Nathalie's grandmother Beata had still been alive. Walter had been a Supreme Court judge, a stern and faultless man who had always made Mina feel uncomfortable. And she hadn't been alone. Niklas had admitted that his father often made him uncomfortable too. She doubted much had changed. "We see each other occasionally," Nathalie said evasively. Mina didn't pursue her line of inquiry. She hadn't really wanted to bring her daughter along, but Nathalie had refused to stay at home, and Mina knew better than to waste time arguing. She could see too much of herself in the girl to bother. "Park over to the side," Nathalie said. "Grandpa doesn't like it when people block the road so that he can't get his car out." "Of course," Mina said, pulling onto the broad gravel driveway leading up to the house. She had vague memories of having had that particular conversation before, with Niklas. She kept to the left and parked the car alongside a gleaming new Audi. The driveway had been carefully raked. Mina checked her watch. They were just in time. Walter was not a man one paid a surprise visit to, and she had no desire to annoy him from the off. They needed his help. According to the recorded message, New Year's Eve was to be Niklas's final day alive, and it was approaching much too quickly. With each passing hour, Mina had to struggle to keep the panic at bay. After all these years apart, it was hard to know whether the fear stemmed from residual feelings for Niklas, or whether it was because of his importance to their daughter. It didn't really matter. It was the same outcome either way. The clock was ticking on inexorably. Come in, before you freeze. But please do wipe your feet properly so that you don't bring in all the snow. Walter was standing in the doorway, beckoning them up the steps. The house was typical of the Äppelviken corner of Bromma. It was a large wooden gingerbread-style house from the turn of the 19th century. In the summer, it was surrounded by resplendent lilacs and roses. Although the plants were at present under a thick blanket of snow, Mina could still remember the smell of the lavender and the climbing roses that used to cover the front of the house. New Dawn. That had been the rose's name. The garden had been Beata's pride and joy, and no visitor ever escaped a thorough exposition on the names of all the plants. Mina and Nathalie looked at each other. Thanks to the meticulously cleared driveway, there wasn't so much as a snowflake to be seen on their footwear. But they did as he had asked and wiped their feet on the mat outside the huge wooden front door. Walter stepped aside and admitted them into the hall, where they took off their shoes and coats. Then he embraced them awkwardly. Let's go into the drawing room. The girl who comes in to help me a couple of times a week has put out some of those dreadful biscuits from the shop. They followed Walter into the large, book-lined room. In the centre was a huge suite of leather Chesterfield sofas. There was a silver tray with coffee and biscuits on the table. Do you know where Dad is? Nathalie said, once she had sat down. Mina could hear the worry in Nathalie's voice and wanted to place her hand on her daughter's, but she refrained. That sort of thing didn't yet come naturally to either of them. Don't you two know? Walter said, his bushy grey eyebrows drawing together in a frown. You mean he's missing? He still had all his hair. It was a neatly combed, thick silver mane. We can't get hold of him, and no one knows where he is, Nathalie said. Her voice trembled, and that made Mina's heart ache. But Walter looked entirely unconcerned. He waved a dismissive hand. I don't understand why you think I would know in that case, he said with a shake of his hand. Walter poured each of them a cup of coffee without pausing to ask Nathalie whether she drank coffee or not. There were some nut cookies on an ornate porcelain plate, each one adorned with a hazelnut. Walter pushed the plate towards Mina, but she shook her head as politely as she could. The thought of how many people with inadequate hygiene had handled those biscuits during their journey to the plate brought the bile into her throat. But Nathalie helped herself to one and began to munch away on it. Have you spoken to Tor? Walter said. I'm sure he has the situation under control. It's probably just some misunderstanding. You must understand that Niklas is under a lot of stress given his work. I dare say he just needed a break. But it's not like him, especially not like this just before Christmas, Mina said. And why would he abandon Nathalie without saying anything? Nathalie gave her a warning look, but Walter fixed his gaze on her. Naturally, it isn't easy to understand for someone who hasn't held a role in the same significance as we have in public life. I suppose you might argue that you can't compare a minister of justice with a Supreme Court judge, but there are far more similarities than dissimilarities. The responsibility is enormous. There are few offices in the land, or even internationally, that come with the weight of responsibility that Niklas and I have borne. Deal with, Mina said, correcting him and glancing at Nathalie. I know you're retired, but Niklas is still the minister. Isn't there someone else in the Supreme Court in your place now? A woman, if I recall correctly. Walter blinked. Of course, he said dismissively, sipping his coffee. Then he turned towards the kitchen. Beata, he shouted. The coffee's much too strong. Can you put on a new... He stopped himself and awkwardly looked at the floor. He slowly set down the cup, and for the first time, Mina saw a real person behind the stern mask, an easily confused person. One forgets, he said in a low voice. It's most odd. It's been 5 years since she left us, but we were married for more than 50 years, and it often feels like she is still here. I understand, Mina said. She pushed on in the hope that they might be able to have a real conversation, instead of one where she asked questions that were met with critical answers from the aging judge. I hope you understand why we're worried. After what happened last summer, and Nathalie and Niklas are so close to one another, partly because I disappeared. She had bared her throat as much as she could. She sincerely hoped that her former father-in-law would understand that and accept the outstretched hand. There was a moment's silence. Then, Walter's shoulders slumped. I don't mean to belittle your concerns, he said more gently. All I'm saying is that it's entirely possible nothing has happened. Stress can do strange things to people. I'm sure he's fine, and will be back home soon. Trust me. He patted Nathalie's hand. There are similarities between Niklas's disappearance and a number of other cases that we're looking at, Mina said, aware that she was on very thin ice. The other people all have one thing in common. 20 years ago, they all went through a difficult spell in their lives. Do you remember whether Niklas went through anything like that? He never mentioned anything like that to me. I think there were some toffee cookies too, Walter said, abruptly rising to his feet. He went into the kitchen, and Mina heard him opening cupboards and rummaging around. After a few minutes, he returned with a transparent plastic box. Toffee cookies! I knew it! The girl had put them at the very back, behind the chopped tomatoes and rice. What's the logic behind that? Biscuits don't belong with chopped tomatoes and rice. One is food, the other is, well, biscuits. Take a look at what's in them. There's barely anything in this list of ingredients that one recognizes. Mina and Nathalie exchanged a look. Nathalie took a bite of another biscuit with a loud crunch. She didn't take her eyes off her grandfather as he twisted and turned the plastic container in frustration as he vainly tried to open it. Eventually, he put it down on the table with a loud sigh. A difficult spell, you say? People are so obsessed with how they feel these days. It seems as if everyone wakes up in the morning and then stops to see how they're feeling. Well, of course, if you think about it, then you'll always find some difficulty to latch onto. Back in my day, they didn't have any of those diagnoses that people like to wave about now. All the combinations of the alphabet. You might have said someone had a problem with their nerves. But then they went to the doctor and got some pills, and that was that. Today, people are signed off for everything imaginable. And in my line of work, we'd see people day after day trying to pin the blame on mental troubles so that they could escape the legal consequences of their actions. He snorted and stroked his chin. "Grandad," Nathalie said sharply. Walter met his granddaughter's disapproving gaze. Then he took a deep breath. "Well, fine. Yes. As a matter of fact, I do remember Niklas going through a difficult spell. Well, I suppose it was exactly 20 years ago, as it happens. Beata was very worried about him. She said he was depressed, and that he didn't want to go on. Of course, I knew it was absolute tosh. He was just a little lost and didn't know where he was going in life. But it all worked out in the end. He went to see one of those head shrinkers that Beata found for him a couple of times. Then he applied to university and the problem was gone. A bit of good, honest work or study is all it takes. That's what I've always said. People need to work themselves until they're tired. After a long day's work, you don't have the time to think about how you're feeling." "Do you happen to have the name of that psychologist?" Mina said, in a low voice. Her heart was thumping in her chest. Niklas fitted the pattern of the other victims. She had hoped all along that Niklas's disappearance wouldn't have any connection to the skeletons they had found. Now, there was no longer any doubt. If they failed to find him, then he would die on New Year's Eve, and when he was found, it would be as a heap of bones in a metro tunnel with his skull on top. "I dare say the name is in Beata's book," Walter said, getting to his feet. He opened a drawer in the ornate wooden desk by the window and took out a floral address book. "Can we borrow it?" Nathalie asked eagerly. Walter hesitated, but then nodded and handed it to her. "But promise me you'll take care of it. It was Beata's." "I promise," Nathalie said, tucking the book into her hoodie pocket. "We have to go now," Mina said, standing up. The clock in her head was ticking so loudly it was thunderous. It took all the strength she could muster to remain calm in Nathalie's presence as her daughter sauntered along behind her into the hall. As they were saying goodbye, Walter took her hand and held it. Mina fought off the impulse to yank her hand back and drench it in hand sanitizer. The ticking of the clock helped, since it drowned out everything else. "I'm glad you're back, so don't think otherwise," Walter said. "Nathalie needs a mother." "Thank you," Mina said, surprised to find that her throat had constricted. Surprisingly, Walter's words meant a lot to her, but she couldn't allow herself to reflect on that now. She needed to concentrate on finding Nathalie's father before it was too late. And in the last half hour, she had begun to get the feeling that something else was amiss. It was connected, that much she knew. But there was something else, something she had missed, something important. 81. 7 days to go. Vincent moaned. He was dog-tired. Benjamin had come home from his friends at midnight, but Vincent hadn't been able to sleep properly. The night had consisted mainly of wandering around the house and ensuring that no one had got in. He had checked the lock on the front door umpteen times. He had shone a torch onto the snow, both in front of and behind the house, in case there were footprints to be found. He had, at intervals, lain down and slept for no more than an hour before rising to do it all over again. He knew it was completely irrational, but the dark of night afforded little room for cold rationality. He turned over and looked at the time. 7:30. There was no reason to drag it out any further. He rolled out of bed and managed to avoid tumbling onto the floor by the skin of his teeth as his feet became caught in the tangled sheets. He had evidently spent much of the brief final spell in bed, tossing and turning. "Merry Christmas to you," he muttered. Then he shook his head. This would not do. After all, it was Christmas Eve. He was going to start the day with mulled wine and a saffron bun. He forewent the dressing gown in favour of a knitted Christmas jumper and a pair of green long johns covered in a pattern of printed red ribbons. As he made for the kitchen, he stopped by the record player. After searching for a while, he found the album A Midwinter Saga by the electronic music pioneer Ralph Lundsten. It might not be traditional Christmas music, but it was perfect for when he needed perking up. The romantic, wintry tones of the music followed him into the kitchen. He turned on the oven to heat up the bun wreath he had bought on his way home from police headquarters the day before. Lussachat buns with their fragrant saffron always tasted best when they were warmed up. He waited briefly before sliding in the tray, and it wasn't long before the kitchen began to smell of Christmas baking. He pulled out the mulled wine, set up the coffee maker, and was about to go and wake Benjamin when his phone rang. It was still lying in the bedroom. He ran to it and answered breathlessly. "Vincent speaking. Merry Christmas." "Hi, it's Luke," the voice on the line said. "I'm sorry to call this early and on Christmas Eve, but I didn't really know who else to call." "Hi, Luke. Has something happened?" "Yeah. Well, I just arrived at the lab and we've had a break-in. Some equipment's been broken. But the main thing is that, well, the bones are gone. The old ones found by Aldenplan Station. We only just got them back from Gunilla late last night. But they're not here anymore. I know because I put them on a table of their own and now it's empty. I've been looking everywhere." Vincent returned to the kitchen with the phone glued to his ear. "Maybe Milda moved them," he said, turning off the oven. Vincent opened the door with his free hand and touched the bun wreath. It was just the right warm temperature. "I don't think so. I arrived first. I'm convinced they've been stolen," Luke said. "I just don't understand why. And the best option was to call me." He grabbed a pot holder and pulled out the tray before closing the oven door with his foot. "I was responsible for the bones," Luke said dismally. "I'm the one who lost them. They were stolen on my watch. I don't want to report it to the police officially, not yet. I'll be out of this job the minute I do that. You know how much I love working here with Milda, and you're not a cop, so I thought maybe you'd think of something. Could we maybe keep this kind of to ourselves?" Vincent sighed. There wasn't going to be any cozy Christmas breakfast for him and Benjamin. "Okay," he said. "I'm on my way. But I'm bringing Mina. She's usually better at this kind of thing than I am." No, Luke said, his voice filled with panic. "No police. Not until we can figure out a way of ensuring I don't get fired." "Mina's off work today," said Vincent, "so she isn't a police officer at this moment. And she might be helpful. She knows the procedures better than me." Luke was silent for a while. "If you're absolutely sure," he said. "I've just got to run and do something I promised Milda I would do. But I can meet you at the lab this afternoon. There's no rush, is there? The bones are already gone. And no one else will be coming in to access anything in the meantime. After all, it is Christmas Eve. I'll call later." Luke hung up. It wasn't quite how Vincent had envisaged his Christmas Eve morning, But he would at least have time to eat his breakfast, and hopefully he would get to see Mina. In fact, he couldn't have wished for a better Christmas Eve. If he were lucky, this would require him to stay in town for at least another day, which would be a good reason to delay his trip to join Marisa at her parents'. He preferred to keep that particular family reunion as brief as possible. They would still have plenty of time to scold him anyway. He switched on the coffee maker and went to knock on Benjamin's door. "Good morning," he said loudly. "I know it's very early, but there's coffee and a lussekatt wreath out here. Soak up the Christmas cheer, my boy. Come and keep me company for a while, and then you can go back to bed." There was silence from beyond the door. "Just how hungover are you?" Vincent said, nudging the door ajar. "You didn't go home that late last night." Benjamin's room was in perfect order. Everything was exactly where it should be. It was a degree of order that ought to have been bordering on the impossible to achieve if one spent as much time in the room as Benjamin did. Even the bed was perfectly made. The bedspread was stretched over it, and the pillows had been fluffed. But Benjamin wasn't there. A cold, invisible hand grasped Vincent's throat. He told himself he was overreacting. Benjamin had probably just got up earlier than him and gone out. But there was no reason at all for Benjamin to have gone out at 7 o'clock in the morning on Christmas Eve. Vincent didn't want to give in to the feeling that was beginning to creep over him. That would not help at all. He went back into the kitchen to call Benjamin and stopped in the doorway. Lying on the kitchen table was a sheet of paper covered in handwriting. He must have been too tired to notice it before. He hurried over, picked it up, and began to read it, in case it was a note from his son. The words he found instead made the kitchen spin around him. He grabbed the table to avoid losing his balance. The coffee maker beeped in protest behind him. He had forgotten to return the jug after filling the reservoir, and hot coffee was pouring onto the kitchen counter. There was going to be a flood any second now. There was a steady flow streaming towards the edge, and very shortly it will be pouring onto the floor. From the corner of his eye, he saw the disaster that was brewing, but he couldn't have cared less about it. He pulled out his phone and called Marisa. She didn't pick up before it rang out. He tried Rebecca instead, then Benjamin, and finally his ex-wife Ulrika. None of them answered. The letter in his hand was from the shadow. He read it again and tried calling everyone again. And all the time, the cold hand tightened its grip around his throat. 82. Grappa! Harry yelled when Julia's father opened the front door. Her son was almost vibrating with unbridled joy. He threw himself at his grandfather. "Why, if it isn't Grandpa's little favourite come to visit," Julia's father said fondly, tickling Harry's belly. Harry howled with laughter. Julia couldn't help smiling. At least one member of the family would have a good Christmas. Torkel was standing beside her, looking as if he wanted to be somewhere else entirely, which was probably not far from the truth. Julia's parents had never been big fans of her husband. The relationship between her parents and Torkel had improved with the arrival of Harry, but there were still ice floes drifting past them. Come in, her father said, moving out of the way to admit them to the hall. He glanced pointedly at the clock. They had been due at 1 o'clock. Julia knew they were late. Everything took longer at home now that she and Torkel had effectively stopped talking to each other. It was only 10 past, But for the commissioner of police, that was as much of a faux pas as arriving a week late. "Dad, relax," Julia said. "It's not a staff meeting. It's Christmas Eve." "Merry Christmas." "It starts small," he said. "But you're right. Come on, Harry. Let's show you our Christmas tree." The commissioner of police carried Harry into the living room, and Julia heard another shriek of delight when Harry saw the tree. "Isn't it pretty?" she heard her father say as she took off her coat. "No, don't touch that. It's supposed to hang on the tree. And not that one. No, no, no. If you target the tinsel, then the whole tree... No. Oh my. It doesn't matter. Don't worry. I don't think we needed that bauble anyway. And, well, not that one either." Julia laughed to herself. It was as if all the love he had forgotten to shower on his own daughter in her childhood had been pent up behind a dam that had now burst over his grandchild. Torkel was still standing in the hall wearing his shoes. "We're going to do this," Julia said in a low voice to her husband. "They'll be giving Harry sweets for at least an hour, then we'll be off." Torkel nodded and took off his coat and shoes. Julia watched him walk past her. With each step that he took away from her, it felt easier to breathe. Soon this bloody Christmas would be over. 83. Mina had found the phone number for Niklas's psychologist the evening before, as soon as she had left Walter's grand Bromma home. It hadn't been difficult. Beata's address book had many entries, but it was faultlessly ordered. Mina had notified the team about Niklas's mental health issues and given them the phone number. She didn't think she had it in her to lead an interview about Niklas's past herself. Then, there'd been nothing more she could do. And today, it was Christmas Eve. Mina felt as if she was on enforced leave while the whole world was at a standstill, eating Christmas dinner and opening presents. And all the time, the clock was ticking down to New Year's Eve. Niklas had 7 days left, wherever he was. "It feels weird doing Christmas without Dad," Nathalie said. "We should be out there looking for him instead of just sitting here." "You sound like a cop," Mina said, trying to smile. "And I promise you that the police are doing all they can." Nathalie was curled up under a blanket on the sofa. She had been in that very spot all day without budging an inch. "Have they talked to that psychologist yet?" she asked, for what was surely the 1,000th time. Mina forced herself to be patient, especially as she felt the same frustration as her daughter. "Like I said, they're doing everything they can to try to reach him. But he's been retired for a number of years and seems to devote his time to adventures these days. Adam told me last night that he was in Rwanda on some kind of expedition to see gorillas. If there's no signal in the jungle, we won't be able to get hold of him." "Okay," said Nathalie, looking down at her phone again. "I just want my dad back." Mina channel-hopped aimlessly, but soon turned off the TV and got up. "Look, I know it sucks. I know everything sucks right now while your dad's not here. But I think he'd want us to at least try and have a nice time. What do you say? Why don't we roll up our sleeves?" Silence. A long silence. Then Nathalie looked at her uncertainly. "So, what are we going to do? How do we celebrate Christmas?" she asked in a low voice. "I think that's completely up to us." "What do you want to do?" Mina said, holding out her hands to show that there were no limits. "What can you do?" Nathalie said, a wry smile on her lips. Mina suddenly felt her pulse quicken. She didn't know what her daughter expected of her. What might Nathalie ask of her? Of her limitations? It didn't matter. The maternal instinct was still there, coursing through her veins. It was more powerful than the instincts that she had long believed it was impossible to conquer. Everything, she said, and she meant it. I can do everything. Nathalie looked at her searchingly. Then she got off the sofa and cast aside the blanket. Get dressed. ICA's open on Christmas Eve. ICA, Mina said, feeling another flutter of anxiety. Why do we need to go to the supermarket? We need to buy a gingerbread house, Nathalie said, putting on her coat. We've never made one together. Everyone else does that with their mums every Christmas. I've always been jealous of them. Dad tried once, but he's hopeless. He's basically all fingers and thumbs, and it ended up looking like it was fit for demolition. He can do food, but he can't do houses. Please, can we do that? Can we build a gingerbread house together? With that melted sugar that we burn our fingers on, and the icing that's impossible to get out of the tube, and loads of Smarties on the roof, even though they're the most disgusting sweets ever. The words came out of Nathalie in a torrent, and without Mina even realizing what she was doing, she took a step forward. It was a small but huge step that bridged the gap between her and her daughter. She put her arms around Nathalie and murmured barely audibly into her hair. Of course we can make a gingerbread house together. My darling, darling girl. They'd barely made it back from the supermarket and assembled the gingerbread house when the doorbell rang. Who could that be? Nathalie said, licking icing from her fingers. No idea, Mina said. I almost never have visitors, especially not on Christmas Eve. She stuffed a piece of broken gingerbread roof into her mouth before going to the door to open it. Standing outside was Vincent, his shoulders slumped. He was as white as a sheet. Oh, God. What's happened? She said in horror as she let him into the apartment. There were times when polite small talk was appropriate, but there were also times when it got in the way, like now. He seemed to struggle with her question. Whatever was going on inside Vincent, she had never seen anything like it before. He alternated between looking at her and looking away. It was as if he was afraid of what he might say. I got this letter, he began haltingly. Mum, do you know whether we bought any more Smarties? Nathalie called from the kitchen. This bag has run out. Vincent glanced in the direction of Nathalie's voice. Then he looked straight at Mina. Whatever he had been about to say was gone. It's Luke, he said. He wants us to come to the lab. Apparently someone broke in and stole the oldest bones. Typical, Mina said, reaching automatically for her coat. I assume it's urgent. No, not at all. He called me first thing, but said we should wait until he got back. But he's reported it to the police, hasn't he? Not yet. He's afraid he'll get the sack. And the damage is already done. He'll call us soon. I was waiting at home, but then I thought it might be best if we were in the same place when he did. They won't miss me at home. Mina hung her coat back up and shook her head. That might be the most tenuous reason I've ever heard for celebrating Christmas with someone, she said. But seriously, you can't be scoring any brownie points running off on Christmas Eve. Maria must have gone through the roof. Vincent shrugged. They were glad to be rid of me, he said. She thought he was talking a little too loudly, as if he needed to convince himself that what he was saying was true. "Vincent? What's the matter?" "I can't," he began to say. "I can't talk about it now. Oh, yes, I brought a lussicat bun wreath." He held up a bag, although it might be a little dry. He added, looking a little vexed as he peered inside the bag. "There was no one at home who... Vincent fell silent. He looked very strange again. He inhaled as if he was about to say something else, but instead he bent down, took off his shoes, and put them next to Nathalie's on the recently purchased shoe rack. "I see you've been doing the place up," he said. "If only you knew," Mina said with a laugh. "Nathalie has, well, come in and see for yourself." She led Vincent into the living room. "Hi, Vincent," Nathalie said as she emerged from the kitchen. "Merry Christmas. We've just built a gingerbread house. Now we're going to watch Donald Duck." "Take a seat," Mina said, "and take a ginger biscuit. But if you leave any crumbs on the sofa, I'll kill you." The three of them sat down, Vincent between her and Nathalie. On the television, Petrina Solange was lighting a candle. The familiar voice of Bengt Feldreich was beginning to speak. "Donald Duck, eh?" Vincent said, nudging Nathalie in the side with his elbow. "I haven't watched that since I was little. Aren't you too old for that?" "How can you not have seen... Don't you have kids?" said Nathalie. "What do you watch on Christmas Eve?" "Well, yes, of course I do," Vincent said, squirming. "But I'm always putting on my Santa costume then." Mina pictured the always impeccably dressed Vincent wriggling into a Santa suit while trying not to ruin his hair. "Anyway, I'm not too old," Nathalie said. "I don't think you ever are. And just for that, I'm going to make you play Santa for us once Donald's done. Otherwise, you won't get to try the gingerbread house." Vincent stared at Nathalie in horror. Mina could no longer contain herself. She began to roar with laughter. "Mulled wine, Vincent," she said, wiping away a tear from her cheek. "Yes, please." Mina went into the kitchen to warm up the mulled wine on the hob. She poured 2 steaming cups, one for him and one for her. "Thanks," he said when she returned. "It seems Loke is taking his time." She nodded and sipped her mulled wine. The warm alcohol was very soothing. Even Vincent seemed to relax a little. "There's still some non-alcoholic mulled wine if you'd like some," she said to Nathalie. "Thanks, but I'll just have a Cola Zero. Apparently, even I have to limit how Christmassy I want to be." They were sitting in a row on the sofa again with Vincent in the middle. Mina wanted so badly to ask him what was going on, but not here, not in front of Nathalie. On the television, wind-up toys were parading through Santa's workshop. Vincent and Nathalie were humming along to the music and swaying in time. Once again, Mina thought that Vincent's voice was a little too shrill, as if he was making a particular effort. And there was something about his eyes. His eyes were moist and unfocused, and filled with sadness. Vincent continued to hum along with Nathalie, but his hand sought out Mina's and squeezed it, tightly. She sat still for a moment, unsure what to do. Then she squeezed back. They stayed like that, his hand in hers. He stopped singing, and in the glow of the television, she saw a tear slowly running down Vincent's cheek. 84. The doorbell rang, and Sara wiped her hands on her apron. She quickly undid it, took it off, and slung it over the back of a kitchen chair. Before opening the front door, she stopped in front of the hall mirror and adjusted her hair. Then she snorted at herself. It was only Ruben. Ruben, whom she'd invited over as her good deed for Christmas, because she couldn't bear the thought of someone spending Christmas Eve alone. "Mum, who is it?" Zachary called from the living room. "It's Ruben, my mate from work," she called back as she opened the door. "I told you he was coming to celebrate Christmas with us." Ruben was standing outside, his arms full of Christmas presents, and with a large bag over his shoulder. Snow was gently falling, and she noticed for some reason that a snowflake had caught on his eyelashes. "Hi," he said awkwardly. "Come in," she said, stepping aside. He dropped one of the packages balanced in his arms, and she bent down to pick it up. Ruben bent down at exactly the same moment, causing them to bump heads softly, which made him drop the rest of his burden on the doormat. "Ouch, how clumsy of me," he said, laughing in embarrassment, as she helped him to gather them up. "I did say something small, didn't I?" she said, smiling wryly as they picked up the parcels. They were beautifully wrapped in dark red paper with shiny gold ribbons around them. She wondered if he'd wrapped them himself. Her own presents always looked as though they'd been wrapped up by two squabbling cats. "This is 100% your fault," Ruben said. "It was you who showed me how much fun it is to buy Christmas presents. And your kids are 5 and 6, if I remember correctly. There's no such thing as too many presents at that age. I've even learned how to wrap things properly. It's been good practice." He took off his large scarf and thick coat and hung them on a hook. "Come through. I'm just warming up some mulled wine," Sarah said, going to the kitchen. It was strange seeing Ruben in her own home. She lived in a terraced house by Lake Sikla, with big windows that allowed her to see the water from her home. She loved it. She had been raised by a lake, and there was something about the presence of water that made her feel calm. Now the lake was frozen, which meant she and the kids had had many hours of fun ice skating in their free time. Leah had got really good, even though she was so little. She'd even started trying to do pirouettes. "Ooh, more presents!" her daughter cried as she ran into the hallway, her cheeks glowing. She stared at the pile in Ruben's arms. "They're for you," he said, winking. "And maybe there's a little something for your mum, too. We weren't supposed to buy each other presents. I haven't got anything for you, you know. But this is my Christmas present. Getting to celebrate with you. All of you, I mean. And you will be feeding me, right?" He suddenly looked anxious. Sarah laughed. "Don't worry," she said. She put a hand on his back and guided him into the kitchen. "There's food. Far too much of it, in fact. But as I mentioned, I tend to give Christmas food a miss. We're all a bit sick of it. So we're having Italian." "Great. Where should I put the parcels? Does this house have a tree that stands guard over the presents?" Leah nodded eagerly and pointed towards the large living room at the other end of the open-plan space that also contained the kitchen. In one corner, there was a majestic spruce covered in silver and white baubles, as well as colourful homemade decorations, all hung up in no particular order. "That's one of the things I find hardest when it comes to parenting," Sarah muttered. "All the ugly decorations and other tat they drag home from nursery that you have to put up." "Eleanor let Astrid have her own tree in her bedroom," Ruben said. "She's been allowed to decorate it however she wants, and Eleanor did the one in the living room. It's a good idea, but I think Astrid saw it more as her having 2 trees. Or perhaps I'm misremembering Eleanor's style when it comes to Christmas tree decorations." "It's a genius idea, though," Sarah said, impressed. That was definitely a tactic she would adopt next year. Then it occurred to her that next Christmas was Michael's turn, and the kids would be in the USA. She felt a sob catch in her throat, but she forced the thought out of her mind. They were here now, and she had to live in the moment. "What happened about that bomb in the end?" Ruben said, lowering his voice. "I know it's not the most Christmassy subject, but I was kind of worried." "About little old me?" Sarah said, fluttering her eyelashes. Ruben turned as red as a lobster. "Well, things are moving forward," Sarah said. "We received a tip-off from a disgruntled former employee at one of the companies. It turns out they've still got the ammonium nitrate they reported stolen. The employee was involved in transferring it to another location, but then he felt he wasn't being paid enough to keep his mouth shut, so he called us instead." "Wow. Loyalty with a price tag," Ruben said. "So they stole it from themselves?" "Exactly," Sarah said, nodding. "We've been monitoring the other companies since yesterday because we suspect it's the same thing, especially since we discovered that they're all part of the same corporate group." "So you think the order to move the explosives came from higher up?" "It's too soon to say. And now the mulled wine is apparently boiling over." She ran into the kitchen and turned off the hob, while Ruben went into the living room to put the presents under the tree. She heard Leah and Zachary jumping about, full of exuberance. Then she heard a fearsome roar. "What if I'm the Grinch, come to steal all your presents?" She hurried into the living room and saw Ruben making a lunge towards the parcels, his hands in the air. The children screamed with terrified delight. "Oh, not the presents? I see. Well, in that case, the Grinch wants to take 2 small Christmas children with him instead." He swept them both up into his arms and began to carry them away. "Oh no, not Leah and Zachary!" Sarah cried out, playing along. "Please, Mr. Grinch, these children have been ever so good." Ruben came to a halt. He stared wide-eyed at the children in his arms. "Huh? You're telling me these are 2 good kids? 2 good kids who should get to meet Santa Claus?" Sarah gave him a warning look. She hadn't made any arrangements for a Santa visit. She didn't have any family locally who could help, and all her friends were busy. It wasn't his fault, but Ruben was promising something he couldn't deliver. "Ruben," she said, slashing her index finger across her throat. But he just grinned at her and glanced towards the hall. Sarah looked in the same direction and saw the big bag he'd brought with him. Then she understood. Santa would be coming this year. An emotionally immature, middle-aged Santa with a sunbed tan. But still a wonderful Santa, somehow. It was going to be a good Christmas Eve. Perhaps the best in a very long time. 85. Vincent could already tell from the outside that someone had damaged the door leading to Milda's lab. Luke opened it, looking anxiously around. He was startled when he realized that Nathalie was with them. "I agreed to Mina coming," he said. "Why are there more of you?" "She can't stay at home on her own on Christmas Eve," Mina said. "Sure I can," Nathalie said. "But I didn't want to. This sounded more fun." Vincent couldn't help smiling. "It is more fun," he said, turning back to Luke. "You called right in the middle of Chip and Dale." Luke looked completely flummoxed and rather unhappy. "As I said, I thought only Vincent need know about this," he said, turning to Mina. "And perhaps you. But I suppose the cat's out of the bag now, as Schrödinger wouldn't have said. Come on in, everybody." Loke showed them into the room where they usually came to see Milda and him working together. Everything was a mess. Whoever had broken in had obviously been looking for something. The mortal remains of Erika Sävelden, Marcus Eriksson, and John Langset were all still neatly laid out in skeleton shapes on their respective steel tables. The fourth table was empty. Were the Odenplan bones there? Mina said, pointing to the table. The unidentified ones. Vincent felt the energy radiating from her now that she was concentrating. It was as if life wasn't in colour unless he was in proximity to her. He glanced towards Nathalie, who had stopped just inside the door and seemed to be completely absorbed by her phone. She didn't seem to be having that much fun. Whoever it was swiped the lot, Loke said, nodding gloomily. Not just the bones, but also all the samples and photographs. All the documentation we had on them is gone. I'm so going to be fired when this comes out. You've got to report it right away, Mina said. Remember that it wasn't your fault, Vincent said. Tell that to the people in charge, Loke muttered. The fourth table. The fourth set of bones. Find the fourth one, Vincent suddenly said eagerly, looking at Mina. I knew it meant something. Someone sent me a kind of challenge a few days ago. It contained 4 hourglasses and a message. Find the fourth one before time runs out, it said. I didn't understand what it meant. In fact, I'd almost forgotten about it. Until now. At the beginning of the investigation, we only had John Langset. But we found the bones of 4 people, and one set is now missing. Find the fourth one. Doesn't that sound like it's to do with the victims? You mean your admirer broke in and stole human remains just to play some kind of game with you? She said with obvious disgust. What kind of sick fans do you have? We had the fourth one, Loke said, pointing to the empty table. What's the point of finding the bones again? You're right, Vincent said. It does sound a little odd, but I still have a feeling that it's connected somehow. He fell silent, and then he saw the same thought occur to all of them. If it isn't referring to the older bones, he said slowly, and Mina nodded. Might Niklas be the fourth one? Were the hourglasses sent to me by the killer? Find the fourth one before time runs out, Mina said, suddenly looking paler than before. What on earth is going on? I've got absolutely no idea, Vincent said. But we've got to find out. And in the meantime, I suggest, Loke, that you call the police. 86. Niklas was sitting on the only chair in the room, with his back against the wall. There was also a mattress on the floor and a small table in the confined space. Apart from that, it was mostly rubbish. He'd been in this tiny room for 2 days. Of course, the perception of time worked differently when there were no windows. The battery in his phone had run out on the first day, and ironically, he had forgotten to put on his wristwatch on his final morning at home. But unless he was much mistaken, today was Christmas Eve. If that were the case, then he had 7 days to go. 1 miserable week of existence. And then an eternity of non-existence. Nathalie was surely beside herself with worry. He closed his eyes to shut out the misery, but it was futile. He was so incredibly ashamed that he wasn't there with them. With Nathalie and with Mina. Had he been too hard on Mina by not letting her into their lives sooner than he did? She had admittedly been the one who made the choice to leave them so long ago, but it was he who had forced her to keep her promise. Was it his fault that she had missed out on so many years with her daughter and vice versa? Years when he could have seen them together, and when he might even have been together with them. He just wanted to hug Nathalie, shower her with gifts, and wish her the merriest Christmas ever. Instead, Nathalie was having to spend Christmas wondering where her father was. No 16-year-old should have to go through that. He had known all along that his job entailed risk. Being Minister of Justice had become an increasingly vulnerable position. The attack in the summer had confirmed that. And no matter how shocking it was each time it happened, Swedish politicians had put their lives on the line before. He knew all this. He had chosen to continue anyway. But his daughter hadn't made that choice. She hadn't signed a deal with the state whereby she consented to her dad risking going missing one day. She deserved to have a father, and very soon he'd no longer be that. The ceiling above him creaked. Footsteps. He opened his eyes and stared intently at the steps leading up to the ground floor of the building. No feet came into sight. No one was coming downstairs. He exhaled and closed his eyes again. Then there was Tor. His poor press secretary had probably lost 5 kilos in sweat alone by now. And he would probably be shouldering the blame too, given that Niklas had vanished right under the noses of Tor's security detail. He would presumably have kept Niklas's disappearance secret from the public for a while, but that couldn't go on indefinitely. Tor would call a press conference soon. Probably tomorrow, on Christmas Day. It wasn't common for a press secretary to hold their own press conference, but it wasn't unheard of either. And if Tor waited any longer, there was a risk that it would all leak, and then the ministry would lose control of the narrative. Tor was too polished to let that happen. After the press conference, absolutely everyone would know that the minister was missing. The search for him would escalate, but it would make no difference. It would not make the slightest bit of difference. 87. This time, Dad had been gone for even longer. Each time he disappeared, it took more days. He knew that because he kept count with marks on the wall. 7 days. He'd been gone for 7 more days this time. Almost 2 months. Dad? He ran towards him so fast that he almost tripped over the rails. His heart was pounding when he finally felt the soft leather of Dad's jacket against his face. My treasure. Dad's voice was just as warm as ever. It radiated with love. My treasure. Dad held him tightly. His arms were strong enough to protect him from the world. It wasn't until Dad returned that he realized how much he had missed him. Have you been guarding my crown for me? Dad's big hands held his face. He nodded eagerly. Yes, of course I have. I'll run and fetch it. Moving as quickly as his legs would carry him, he ran back to the camp, rooted through the sack in the corner behind the barrels, and then carefully pulled out the crown. The golden yellow metal shone in the firelight cast by the barrel, and he gently polished it with his sleeve before running back to Dad. Here. He eagerly held the crown out, and Dad took it. With a solemn expression, Dad placed the crown on his own head, settling it on his bushy hair. Where are the others? They're up gathering food. I had a sore throat, so I had to stay behind. Then we can have a little time to ourselves, Dad said, taking his hand in his as they walked towards the camp. Where have you been? He knew the question was forbidden, but this time he couldn't stop himself. You know that's a question that has no place in our life, Dad said quietly. He was embarrassed. He wanted to explain. You were gone for so long this time, he said quietly, staring down at his feet, balanced on the rails. He wobbled, and Dad caught him. But I came back, and that's all that counts. Coming back. He turned his face to look up at Dad and smiled. As usual, Dad was right. He was back. Now everything was as it should be. 88. When Vincent returned home, the house was just as empty as it had been when he'd left. He didn't know what he'd been expecting. Maybe that his family would be back, as if by magic. But reality wasn't magical. In reality, he was alone. Not even Benjamin was to be seen. Vincent pulled out his phone and attempted to reach his son, wherever he might be. But Benjamin's phone was off. The text on the Shadow's note that Vincent had received that morning was running through his head, alongside the riddle of the hourglasses, which was why he didn't hear the faint beeping coming from the bedroom at first. When he did, he went in and realized it was his alarm clock ringing. It was set for 16:30 and had been going for half an hour. The batteries were almost dead. He turned off the alarm and frowned. He only used it in the morning. There was no reason for him to set it for the afternoon. There was only one conclusion to be drawn. He wasn't the one who'd set the alarm. While he had been gone, someone had been into his house and reset his alarm clock. He felt sick at the very thought. The question was what else his invisible antagonist had got up to. Or, for that matter, whether he was actually alone in the house right now. Vincent moved quickly and quietly through the house, constantly on his guard for anyone who might suddenly jump out and attack him. But the house was empty, and everything was just as he'd left it. Nothing was missing, except the obvious. When he reached the living room, he stopped in the middle of the floor. The ravens on the snowy lawn outside had returned, but this time there were only 2 of them, and they were just as immobile as last time. They were sitting at a respectable distance from each other, staring up at him. There were 2 indentations in the snow between them, and a third to the side of the right-hand bird, as if 3 of their friends had just flown away. Vincent felt a strong compulsion to go outside and check whether they were real. No. That would be to surrender to madness. He was Vincent Valder, the master mentalist, the man who was the best there was at controlling his own mind. Wasn't he? He fled into the kitchen before the headache caused by the living room became too overwhelming. 89. 6 days to go. The room they used for press conferences was packed with journalists. Tor looked around, nodding to the odd face he knew, while waiting for the hubbub to settle down. He hadn't been expecting so many people to turn up, After all, it was Christmas Day. But the number of journalists indicated that this was of significant interest. Good. This was a crucial moment. Niklas's disappearance had hitherto only been known to those inside the ministry and the police, although rumours had begun to spread in the media. Now, the public would be informed. Every word would be of great importance, and he had carefully prepared his remarks. Tor cleared his throat. Is everyone here? If so, let's get started. Where's the Prime Minister? Said a journalist from Svenska Dagbladet. Shouldn't she be here? I have the full backing of the Prime Minister to hold this press conference, Tor said, smiling. But she sends her greetings to you all, of course. Anyway, at the top of today's agenda are the rumours that some of you have already contacted us about, and we have until now chosen not to confirm, since doing so might interfere with an ongoing police investigation. But we have now reached the point where the gravity of the situation means we need the public's help. What you have heard is true. I hereby confirm that the Swedish Minister of Justice, Niklas Stockenberg, is missing. The room exploded into a cacophony of noise and voices. The journalists were shouting to try to drown each other out and waving their hands frantically in the air to try to catch Tor's attention. He gestured to them to quieten down, and to his surprise, it worked immediately. In the silence that followed, all the journalists kept their hands raised. Jan, Tor said, nodding to the reporter from Dagens Nyheter. When was the minister last heard from? On December 22nd, so 3 days ago. Vanya? A woman with a shock of red hair spoke. She was from Expressen. Aftonbladet's reporter glared at Tor. Is there any information about how he disappeared? The woman said. Are there indications of an abduction? Is the police's theory that the minister has been kidnapped? I can't comment about which theories the police are basing their investigation on at this juncture. Joachim? The reporter from Aftonbladet finally got to speak. He gazed at Tor with tremendous intensity as he formulated his question. Will you be taking on the role of Minister of Justice during Niklas's absence? He said, weighing up every word. Many people were surprised when you took time out from your own highly promising political career to work as the minister's press secretary. Is this the moment you've been waiting for? Tor pursed his lips, clearly demonstrating his displeasure. Joachim, that question is just shameless. You're implying that I had an agenda when I agreed to work with the minister. In practice, it was an excellent opportunity to help a friend of many years' standing, while also doing my bit for my country. Of course, it is greatly beneficial to be so close to the heart of power, and I will certainly derive benefits from it in my future political career. But, as I said, that is still in the future. I have many years left in me, and a lot to do before I reach retirement. There was the sound of scattered laughter. But to answer your actual question, Tor said, no, I won't be taking on the role of temporary minister. That's not how it works. While we do not have a specific procedure in place for an event like this, we are able to draw upon our experiences following the murder of Anna Lind, and indeed the attack on Niklas last summer. There is some preparation in place for all eventualities. I'm afraid I can't say any more than that. Above all, we hope that Niklas will be found soon. This is our top priority. Do the police have any suspects? Said a reporter from TV4 News, holding out a microphone while the camera beside him zoomed in on Tor's face. He shook his head. Since we don't know what has happened, we can't use the word suspect. We're simply asking the public to help by keeping their eyes peeled. If they see the Minister of Justice, or they have any information regarding his disappearance, we would like them to get in touch with the police. His ex-wife is a police detective. Is she involved in the case? Bodil from Women's Weekly, Svensk Damtidning, gazed at him hopefully, presumably desperate for a heart-rending personal angle on the woman feverishly searching for her former husband. Tor made an effort to avoid rolling his eyes. He had no time for the gossip rags. I can't comment on ongoing police operations, he said dryly. There was still a sea of raised hands in front of him, but he knew that from now it would be just the same questions over and over again. The most important ones had already been asked. He'd said what he wanted to say, and it wouldn't hurt the journalists to be reminded of his own career in politics. After all, he had always regarded his time by Niklas's side as limited. However, what mattered now was finding his boss by any means necessary. His own plans would have to wait. Under protests from the assembled media, he declared the press conference at an end and hurried into the corridor. The hubbub inside the room continued. The news would be explosive, and not just on home turf. The disappearance of Sweden's Minister of Justice would spread around the world. The circus was up and running. Tor returned to his office and slumped into his chair. There was a pen lying at an angle, and he automatically adjusted it so that everything on his desk was perfectly positioned, just the way he wanted it. He glanced at the door leading into Niklas's office. The anxiety was gnawing away at his stomach. Where the hell had he gone? The minister had to be found. Now. Anything else was unthinkable. 90. When Mina arrived at police headquarters, she found Loke in the foyer, reading a notice board. He looked bewildered, and he was inadequately dressed given the cold weather. Hi, Loke, she said. What are you doing here? Loke started and turned around. Oh, hi, Mina. Julia Hammarsten invited me to some kind of meeting, but I don't know where I'm supposed to go. Do you think they're going to sack me? I don't think so, Mina said. Julia isn't your boss as far as I know, but I think we're going to the same place. She took out her swipe card. Were you given one of these? Loke nodded and put his hand in his jacket pocket. Suddenly he beamed. Oh, yes, there was something I wanted to show you, he said. I'd prefer to show Vincent too. Is he here? He's coming, she said. What is it? Loke pulled 2 sealed Ziploc bags from his pocket. There was a big piece of bone in each. Mina looked around automatically. Skeletal remains were not typically waved around in the foyer of police headquarters. Fortunately, no one else was in sight. Do you remember the pig? Loke said. Mina groaned quietly to herself. This was definitely more up Vincent's street. In the end, I didn't boil a whole pig, he said. I went to a farm and bought some leftovers from a slaughtered carcass. But look at this bone. He handed the bag to Mina, who reluctantly took it. Even though she was wearing gloves and the bag was presumably hermetically sealed, its contents still made her feel slightly nauseous. What am I supposed to be looking at? She said queasily. It's the front leg of a pig that's been boiled in water and vinegar until the skin and flesh fell away. Do you see those small spots? Mina held the bag up to the light. There were small grey patches visible in places on the bone. Those are tissue scraps that didn't come loose. Luke said, swapping bags with her. Now, look at the other bone. I boiled it the same way, but after it had cooled down, I put it in a terrarium with skin beetles. How did you get hold of them? Vincent said enthusiastically from behind her. Mina jumped so hard that she almost dropped the plastic bag containing the bone. Don't scare me like that, she said irritably. Apparently my ninja training has paid off, Vincent said, winking at her. But I was asking about the skin beetles. The Museum of Natural History lent me a few, Luke said. Mina could tell how proud he was. Wow, I didn't know they had a dermestarium, Vincent said. Anyway, can you see any difference between the bones? Luke said, pointing to the bag in Mina's hand. Mina could see right away what he was referring to. The bone that had received the attention of the beetles had none of the grey stains. It was as gleaming and clean as the bones that had belonged to Jon, Irizka, and Marcus. The thought that masses of tiny, creepy crawlies had nibbled them clean made her feel sick. They must have been pretty peckish, Vincent said. How long did it take them? Not that long, but it obviously depends on how many beetles you've got, Luke said, taking back the bags. They're not that big, so it's better if you've got plenty of them. I'm not exactly sure how many I borrowed. I suppose it must have been a few thousand. Mina pictured a glass box overflowing with tiny, fat, glistening larvae, and full-sized beetles crawling all over each other. In their thousands. She swallowed hard. I think we're late for the meeting, she said, quickly heading to the barriers. 91. Julia was almost inordinately happy to be back at police headquarters already. After returning home from her parents, they had tried to celebrate Christmas on their own too, but that had been a bad idea. They hadn't said a word about the things they actually needed to discuss. After all, it had been Christmas Eve, a time of reconciliation and family harmony. Oh, to hell with reconciliation. The mere sight of Torkel was enough to make her skin crawl. Nonetheless, they'd done their best for Harry's sake. But as soon as Harry had fallen asleep, Torkel had left the house. Or perhaps Julia had effectively forced him out. She couldn't imagine a whole evening at home with Tinder, Torkel, and Love Actually on the TV. But today was better. At least this morning she would be spared her husband, and, as a bonus, she would get to see Adam, even if they were together with all the others. She felt like an encyclopedia illustration depicting emotional chaos. She looked up from her laptop and saw that everyone had already gathered in the conference room. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Adam, but she didn't react. Vincent gave her a look that was far too searching from his side of the room, and she dared not be anything but her most formal self. Christer was in his usual seat, and Bosse had, for a change, settled down by his bowl in the corner. On the other side of Peder's empty chair was Ruben, who appeared not to have slept at all. Julia noted that Mina was sitting unusually close to Vincent. Perhaps he had bathed in lemon-scented washing-up liquid or something. The door opened, and Luke entered with an air of mild confusion. "Hello, I'm sorry I'm late," he said. "I went to the loo and then I couldn't find my way back. And it's not like there are many people in the building to ask for directions." Vincent smiled broadly at him. "This is Luke," Julia said. "He works with Milda and the National Board of Forensic Medicine, in case that's escaped anyone. I've invited him here today since he's contributed such invaluable knowledge about our victims. He's to be considered an official member of the investigative team from now on. It's an honor to be able to help out, Luke said, nodding to the others. He looked around the room uncertainly, and then went over towards Christer and Ruben. Luke pulled out the vacant chair between the two of them and sat down. Julia froze and stared at him like everyone else was doing. Luke was sitting on Peder's chair. The room collectively held its breath for a few seconds, but nothing happened. The world didn't end. Peder's ghost didn't bring the ceiling crashing down on top of them. The clock on the wall ticked from 8:59 to 9. Life moved on. Okay, let's get started, Julia said. Since the Minister of Justice's disappearance may be connected to the deaths we're investigating, the top brass are breathing down our necks. The security service is leading the search efforts for the minister, but it's up to us to provide them with all the information we can to make that process easier. How are they connected? Christer said. Very loosely at this stage, Mina said. I spoke to Niklas's father. There are similarities between events in Niklas's past and his behavior before his disappearance to what we've heard about our other victims. But it's nothing more than that. We can't afford to take any chances, Julia said. That brings me to my first point. Ruben, I've been contacted by NOA. Sara Temerik has been given approval to share all relevant information about the Manojlovic family with you. It's a blessing of sorts that they're looking at Peter Kronlund's family right now. And you're obviously to give her a full briefing on our own work. I suggest you liaise with her once we're done here and see where it goes. If the Manojlovics are involved, then it's of the utmost importance that we find out. I've already spoken to Peter and he denies any involvement, Ruben said. He also denies being aware of the fact that Gustav was paid by Dragan. But I'll get in touch with Sara and see where it goes. Julia paused. Her eyes were surely deceiving her, but it looked like Ruben was blushing. Mina, she said, you got an approximate age on the unidentified bones that suggested they belonged to a 40-year-old male who died around the year 2000? That's a step in the right direction. But I gather the bones have gone missing. Gone missing? Christer exclaimed. What the hell's going on? Why haven't we heard about this? Julia quietened him with a gesture. There was a break-in at the lab yesterday, Luke said unhappily, looking down at the table. But we'd taken DNA samples from the bones, although we haven't got the results yet. We've only been able to search the police database so far, but we've applied for permission to search the commercial DNA databases too. The what? Said Adam. You know, the companies you can send a DNA sample to, said Vincent. And then you find out you're 12% Teuton, have a cousin in Chicago, and that you're related to Genghis Khan. It's a very interesting approach to genealogy, although it does entail some risks. You see, 1 in 25 finds out that their father isn't their actual father. Exactly, said Luke. If there are any relatives in any DNA databases out there, we'll get a match. We just need permission to run those searches. Bosse stood up and padded over to Christer before lying down at his feet. Julia saw that Bosse was wearing a red and green collar with plastic bells attached to it. Do we know when the bones were put into the tunnels? She said. The forensic anthropologist's dating couldn't give us an exact time, Mina said, shaking her head. But she said that the moss on the bones was at least 20 years old. We'll have to start from the beginning, Christer sighed. I can check whether there are any relevant incidents in the files from the Metro in 2000, if that's the year of death, and onwards. I dare say it'll take the whole of Christmas to get through that amount of material. Lasse's going to kill me. But we'll be eternally grateful, Julia said. We'll send Lasse a Christmas present. Good idea. He likes white chocolate. Julia glanced at her own notes on the laptop. She knew that what she was going to ask Mina for wouldn't make her the world's most popular boss. But that couldn't be helped. There was something that caught my attention in Mina's recording of your chat with the tunnel dwellers, Vincent said before she managed to speak. I wasn't able to be there myself, but... Exactly. Thanks so much for the aversion therapy, Mina interjected, facing Julia. I'm super done with those tunnels. One of the people you met spoke about someone called the King, Vincent continued. That OP guy, Adam said. He was banging on about the murder of Olof Palme and the royal family. If we'd stayed any longer, he would probably have moved on to the Freemasons and the Bilderberg group too. I don't think he was referring to our Swedish king, Vincent said. In the recording, he said that this king sacrificed himself and died in vain. I think the king was one of them. Someone who died. You're investigating dead people found in metro tunnels, and this may be a death that occurred in a metro tunnel. I'm well aware it's a weak connection and may not turn anything up, but it's worth exploring every angle. Vincent's right, said Julia. I want us to find out who this king was, and above all, how and why he died. I think Adam should go back down there, said Mina. After all, he's the expert in negotiations. It's getting pretty expensive for me to throw away all my clothes after every visit to the tunnels. Adam's going to meet the graffiti artist who found Jon's bones, said Julia. He's finally agreed to talk. But Vincent can go down into the tunnels instead. He's a good replacement for Adam. Of course, he can't go alone since he's not a police officer and they don't know him either. But they know you, Mina. Don't even think about it, Mina said sternly. I've got my hands full investigating whether our victims consulted the same psychologist 20 years ago. I've got lots of interviews to do. And you'll do them, said Julia. Right after you've been back down to the tunnels. I don't know whether I can go either, Vincent said. I think I have to focus my efforts on some hourglasses I've been sent. Tunnels aren't really, What is it? Mina gripped his arm tightly. The deal, she said. The deal, he said gloomily. Okay, we'll do it. I apologize on behalf of my colleagues, Julia said, turning to Luke. But they're often like this. Anyway, it's great that we've got you here today. If I square it with Milda, would you be willing to join our small team as a more permanent addition? You've got knowledge that I think may continue to be useful to us, even beyond this investigation. Of course, Luke said, smiling weakly. It would be an honor. Well then, Julia said, closing her laptop. Let's get to work. Mina let the others leave the room first. Vincent stayed behind too. She had guessed he would. He had been acting strangely ever since he had come round to her apartment. On several occasions, he had been about to say something, but had then stopped himself at the last moment. She had never seen him so troubled and distracted before. Luke was the last to leave. She noticed him glancing at Vincent as he left, but Vincent stayed. Mina closed the door and then turned to face the mentalist. So, what is it? She said, folding her arms. Are you angry with me, or what? You've been acting weird since yesterday. Am I? Vincent said, his eyes wide. No, on the contrary. Mina studied him. There was stubble on his chin and cheeks. It wasn't like him to be unshaven. His usually neat hair was also in disarray. She hesitated for a moment, trying to block out the thoughts about which bacteria might be in that stubble. And then she took his face between her hands. Touching his skin made her fingers feel as if they were buzzing with electricity. "Vincent," she said. He took hold of her hands and let out something that sounded like a combination of a sigh and a sob. His touch made the buzzing feel like a more violent shock. She drew breath. I really can't say anything," Vincent said. "This has to stay a secret between us, okay?" He let go of her hands and pulled a crumpled piece of paper out of his pocket. "This was lying on my kitchen table yesterday morning. I got up to make breakfast, but Benjamin wasn't. I found this instead of him." "I don't understand," she said. "You'd better read it. It's from the same person who has been sending me presents all autumn. Presents relating to me and my mother." "Your mum? What does your mother have to do with—" Mina fell silent as she unfolded the sheet of paper and saw what it said. "Merry Christmas, Vincent. We have now finally reached your Omega. You may have figured it out by now, but there's a reason why you can't get hold of Ulrika. Maria and Aston are not at Maria's parents, and Rebecca never did make it onto her trip. And as you may have noticed, Benjamin is not at home. I have them. All of them. You have lived a whole life in denial, but now it's time for you to realize who you actually are. It's time to stop running and face yourself. If you choose not to, you will never see your family again. You cannot be allowed to assume responsibility for others while you persist in running away from your own. Either way, Vincent Valder will cease to exist. The only question is whether you intend to take your family with you or not. You have a few days to take responsibility for what you did. The next move is yours. I'm waiting. Merry Christmas. P.S. If you go to the police, then it will be over right away for both you and your family. But you already knew that. "You've kept this to yourself for more than 24 hours, she exclaimed. "Vincent, why didn't you say anything?" The letter felt warm in her hands. She realized that her blood was beginning to race through her body. "I can't handle this on my own anymore," Vincent said unsteadily. "But Vincent, this is kidnapping and criminal threats. We have to act immediately. We'll give you police protection as soon as you leave here. We can have someone posted outside your house around the clock, and as for your family, don't worry, we'll think of a plan. Do you have any idea who the letter is from?" "You don't understand," he said, beginning to pace back and forth across the room. He was like a trapped animal. Mina was anguished to see him like this, but she didn't know how to make things better. "It won't help," he said. "This letter was lying on my kitchen table. That means whoever left it there came into my house the night before last. He, for I believe it to be a he, not only left the letter, he also kidnapped Benjamin. All without me noticing a thing. And that's despite the fact that I was awake for most of the night. I can't think of any explanation other than that he must have keys to my house." Vincent stopped moving. He slumped down hard onto the floor with his back to the wall. "This is the same person who sent the newspaper cutting to Ruben 2.5 years ago," he said. "I know it. The one who sent me all sorts of puzzles and riddles in the summer that said I was guilty of something, even though I thought at the time that they were from Norva. This has been in the works for years. Whatever the police could do for me, this person has had a long time to plan their counter-moves. And now we've reached some kind of finale. But I don't have any idea who he is or what he wants." "I can have a word with the security service," she said. "And with Julia's dad, the police commissioner. We'll come up with a plan, right away." Vincent shook his head fiercely. No plan," he said. "You can't say a word to anyone. You have to promise. It says, if you go to the police, then it will be over right away. I'm taking the threat to my family very seriously." Mina sank down beside him. She had no idea what to say. 92. Ruben went around to Sara's without calling ahead. It had been a late night for her kids the evening before, and even later for him and Sara, so he guessed they would still be at home, probably wearing their pajamas. He didn't really want to intrude on their family time with a work matter, but he didn't have much choice. Sara would understand. He stood outside the terraced house in Sickla and peered through the living room windows. They'd spent most of the evening on the big blue velvet sofa inside. Nothing had actually happened between them, at least nothing physical. Yet there was so much that had happened. He'd had no idea how satisfying it could be to simply talk to someone. They had talked about everything and nothing until well past midnight. It had been better than sex with any 20-year-old out there. Nevertheless, he couldn't help wondering. If merely talking to Sara was that exciting, what would it be like to... Nope, absolutely not. He could not allow his thoughts to wander off in that direction right now. He walked around the house and was about to ring the doorbell when he heard Sara's voice from inside. It sounded as if she was on the phone. The agitated tone of her voice meant that he could hear every word as if she were by his side. "How sure are you?" she said from the other side of the door. "If Manojlovic is involved in abduction, then there's a real risk that the individual will be abused or even tortured. We really can't wait long before we act. Where are they right now?" Ruben stopped with his hand halfway towards the door. Had Peter Manojlovic's family kidnapped someone? At the very same time that the Minister of Justice had gone missing? It couldn't be a coincidence. "The industrial area in Tyresö," Sara said. "Yes, I know the place. The one on Vindkraftsvägen, on the right-hand side before the bend in the road. I've had eyes on it for a long time. How soon can we have the task force there?" Ruben quietly moved away from the door. He knew exactly what to do. He would be there long before the task force was mobilized. He would be able to scope out the area and provide them with invaluable information once they arrived on the scene. He would be a hero in Sara's eyes. He jogged back to the car, got in, and put his foot down. He would be at that address in Tyresö in 10 minutes flat. 93. Mina's anxiety was contagious. To Christer, the Minister of Justice was no more than a serious man on the television who was always going on about crime as if they were in the midst of a blazing war. But to Mina, he was the father of her daughter, her ex-husband, no matter how odd that thought was. Christer pushed away the thoughts of Mina. No job was ever made better by personal emotions getting in the way, nor had he been tasked with finding Niklas. His job was to keep searching for something that might help them in the hunt for the killer who left the bones of their victims in Stockholm's metro tunnels. Having the screen in front of him always provided a sense of security. He was increasingly reluctant to work in the field. On the one hand, he felt a little hurt when he wasn't asked. But on the other, it had become far more appealing to search for needles and haystacks through the thousands upon thousands of pages in the Dur2 database. Not infrequently, crimes were solved at a desk. He would be the first to attest to that. Christer entered the year 2000 into the search field and pulled up far too many hits from the archived police reports. He refined the search by limiting it to reports that were related to the metro. There were far fewer hits, but it was still a considerable number. The Stockholm Metro generated reports on a daily basis relating to robberies, threats, unconscious people, and all manner of other issues. In his early years on the force, he'd often patrolled the metro, and he had hated every minute of it. After an hour's searching, he still hadn't found anything that seemed relevant. His work was made more difficult by the fact that he didn't know exactly what he was looking for. A man had died around the year 2000, and his bones had been found some 20 years later in the tunnel. That didn't have to mean that something had happened to him there. The bones might simply have been moved there. Christer might be searching for something that couldn't be found. But he was used to that. The reward for his toil, the gold at the end of the rainbow, was the fluttering feeling of delight in his stomach when, from time to time, and against all odds, he found something decisive. There was a slight breeze on his neck. The winter chill had made its way inside police headquarters. He stood up to do some exercises that he had learned to relax his neck and back. It was something that Lasse had made him take up. Christer had reluctantly been forced to admit that Lasse was right. The exercises did make it easier to cope with the endless hours spent sitting. He glanced at the desk next to his, where a female colleague from another department had built some kind of Christmas orgy out of ornaments. Santas, trees. There was even a reindeer. Merry bloody Christmas. After glancing over his shoulder and concluding that his colleague wasn't around, he picked up 2 of the Santas and positioned them doggy style. After all, they needed to have fun too. Chuckling, he sat back down and resumed his search. Time passed. Just as the letters were beginning to dance before his eyes on the screen, and he was considering whether to get another coffee, he saw something that made him focus. He pulled out his phone and dialed the number in the report. It was 2 decades old, but if he was lucky, the man he was trying to reach wouldn't have changed numbers. Most people didn't. "Bengt Svensson," said a raspy voice that clearly belonged to an elderly man. Christer silently crossed himself. He had reached the right person. Now he just hoped there wasn't any dementia to deal with. By his own calculations, Bengt Svensson would be in his 80s by now. "This is Christer Bengtsson from Stockholm Police. I'm calling you about a case from the year 2000. "Oh my. Well, you do hear that the police are short-staffed these days, but this must be some kind of record," Bengt said with a chuckle. Christer declined to comment. The police and their staffing resources was rarely a fruitful conversation on which to embark. "Do you remember anything about the incident?" Christer asked carefully. Bengt snorted. "You think I'm a cuckoo, don't you? I can tell you that my memory is just as razor-sharp now as it was when I was a lad." Wonderful, Krister said apologetically. Would you please tell me what you remember? Of course. I was driving on the Green Line in the afternoon. I think it must have been around 2 o'clock, since it was just ahead of the afternoon rush. But at the time, my train was only half full. It wasn't packed like it is from 3 onwards. I was somewhere between Rådmansgatan and Odenplan. He was just standing there, on the tracks, arms outstretched, like he was bloody Christ himself. And then we hit him. What happened next? Krister said, feeling his heart pounding harder. All his instincts as a detective were screaming at him that this was important. Well, I followed protocol. Called control, didn't move the train. I suppose it was 10 minutes before people arrived. That was when it got strange. Yes, Krister said urgently, even though he already knew what Bengt was going to say. It was right there on the screen in front of him. They didn't find a body. There was blood on the front of the train and blood on the tracks where I must have hit the poor bastard, but no body. Nowhere between the point of impact and where I stopped. It was gone. Vanished into thin air. What was your theory? They reckoned I couldn't have hit him that hard. He'd probably only been slightly injured and then limped away. They assumed it was one of the tunnel people. It might sound horrible, but no one was all that fussed about them. No one bothered to make any further inquiries. But you don't think it's true that he left under his own steam? Bengt snorted again. I'd already done 25 years as a driver by then. I'd had my fair share of blighters deciding to end it all in front of a train doing 80 kilometers an hour. I know what it sounds like when the train hits a body head on, and I know what happens to that body. It ain't pretty. There's no way he survived. Someone, or someones, must have taken away what was left of him in the time it took for the emergency services to arrive. Why would anyone want to do that? Well, no one knows. And no one was that interested in finding out either. Why do you ask? How come the police are taking this sudden interest more than 20 years later? I'm afraid I can't say, Krister said. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw his Christmas-loving colleague approaching her desk, clutching a cup of coffee. You said you saw the man on the tracks, he said. Can you describe him? We're talking about a fraction of a second, and my memory will have been fresher at the time. You can probably get more out of the report. I'm interested in what you remember now, Krister said, stifling a chuckle as his colleague sat down without noticing the copulating mini-Santas. Well, Bengt strung out his words, and really did seem to be searching his memory. I suppose I've thought about this sometimes over the years. What I remember is that he seemed to be a big man, hefty chap. But it might have been an illusion. Things are easily distorted at speed and by the headlights in the dark tunnels. But my feeling is he was a big man. I'm seeing dark hair, bushy, and a beard too. And you've really got to take this with a pinch of salt. It sounded weird when I said it back then, and it sounds even weirder now. But I thought there was something shiny on his head. Gold, maybe. Shiny, Krister said thoughtfully. Bengt was silent. Promise me you'll let me know if you solve this, the train driver said. I've thought about it so often over the years. I didn't encounter many mysteries in my years on the metro, but I've never been able to stop wondering about this one. I'll do my best, Krister said. ending the call after wishing the man a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. He leaned back and clasped his hands behind his neck. His colleague still hadn't spotted the improper activity taking place on her desk. 94. Are you okay? Vincent gave her a pensive look. Mina shrugged nonchalantly. She always found it difficult to talk about her daily struggles, even with Vincent. And now that he had confided in her about his missing family, and with Niklas missing too, it felt too trivial to talk about her own manias. Besides, she'd spent her whole adult life trying to hide them away. Now, she was fully focused on coping with another visit to the tunnels. There's a difference between my personal and professional lives, she said. I've always known that I can't let my brain play the same pranks on me at work that it does when I'm just being me. I wouldn't be able to keep working as a police officer, and I love my job too much to let that happen. Vincent looked at her with the respect in his eyes. And how about you? She said. Vincent was struggling to put on a big pair of boots. They looked utterly ridiculous in combination with his otherwise elegant attire. If I can just get these on, he murmured. You don't own a pair of jeans and a t-shirt, she said, surveying his pressed trousers and neatly ironed shirt. No sensible person wears jeans, said Vincent. They discovered back in 2009 that denim contains high levels of toxins like lead and mercury, as well as other highly allergenic substances. Why would I wrap my body in that? Mina shook her head. Forget about it, she said. I was actually wondering how you're feeling, given everything. I'm trying to think about it as little as possible right now, Vincent said, stamping his feet to get his boots in place. We're here because Christer found a report that's probably about the king. Apparently, he got hit by a train. Julia won't let us out of the tunnels until we can bring her more information, so it's probably best that we get on with it. They walked next to each other towards the entrance to the tunnels, each clutching a torch in their hand. As soon as they stepped onto the rubbish and dirt on the ground, Mina felt her heart begin to beat faster. She cast an eye at Vincent. How's the claustrophobia? She said. Probably doing just as well as your fear of bacteria, he said. Neither of them was in their element in this setting, but each would have to handle their own demons for the time being. There were 2 tunnel openings, and Mina pondered which to choose as she read the graffiti on the wall, including "Fuck your mum" and "Die, you bastard." She considered whether to add "Carpe diem" as a counterweight, but refrained. There was nothing about this environment that inspired upbeat sayings. The one on the left, she said at last, pointing at a tunnel that seemed to lead into eternal darkness. How charming, Vincent said in a strained tone. Mina gave him a gently encouraging nudge to his upper arm. Her sense of mild superiority over Vincent and his phobia quickly disappeared the moment she felt something briskly scuttling across her boot. The tunnel echoed as she screamed, and she almost dropped the bag from the bakery that she was carrying. Rat, Vincent said, pointing the beam of his torch at an incredibly large rodent running along the left-hand tunnel. Aha, and here I was thinking it might be a Jack Russell, Mina said tersely. Or a Siamese. Come on, let's keep going. Standing here just stresses me out. Her gait far more determined than she felt, she took the lead and headed into the darkness of the tunnel. You know that paint you gave me? She said. Yes. Have you used it? Are you out of your mind? But what was that word? The Latin for shadow? It feels like it would be a good fit for these tunnels.
Umber, he said. The darkest shadow.
She nodded, tasting the word. Umber. It's beautiful.
Vincent nodded too. It's actually one of my favorite words, he said.
As they moved in further, their eyes adjusted to the dark. Just like last time, there were occasional lights on the ceiling, which meant they could see more than just what their torches illuminated. Mina felt her heart pounding in her chest, and when she looked towards Vincent, his face looked paler than usual, which was saying something.
Just how far in are they?
Vincent said faintly. Mina put a gloved hand on his shoulder. It was unusual for her to be the one who was more calm and collected. If I remember correctly, they're just around this corner. She pointed with her torch. A hard metallic sound cut through the air and made them jump. "Hello?" Mina called out, and heard her own voice bounce back between the walls. "Hello? We're from the police. You talked to me the other day. My name's Mina. We just want to ask a few more questions. Okay?" No reply. They continued to move forward slowly while watching where they put their feet. Neither of them was keen to have a broken bottle or needle go straight through their soul. "Hello?" she called out again, this time a little more softly. She saw a faint flicker of light ahead of them. It was a warm glow, as if it came from a fire rather than electric lighting. "We're over here," said a friendly female voice. Mina recognized it as Vivian's. Suddenly, there was a big figure in front of them, and she had to master herself not to scream again. It was Johnny, Vivian's son, and he was beaming at them.
"We came back,"
he said cheerfully. Mina nodded.
"Did you bring buns?"
"Yes, I came back," said Mina, handing the bag of cinnamon buns to Johnny. "And I've brought a friend. This is Vincent." Johnny hooted with joy as he took the bag. Then he proffered his other big fist, took Vincent's hand in his, and eagerly pumped it.
"Come on."
He spun on his heel and led them towards the glow of the fire. Nothing seemed to have changed since the last time that Mina was here. In addition to Johnny and Vivian, Shelle, Natasha, and OP were gathered around the fire.
"Is this about Palme? Have you come to arrest me for the murder?"
OP muttered as he stood up, his gaze suspicious. Mina shook her head. No, we're still not interested in talking about the Palme murder. OP didn't look as though he fully believed her, but he seemed to settle for the answer and sat down by the fire again. "Come on, sit down." Vivian extended her hands towards them as if she were the hostess at an elegant dinner, before gesturing them towards sheets of cardboard. Mina noted that Vincent was watching her with wide eyes as she sat down on one of the dirty pieces of card without batting an eyelid. She felt happy and a little proud, being able to demonstrate some of the strength that she knew she possessed somewhere deep down.
"I recognize you,"
Natasha said morosely, pointing to Vincent, who looked decidedly out of place in his tailored trousers and shirt. His white shirt had already acquired several stains, and the smoke from the fire looked like it was consciously being drawn towards the white fabric.
"Where would you recognize him from? You don't hang out with posh geezers like him,"
Shelle snorted, glaring at Vincent.
"He's the guy off the posters up there."
Everyone looked at Vincent in concentrated silence. Then Vivian clapped her hands. Yes?
Now I know what you mean. He does those shows, right? I am your humble servant,
Vincent said, smiling.
Schelle snorted again. What's a celeb doing down here?
I sometimes assist the police with their inquiries, Vincent said self-consciously, including one they're working on at the moment.
The one with the bones,
OP said.
Are you sure it's not connected to the Palme murder? The government is still covering it up. There are so many supposed accidents and murders happening to cover up the truth about what happened at the corner of Sveavägen and Tunnelgatan at 11:21 p.m. on the 28th of February 1986.
The most likely scenario is actually that Christer Pettersson. Mina elbowed Vincent in the side, and he stopped. This was not the time to embark on a lengthy discussion about the Palme murder and its many mysteries. We need your help to find out more. The killer seems to have a connection to the metro, but no, we don't think it's any of you, said Mina. However, we would like to hear more about the man you mentioned, the one you called the King.
'Cause I'm the king, king in the bar.
Johnny began to sing happily while Natasha giggled.
You were barely born when the king was here, she said, laughing.
Natasha got a stern look from Vivian, who, after adding more wood to the fire, appeared to be considering what to say, or whether to say anything at all. They let her ponder. Mina was unsure how much any of them really knew or could tell. The question was whether any information or knowledge about the king had lived on, here in the darkness.
I knew him, said Vivian. OP knew him too. And then there was Crazy Tom, obviously.
Mina sat up straighter on her piece of cardboard. Something small, not as big as a rat, strolled past at the edge of the light, and she had to make an effort not to scream and get to her feet. She didn't want to disrupt the fragile trust she felt she had built up with the group. You knew him, she said carefully. Johnny continued to hum along to Magnus Uggla, while Natasha watched Vincent with undisguised curiosity. Who was he? Said Mina. OP furrowed his brow as if he didn't understand the question.
It was the king, what do you mean?
Didn't he have a name? You don't know what he was called? Vincent blinked in reaction to the smoke, which seemed to be having a love affair with his white shirt.
We didn't have any names. That was the king's idea. We all left our names up there. We left ourselves up top. It was me, Vivian, Crazy Tom, Svala, Knivas, Järven, and Bisse. Everyone apart from me and Vivian's dead now.
You have no idea who he was or where he came from, Vincent said, coughing gently.
No.
OP said.
Aren't you listening to me? We left ourselves up top.
Tell us what he was like, Mina said softly. She could see out of the corner of her eye that Vincent was listening intently.
Oh. The king was incredible,
OP said, his voice filled with equal parts sorrow and admiration.
He always knew what we should do, and he knew everything, especially about history. There wasn't anything about history he didn't know. Years, wars, castles, princes and princesses, Sweden, China, America. You could ask him about anything and he had an answer. And he was happy. Always happy and positive, except when he wasn't.
What do you mean by that? Vincent seemed untroubled by the fact that his shirt, just like his face, was now covered in soot.
There's no one who can bring you down, 'cause you're king of the bar. That's something you really know. On the 25th it hits.
Johnny was really belting out the Magnus Uggla song, which created a rather strange association with nights spent in bars in the days before she'd met Niklas. Mina jumped. She had managed to repress thoughts of Niklas for a while, but now they returned with full force. She should have been looking for him right then, instead of sitting here talking about someone who had lived in the tunnels decades ago. The king became, Vivian said, appearing to search for the right words. Sometimes he wasn't happy, but he never wanted to trouble us with that. So when he felt the happiness disappearing, he would disappear for a while too. I don't know where he went. Then, when he was happier again, he came back, and the rest of us all pitched in with looking after the prince. The prince? Mina said uncertainly. Vincent opened his mouth to say something, but she held up a finger to stop him. This was new information, and she didn't want to mess up the chance to find out more. Who was the prince? She asked. O.P. rolled his eyes. Natasa and Johnny laughed, but stopped after Vivian gave them a look.
What's a prince? A prince is, per definition, the son of a king,
O.P. said, sneering at their stupid question. The king had a son, Mina said. Is that what you're saying? A boy? How old? Deep creases appeared in O.P.'s forehead. Vivian began to talk, but O.P. shushed her.
I know this,
he said.
How tall? Vincent asked. How tall was the prince?
O.P. brightened up. He pointed towards part of the tunnel wall.
There. You can see there.
Mina quickly got to her feet. She shone the torch against the graffiti-covered wall, helping the firelight. There it was, a line of dashes, the ones that were often found on door frames. Lines drawn on to mark the height of a child. She stood next to it to compare the top line with her own height. The top line was the same height as her chest. She was 165 centimetres. What did that mean? 130? Or perhaps 140 centimetres? Like an 8 or 9-year-old, she guessed. Last time you said that the king didn't want to die, but that the darkness eventually took over. So did he die? What happened to the prince? After a moment's hesitation, Vivian replied.
The prince went topside. The king had left instructions. I don't know any more than that. We never saw him again. He, a child, a little boy didn't belong down here. But that was such a long time ago now.
The fire crackled. None of them said anything. But Mina couldn't help thinking about the child who had lived down here in the dark. 95. Adam took a step back to see what Akai was painting, or more accurately, spraying, or whatever they called it. It had surprised him to discover that they were about the same age. In Adam's world, only teenagers did this sort of thing. On the other hand, Akai's work on the wall was rather more than what would have been expected from an angry and frustrated 15-year-old who just wanted to destroy public property. When you stood close to the grey concrete wall, all that was visible were seemingly random orange stripes, clearly painted using cut-out stencils. It almost looked like abstract art. But if you stepped back 2 meters, then it suddenly transformed into a vivid image of a lion. "I'm impressed," Adam said.
"Thanks. The lion's my spirit animal."
"Cool."
"I think I was born in the year of the rat or something."
The tall, pale man smiled.
"It's not quite the same thing." "I guess not."
"So why do you do it?"
"Spraying in public places and risking hassle from the police."
"You can paint."
Why don't I paint properly?"
Akai adjusted his knitted blue hat and pointed at the lion on the wall.
"Because of this. Because of the freedom. Because of the ability to create without having to live up to the demands of the establishment. I've done all that. If only you knew where some of my other art is on display. But doing that killed me on the inside. For each expensive painting I sold to a bored, wealthy person looking for something nice to hang on their wall to go with their sofa, I died a little bit more. This way, I'm free."
"But how—"
"I know this may seem rude, but how do you support yourself?"
Akai screwed up his eyes, which sparkled above his bushy beard.
"In case it wasn't clear, I sold my paintings for a lot of money, and I live cheaply. If I keep doing that, I can live on my savings for the rest of my life. I suppose I'll just have to do another show if I'm in a real pinch. There might not be much lobster and champagne, but who needs that when you've got this?"
He inhaled deeply and closed his eyes. Then he slowly exhaled, seemingly harmoniously. Adam was reluctantly fascinated by Akai's outlook on life. Was it really that simple? Lower the demands, jump off the consumption bandwagon, do what you really wanted to do, and enjoy the freedom.
"Why do you paint in the tunnels, then?
No one can see them in there." Akai continued to spray on the wall as he replied, adding more and more detail to what Adam now realized was the lion's mane.
"Oh, no. People do see. I think the people who live down here also need a little beauty. Life has been hard on them, but they're good folk. And whatever you think, they don't have a bad life. They have each other. They're a family. And they accept me. Have you seen the wall painting I did of them?"
Adam shook his head.
"No. Where is it?" "Over here. Come with me."
Akai led him eagerly down towards the culvert near the metro station. Adam followed curiously. There was something about Akai's art that drew him in.
"Here,"
Akai said, pointing proudly at a concrete wall looming above them. Adam's jaw dropped. The painting was incredibly beautiful in its simplicity. With a few strokes, Akai had caught the people just as he had seen them, gathered around a fire. Someone had destroyed a small part of the artwork, but it had mostly been left untouched.
"Incredible,"
Adam said, and he meant it. Akai's eyes lit up, and he pointed at the wall with the canister. His hand was stained orange with paint.
"You can't hang this on a wall,"
he said.
"And that's the whole point. It's an experience. Here, now. Everyone can experience it. It doesn't cost anything to look at it. You don't need an invitation. It's art, and it's free. For everyone. Just the way art was supposed to be." I could talk to you about art all day, Ardam said, unable to tear his gaze away from the picture. But I've got a job to do. On your outings into the tunnels, have you seen anything that might help us? Perhaps you've heard something from one of the people living down here? Maybe about the bones you found? Akai gazed at the family portrait on the wall as he thought. Then he shook his head slowly. I would help you if I could. I don't believe in hiding the truth. That's not how I live. But no, I don't actually know anything. On the other hand, I haven't asked. There are some things you don't talk about here. Okay. Thank you anyway, Ardam said, trying to disguise his disappointment. Another dead end. But at least he'd had a chance to see Akai's art. He wouldn't forget about that in a hurry. He glanced at Akai questioningly as he raised his phone towards the wall. Do you mind if I take a picture? Akai responded by holding out his hands and grinning. Go for it, he said. That's one of the things that's so great about what I do. You can't take my art with you, but you can. Take as many pictures as you want. Art is free. Ardam nodded in gratitude and took a few photos. As he headed back towards the metro station, he saw that Akai was on his way back to the wall with the lion on it. Ardam wondered what it would look like when it was done. 96. Mina and Vincent inhaled deep breaths, savouring them. Compared to the dusty air down in the tunnels, the wintry Stockholm air felt fresh and breezy. For a moment, Mina could ignore all the dirt and exhaust particles it doubtless contained. Vincent went over to a bin and threw away the wet wipes she had given him to wipe the soot off his face. They had considered taking the metro all the way back to police headquarters, but had decided to walk instead. It wasn't all that far, and Vincent said that he thought better when he was exercising at the same time. She suspected that remaining in the tunnels would also have been very unappealing to him, even if they had got on a train instead. Frankly, she agreed. How bad did it get? Mina said, glancing at him. Did you have to start counting prime numbers? The tunnels were actually bigger than I expected, he said. The claustrophobia wasn't all that bad. I managed to keep it in check. The interesting conversation helped in its own way too, but I won't be rushing down there again anytime soon. Mina laughed, and her breath made smoke in the air. Interesting conversation, she said. Typical of you to put it like that. What did you take from that interesting conversation? Is there anything I might have missed? A man came walking towards them along the pavement with 7 dogs on leads that were all attached to a belt around his waist. The passage between the shoveled heaps of snow on the pavement was far too narrow for them all, so she and Vincent quickly moved aside. He took her hand, and they jumped across a dike of snow and into the road so that the dogs could pass. Mina swore silently to herself. They ought to prohibit dogs in the city. Actually, they ought to prohibit dog owners in the city. As they were passing, 2 of the dogs stopped to urinate against a lamppost. I was thinking about something Natasha said in passing, Vincent said, once the dogs had moved on. She commented that Johnny had barely been born when the king died. Mina nodded. She realised that she was still holding Vincent's hand. It felt so natural. But now that she had become conscious of it, she felt embarrassed. So she let go and climbed back over the heap of snow and onto the pavement. I do remember her saying words to that effect, she said. What of it? How old would you say Johnny is? Mina pondered that. Johnny really was an unusual man.
He seemed to harbour so many different ages simultaneously.
Hard to say what's behind all the dirt and the beard, she said. But he's probably about 25?
Vincent nodded.
I think so too.
But let's add a bigger margin to that. If the king died about a year after Johnny was born, that means the king died 20 to 25 years ago. That would agree with the date of death for the unidentified bones we found in the tunnels. Combine that with the information that Christer dug up about the accident on the metro, the one where the man was hit while wearing something shiny on his head. I'm thinking it was a crown. That would also fit in time terms. If we only had Christer's interview with the retired metro driver to go on, then it would be too uncertain. But I'm absolutely convinced that the bones we found belong to the king. Mina smiled and looked up at the sky, which had briefly turned clear and blue. A few birds flew past above them. A small piece of the puzzle had fallen into place. She didn't know whether it was important, but it felt as if it was. And Vincent had found it by listening to what had been said in passing, rather than focusing on the parts of the conversation that she had devoted her own attention to. She glanced at the grimy man who was walking by her side and felt a sudden warmth welling up within her. But she tried to focus on the conversation. So we think we know who the bones belong to, she said. But we've no idea who the king actually was. We don't know what he was called or where he came from, or whether he had anything to do with the other victims. There's something else, too, Vincent said. The king died just before Irizka, Marcus, and Jon went through their spells of depression. I'm only speculating here. But what if there is actually a connection between the old bones and what happened 2 decades later? Might the victims and the king have known each other? Might it even have been his death that triggered those depressive episodes? Normally, I wouldn't back such a loose connection, but their remains were all found in the same condition as his. Vincent fell silent. He stopped and looked thoughtfully ahead. I'd like to retract that last bit, he said, scratching his face. It doesn't feel quite right that they knew each other personally. There's a missing link between them. But I'm pretty sure that Irizka, Marcus, and Jon were somehow connected to a homeless man who was mowed down by a metro train around the turn of the millennium. A man with a crown. And if that's correct, then the same must be true of your ex-husband. Mina looked at him. For the first time, there was something resembling an answer rather than just more questions. And all it had taken was a sooty shirt. We've got to find the connection, she said. 97. The coffee was out of the question. He only drank coffee made from real beans and prepared by a trained barista. The coffee in the ministry had always been left to stew in the pot for far too long, and was not a substance with which he intended to sully his taste buds. It would have to be a cup of tea instead. And most definitely, not one made with one of those tragic tea bags paid for by the taxpayer. It would have to be made using his secret tin of Ceylon tea leaves. He also kept a jar of honey in the small compartment where he stashed his tea. The plastic squeezy bottle of honey for general use wasn't worthy of the name. Tord, the Prime Minister is on the line, asking for you. One of the younger assistants had run into the break room, sounding a little short of breath. Tor stopped with a teaspoon halfway to his cup, still laden with honey. Tell her I'll call her back in 5 minutes' time, he said. He intended to make his tea in accordance with the rules of the art. But, it's the Prime Minister. Don't you want to take it now? The assistant's face was bright red with stress, and for a moment, Tor felt a twinge of sympathy. This assistant wouldn't last long in the government offices with such a low level of stress tolerance. "I said, I'll call her in 5 minutes, he repeated, his voice a little steelier this time. The assistant grasped the message and disappeared as quickly as he had arrived. Tor sipped from his cup. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Without rushing, he walked down the corridor back to his office. He didn't want to spill the tea. Honey would only make his hands sticky, and if there was one thing he hated, it was sticky hands. He carefully set the cup down on his desk, but not until he had put a coaster out first. The desk had been in the government offices for an eternity, and he was not going to be the one to leave rings on it. He checked that everything on the desk was straight, drank a few sips of the hot tea, and then reached for the phone. His calm exterior didn't quite match what he felt as he placed the call. What did the Prime Minister want from him? He realized that it must be to do with Niklas's disappearance. There was no other issue that trumped it in terms of significance. But from what point of view? Anger? Support? New information? The Prime Minister's private secretary answered, as he always did, but Tor was put straight through, as his call was expected. He and the Prime Minister had known each other for many years. Their political careers had tracked one another, crossing paths, and occasionally even colliding ever since their days in the Youth Party. Prime Minister Yurtian had even taken him to one side and asked, with unexpected consideration, whether he really wanted to step back and serve as press secretary to the Minister of Justice, instead of continuing to pursue other, higher-profile pathways. He had assured her that he knew what he was doing. Tor always had a plan. Nothing happened by chance, and accepting what might upon first glance seem a foolhardy offer in career terms had its reasons, as his father had always said. "Hi, Anna. It's Tor. You called?" "Hello, Tor. No news yet?" Prime Minister Anna Yurtian's voice sounded harried, and he could only imagine the pressure she was facing from every direction. No news, he said, well aware that she was grasping for the tiniest of straws. But what would he know that she hadn't already heard, given that the majority of the Swedish police and the security service were under her command? "We've got to solve this," she said. "We have to find him. The assorted media and governments of the world are watching. We'll look like a banana republic if our Minister of Justice turns up murdered." "There's no reason to believe the worst," Tor said soothingly. "No one has been found dead yet." He concealed his own concern about Niklas's disappearance. The Prime Minister would not benefit from him telling her about his own personal emotions. The most important thing was to remain calm and controlled. "What can I do for you?" he said. He knew from experience that the Prime Minister could be long-winded. "I want you to talk to Expressen," she said. "I'm sure you've seen their series of articles, Powers Behind the Throne, where they interview people in the corridors of power who the general public might not be aware of. I've asked my press secretary to speak to them about using you for their next interview." "With respect, Anna," Tor said, "is that really the right thing to focus on? All my time at present is being spent on the search for Niklas." "Exactly," the Prime Minister said. "And that is precisely what I want you to talk about. We need to own the narrative of Niklas's disappearance, not the media. We need to show that the Ministry of Justice is strong. So you need to show yourself as resourceful and the ministry's strong outward face. Besides, it wouldn't do you any harm to get a spot of personal attention, would it? Everyone knows you climbed down a couple of rungs when you took on the job. Mind you, you did a good job at this morning's press conference." Tor sighed in response.
But strictly entre nous, the Prime Minister continued. How was Niklas when you last saw him? Are we dealing with, I don't know, burnout? An existential crisis? PTSD from what happened last summer? Or just a plain old midlife crisis? Niklas was in splendid form before Christmas, Tor said dryly. Physically and mentally. I don't know whether to feel reassured or even more troubled by that, Anna said. Anyway, Expressen? As a press secretary, he understood what she was getting at. It was absolutely the right thing to do at this time. He took a sip of the tea, which had begun to cool down. Sure, he said. I'll do the interview. Good. It's scheduled for tomorrow. After he'd ended the call, he went to make a fresh cup of tea. He hated cold tea. 98. Vincent was sitting with his elbows on the kitchen table and his head in his hands. He would have preferred not to go home after visiting the tunnels, but Mina had needed to go home to take a shower, as usual. They had parted ways in the police headquarters basement car park. He couldn't very well have asked to go with her. He stank of smoke, and he really needed to change his clothes. Still, he just wanted to be with her. Instead, he was sitting in his kitchen. It was the only place in the house where he could be, except for the bedroom. He hadn't gone into the living room since the day before. The headaches were at their worst in there, and he wanted to avoid the big wall. He was well aware how irrational it was to be afraid of a wall, but that didn't matter. Anyway, there wasn't anyone left in the house to notice. The emptiness was almost physical. The echo of Aston's shouts and Maria's scolding was still embedded in the walls. The sofa in front of the TV was still a little flatter in the spot where Rebecca always liked to sit. If he made an effort, he could practically hear Benjamin going on about share prices. But they were all no more than echoes. They were like ghosts in his brain, reminding him that no one was actually there. Which reminded him that the shadow had his family. He rubbed his chin. Thoughts like that didn't help. He didn't know what the shadow wanted from him in tangible terms, and until he found out, he would have to stay active. Right now, his greatest enemy was apathy. He tried to focus on the things he had scattered across the table in front of him. There were notes from the encounter they'd just had in the tunnels, and copies of other documents in the investigation. He'd been permitted to borrow them on the condition that he didn't tell anyone, as if there was anyone in the house he could tell. The frame containing the 4 hourglasses stood among the papers. At the bottom of the frame, there was a strip of tape on which he had written underneath each hourglass how long it took for the sand to run through. 17 minutes and 13 seconds for the first, 13 minutes and 5 seconds for the second, 10 minutes and 3 seconds for the third, and 16 minutes and 3 seconds for the fourth. It was probably only the tally of minutes that mattered, but he had written it all down, just in case. He had been right that they were all measuring different spans of time, but completely wrong about their relationship to one another. 17, 13, 10, and 16. He had searched high and low, but had been unable to work out what that might be an expression of. That was where his ideas about the hourglasses had ended. He could see the aquarium from the corner of his eye. The mud minnows needed feeding. But perhaps he could feed them without going too far into the living room. After all,
Physical movement while trying to solve a problem was a good thing. And that was exactly what he was trying to do. Expressions like get a new perspective and find a different starting point weren't just metaphors. They were real problem-solving methods. He stood up and went over to the aquarium, dispensed a little fish food into his hand, and then held it just above the water's surface. As usual, the mud minnows swam up and ate from his hand. Aston had given them names, but Vincent couldn't recall a single one of them right now. He kept looking down into the aquarium all the time, taking care not to look at the wall. He shifted his gaze towards the table in the kitchen where the hourglasses still stood. He hadn't seen them from this distance or from this precise angle before. Hopefully it might dislodge some idea or other in his head. Find the fourth one before time runs out, it had said on the note. When the fish had finished eating, he returned to the kitchen and sat back down at the table. He wished Mina was there. He could always think better when she was there. But his home wasn't safe for anyone any longer. The fourth one. Vincent opened the files containing the documents relating to John Langset, Erika Sävelden, and Marcus Eriksson. He already knew what they contained. The three victims hadn't known each other and hadn't shared any mutual friends or colleagues. Only a few similarities had been noted. He went through them in his head again. 1. The victims had all had meteoric careers. 2. All of them had hit rock bottom 20 years ago. 3. They all seemed to be aware that something was going to happen to them immediately before their disappearance. 4. Their remains had been found in different tunnels on the metro network. Jon had been found at Stadshagen on the blue line, Erika at Karlaplan on the red line, and, if Crazy Tom had been telling the truth, Marcus had been found at Bagarmossen on the green line. That was it. Almost. There were also the king's bones at Odenplan. Perhaps they were the clue that tied all the others together. Or perhaps they weren't. And somewhere in all of this was Niklas Stockenberg, Mina's missing ex-husband. He matched the first 3 points applicable to the other victims. Vincent wanted to throw the files across the room in frustration. It was all so woolly, the whole thing. In addition to the files, he had laid out a map of Stockholm, marked with the locations where the victims had been found. He also had a map of the metro network, with the stations in question marked on it. He had tried to find a geographical connection between the stations or places, in the same way he'd done with Norva's chess game in the summer, but that hadn't turned anything up. Hang on. He looked at the metro map again. Marcus's skeleton had been found on the green line, but there was actually more than one green line. The green lines mostly ran along the same stretch, which made them look like the same thing. But at Gullmarplan, they split into 3 branches, with 3 different line numbers. It was the same with the red and blue lines. When they left the city centre, they divided into 2 lines each, both of which were assigned different numbers. He returned to the reports. Marcus had been found at Bagarmossen. That placed him on the green line, on line number 17. Erika's remains had been found at Karlaplan, the red line, on line number 13. And Jon had been at Stadshagen, which was on the blue line, on either line number 10 or line number 11? 17, 13, 10, or 11? Vincent looked back at the hourglasses again, and then at the notes of how long it took for the sand in each one to run through. 17 minutes, 13 seconds. 13 minutes, 5 seconds. 10 minutes, 3 seconds. 16 minutes, 3 seconds. He slapped his forehead. The answer had been right in front of him all along. The minutes for the first 3 hourglasses all matched the line numbers where the skeletons had been found, in the very order in which the victims had disappeared. Marcus, 17, Irizka, 13, Jon, 10. Vincent swore silently to himself. He should have spotted this long ago. But the line numbers had never been the focus of the investigation. It had been about the stations nearest the finds. That, however, was no excuse. He was the master mentalist. This was supposed to be his thing. The fourth and final hourglass must symbolize the fourth one. The older, unidentified bones that probably belonged to the king had been found at Alden Plan. That could be line 17 or 18 or 19. But the hourglass indicated the line in question was line 16. That meant the king was not the fourth one. And there were no more heaps of bones in the metro system. They had searched. Therefore, it had to be referring to Niklas Stockenberg. The only question was where line 16 was. He examined the network but couldn't find it. The lines were numbered in ascending order, but after line 14, the red line between Mörby and Fruängen, there was a jump in numbering to 17, which was the green line between Åkeshof and Skärpnäck. Lines 15 and 16 simply didn't feature. Find the fourth one before time runs out. The headache began to gnaw away at him again. The good news was that he knew which metro line Niklas Stockenberg would be found on, and the clues seemed to suggest that they could save his life. The bad news was, it was a metro line that didn't exist. 99. Ruben drove at a crawl through the industrial estate. Someone had cooked up the ingenious idea of building it in the middle of the forest. Despite the comings and goings in the area, it was the perfect spot if you wanted to stay away from prying eyes. Inside the large industrial and warehouse buildings he was passing, anything could be happening without anyone being aware of it. He pulled onto Vindkraftsvägen. Ruben had taken his own Chevrolet Camaro, which he had secretly christened Eleanor, instead of a police car, to avoid drawing attention to himself. He quickly spotted which building Sara must have meant. It was on the right-hand side, just before a small car park under some trees. It was the last building on the road, before there was a sharp bend to the left. The perfect hideout. He followed the road left and parked not far away before strolling back, trying to look as though he was associated with one of the neighbouring businesses. The car park on the corner was empty. A metal staircase led up to a loading bay. On the wall beside the goods in area, there was a white sign covered in green writing. But the light above the sign was off, and the sign itself looked old. He guessed that the technology company in question hadn't been there for some time. There was also a door and a small window. He was in luck, since most of the warehouses didn't have any windows at all. But he could already tell from a distance that it was dark on the inside while it was daylight outside. The risk was too great that someone would spot his silhouette if he tried to look through the window. He crept up the stairs and pressed his ear to the wide loading door. It could be hoisted up and down like a garage door, and it didn't seem to be especially thick. There were no sounds to be heard from within. He needed to know what was in there without being discovered. The question was how he could pull that off. He looked around and spotted a wooden stick protruding from the snow by the lower edge of the door. He kicked the snow away from around the stick. It must have got stuck when the door had been lowered, creating a small crack between the door and the ground. The crack had then been covered in snow and become invisible. This was exactly what he needed. If Ruben had believed in any higher powers, he would have been thanking them now. He shoveled the snow away with his hands to allow him to gain access. Then he lay down as quietly as he could and peered through the crack. Beyond the door was a large warehouse space, with the roof at least 8 meters high. 12 people could work in there without any problems. But there was no one working right now. The place was deserted. There was no furniture, no shelving, no people. Nothing. Definitely no Niklas. Sara's sources were wrong. They weren't there. Ruben stood up and brushed the snow off himself. Sara's bosses were about to send the task force to the wrong place. He had to figure out where the Manojloviches had taken Niklas, and quickly, so that he could tell Sara where to go. He returned to the car and got into the driver's seat before pausing to think. The Manojloviches were a big family. They hailed from Södertälje, although not all members of the clan lived there these days. They would hardly be so stupid as to take the Minister of Justice to their own home. But, he thought, they might take him to someone else's. He had a crazy idea. It was a gamble, but it wouldn't do any harm to check. He pulled out his phone and went to check the population register online. Jackpot. Peter Kronlund, the man who had done everything to hide his past, still owned a second home not far from Södertälje. Ruben started the engine, quickly checked the rearview mirror, and then floored it as he headed out of the industrial area. It would probably take him half an hour to reach Södertälje. He could still make it there first. He would still be able to help Sara. 100. When Mina emerged from the shower, she found a drowsy Nathalie in the kitchen eating cereal. Mina glanced at the time. It was afternoon. Much of her daughter's Christmas holidays were clearly based on sleeping as long as possible, although perhaps that was perfectly normal. Mina really had no idea how the holidays worked. Were they supposed to go away together? Wasn't that the sort of thing people did during the holidays? Not that she had the time for it, since she was in the middle of an investigation. But perhaps she ought to ask, just so she knew for next time. "Hi, sweetie," she said, entering the kitchen. "Morning," Nathalie said, through a mouth filled with cereal. Mina caught a glimpse of them in the hall mirror. Nathalie was wearing a white bathrobe, and she had a towel wrapped around her body and another around her hair. If it had been a painting, it could have been called Mother and Daughter. She smiled to herself. She also noticed that there wasn't so much as a crumb on the table by Nathalie's bowl. She knew that was utter care and consideration on her daughter's part, and she felt so much love for the girl that she could barely breathe. "What are your plans for today?" she said. "I don't have any. Thought I might meet a friend. I've got to do something, so that I don't spend all my time worrying about Dad. Maybe listening to someone else's problems is just what I need. Or I might go back to bed again. I'm shattered." Mina shook her head. Had she slept that much when she had been 16? Probably. And Nathalie had gone through a lot in the last few days. Her phone rang in the living room. She quickly went to answer it and left Nathalie to her breakfast. Or was it lunch? Hi, it's Josephine, a voice said. Josephine Langset. Before Mina had got into the shower, she had sent a text to Josephine saying she wanted to talk. Josephine sounded slightly out of breath. Thanks for getting back to me so quickly, Mina said. Are you outside? I'm out for a run. I've got to channel all this anger and disappointment somehow. It was too bloody expensive to do it with champagne. Better for the kids if I head out for a run too. I've stopped for a breather, but I'll be getting going again soon. What did you want? Mina turned on the speakerphone so that she could towel her hair dry simultaneously. I'll get straight to the point, she said, massaging her scalp with the towel. We gather that Jon had a mental health slump about 20 years ago. Do you know if he consulted a psychologist at the time? There was a few seconds' silence. 20 years ago, Josephine said. I was 12 years old at the time. You'd have to ask his last wife about that. Do you have her number? Sure, I'll send you Karina's number right away, Josephine said, letting out a rather strange and hoarse laugh. Good luck. You may need it. And don't pass on my regards to Gustav if you speak to him. Got to run. Mina hung up and immediately dialed the number that Josephine had sent over. Karina Langset. My name's Mina Dabiri, and I'm from the police. I'm calling about Jon. Now you call, huh? Said a voice dripping with sarcasm. Can't Josephine help you? Mina had apparently roused a wasp's nest, although that wasn't always a bad thing. Stirred-up emotions could sometimes shake interesting facts loose. Well, I'd like to start by saying how sorry I am for your loss. Karina snorted loudly, but Mina ignored this. And I have a question about Jon's mental health 20 years ago. In particular, I'd like to know whether he consulted a psychologist at that time. Karina laughed hard. Jon was a wreck 20 years ago, she said. His parents really did fuck him up good and proper. He'd never got to grips with anything. And to be honest, he was pretty much ready to throw himself off a bridge at that point. Literally. With the benefit of hindsight, I should have let him. Mina didn't quite know how to reply. But you're saying he went to see someone? She said. Yes, he went to see someone. But that ended just as abruptly as his depression. All of a sudden, he was like a new man. All by himself. It's just a pity that the new man was a complete arsehole. Mina went over to the desk and flipped through Beata's address book. She knew the name by heart, but she wanted to be sure. Niklas's psychologist had been called Esbjörn Andersson. The man who had, for whatever reason, opted to celebrate Christmas in Rwanda, of all places. Do you know what the psychologist was called? Are you kidding? It was 20 years ago. I understand, Mina said. I assume you don't have any contact details either. Damn right. If you think of anything that seems important, please don't hesitate to give me a call. You'll have my number on your phone now. She hoped Karina cared enough to take note, but she doubted she would. Jon had clearly not been Karina Langset's favourite person. After Mina had ended the call, she finished drying her hair, while thoughts scurried around her brain like rats in a maze. There was something gnawing away at her, something she ought to have cottoned onto. But she couldn't capture the thought. The rat couldn't find the way out. 101. Milda knew she ought to change something about her living situation. She wasn't stupid. She was well aware that she buried herself in her work to avoid dealing with what was going on in her life outside working hours. At the same time, it was a blessing to have a job that she loved going to. The Bones case had become something of an obsession for both her and Luke. She knew he had spent just as many hours as she had on trying to solve it, and the theft of the oldest bones felt like a personal loss to both of them. As if he had read her thoughts, Luke appeared in the doorway. Milda jumped in her chair. He had an ability to move noiselessly, and now he was suddenly there. "I made the security guys review the CCTV footage one more time," he said. "They're pretty sick of me now. But there's nothing. And there's no one recorded going into the building apart from you and me. It's as if a ghost flew in and stole the bones." Milda shook her head in frustration. "I don't get it," she said. "How can someone come in, steal the bones, get out, and not be visible at any point?" "Perhaps we ought to ask Vincent, given he knows everything about magic," Luke said. Milda smiled wryly. "You're just looking for an excuse to hang out with him. There's a bit of a bromance there, isn't there?" Luke blushed. "Stop it. I just think it's incredible to be able to talk to someone of Vincent Valder's intellectual stature." "Really?" Milda said with feigned surprise. Luke laughed. "So says a woman whose favourite song is Eloise." "What do you know? It might be Vincent's favourite too." Milda stifled a laugh when she saw Luke's affronted expression. If she were honest, she didn't think Vincent was all that fond of Arvingarna. Both of them jumped when her phone rang. Luke made as if to leave, but Milda picked up and gestured at him to stay. "Yes? That soon? Well, yes. It is a special case. No, I can't comment on whether there is any connection to the minister's disappearance, no matter what rumours you've heard. But I can say that it was very much a priority to move this to the top of the agenda." She could see that Luke was listening intently. "Yes? Okay. I see. Okay, you have my email address. Thank you." She could tell from Luke's frustrated expression that he was trying to interpret her answers without any success. She grinned as she hung up. "You remember we were given access to the commercial genealogy databases?" she said. "So we could try to find a DNA match for the older bones, even if it's a bit dodgy from a GDPR point of view." She saw the zeal in Luke's eyes. "Yes, I was hoping that the family tree database might turn something up, given that it's so popular in Scandinavia," he said. "Was that them?" "That was one of the others," she said. "Ancestry. They found a match." Luke looked as if he was about to start jumping up and down on the spot. Milda couldn't resist stringing the answer out to torment her assistant just a little. "Everything suggests it's a nephew of our guy," she said. "So they're close relatives. They've emailed me all the data, but I actually recognize the name they gave me. I just can't quite place it." Milda opened the browser on her computer and typed in the name as she was talking. You never knew. Sometimes you got lucky. There was a handful of people in Sweden with the same name as the one she was searching for, but only one matched with the other information she'd been given. An unfamiliar face was staring at her from the screen. Oddly enough, there was even a Wikipedia entry on the man. She began to read it aloud to Luke, but quickly stopped. She stared at him, and he stared back at her, as if he couldn't quite believe what he'd just heard. She understood exactly how he felt. "I've got to call Julia," she said. "I'm going there now," Luke said. "She called a meeting.
I can go through the ancestry documentation with her in person. They'll never believe us otherwise. The man on the screen continued to stare at them. It couldn't be a coincidence. 102. Ruben drove back towards town, taking the motorway. That provided him with better room for manoeuvre among all the hungover Christmas motorists compared to crossing paths with them on the country roads. Eleanor's engine was humming. She was doing her job, carrying him to Södertälje faster than he had dared hope. He considered once or twice whether to call Sara, but decided it was better to wait until he had all the facts. It would probably take NOA at least an hour to coordinate their operation. Once he'd passed Södertälje, he left the motorway. After a while, the narrow country road turned into a snow-covered gravel track. He was back in the woods. His phone sat-nav said that he was just 2 kilometers away. He had to crawl along, but this time it was because the road was winding its way between small, snow-covered summer cottages that no one had visited in months. The snow on the track was untouched, apart from the single, fresh set of tyre tracks he was following. A couple of 100 meters before he reached Peter Kronlund's cabin, he stopped. The other set of tracks continued. He walked the last bit on foot, the snow crunching beneath his boots. A little further ahead, he saw the tracks leave the road and enter a garden. Ruben entered the woods and made his way forward under cover of the trees. He checked his map again. There was no doubt about it. The tracks led to Peter Kronlund's cabin. When he reached it, he saw a black Ram pickup and a BMW parked outside. They were there. It was time to call Sara. He was about to pull out his phone when he was suddenly struck to the ground. Ruben cried out in surprise and pain. The phone flew in a wide arc through the air and landed in the snow. "What the fuck?" he said, spitting snow from his mouth. He turned onto his back in the snow. There was a man stooping over him, a smile playing across his lips. Ruben recognized him right away. Dragan Manojlović, the leader of the Serbian mafia. A man legendarily happy to get his hands dirty when necessary. Dragan was bigger than any man Ruben had ever met. The shit had hit the fan very fast indeed. "You seem to have dropped something," Dragan said. "I'm afraid it's gone now." Dragan stamped his foot on the spot where the mobile had landed. "You do know you're on private property, right? We thank you for not making telephone calls here." Dragan looked at him. Ruben looked back. He was desperate not to appear weak, but didn't dare seem too cocky either. Both were liable to get him into even more trouble. "What am I thinking?" Dragan said after a few long moments of silence. "You'll get wet lying there in the snow. Come with me and warm up." Ruben stood up slowly. If Dragan knew that Ruben was a police officer, then it was already over. "I really am sorry," Ruben said, trying to sound like a clueless tourist from Stockholm. "I was just out for a walk. I suppose I must have tripped. But I'll be fine now. Thanks for your concern." The burly man blocked his path. "I insist," he said, pointing towards the cabin with a hefty arm. Ruben had no choice. With Dragan following him, he stepped out of the woods and walked down towards the cabin. Dragan wouldn't let him go. That much was clear. And he couldn't escape either. The slightest misstep would probably mean a bullet in his back. Dragan was notorious for his brutality and his short temper. Another man emerged from the cabin. Ruben recognized him as Viktor Manojlović, Peter's brother. It seemed the whole family had come together for Christmas. "Who's this?" said Viktor. "A belated Santa Claus," said Dragan. "Let's see what presents he's brought with him." Viktor held the door open for Ruben. He hesitated, but saw no alternative. Every second that he remained alive was a good second. So he stepped inside and found himself in the living room. There was plastic sheeting spread across the dining table, and on top of it, he saw a hammer, pliers, a knife, and a drill. Tools that could be found in any ordinary workshop. The plastic underneath them, however, told Ruben that they were for a completely different purpose. A knot formed in his stomach. On one of the chairs by the table, there was a man. His hands and feet were bound, but he wasn't wearing a gag. The Manojlovićes evidently knew that there were no other people nearby, which meant there was no need to worry about silencing the man if he screamed. But the man wasn't Niklas Stockenberg. It was Ted Hansson, the leader of the xenophobic Sweden's Future Party. 103. "Thank you for coming with me. I needed to get out of the office for a while," said Mina. "I always jump at the chance to drink coffee that isn't made on police premises," Vincent said with a wry smile. He stood up when the barista called out his name and returned with 2 paper cups bearing the cafe's logo with his name added in sloppy handwriting. "I hope you don't mind that I touched it," he said, nodding at her cup. Mina raised it in a toast to him. "In some strange way, I've grown accustomed to your germs." "That might be the best compliment I've ever received," Vincent said, sitting down opposite her. Dejection enveloped Mina like a wet blanket. Every passing second that Niklas was missing felt like tiny pinpricks all over her body. She hadn't thought that worry could be a physical sensation, not until Nathalie had wound up in trouble the previous summer. Now, she felt the same physical anxiety in relation to Nathalie's father. The worry was threatening to paralyze her, but she had to find a way to use that energy to move forward, towards a result and towards finding him. She also knew she had to stop for a while, change environment, and have a coffee like this. She also wanted to convince Vincent to change his mind. She took a sip of coffee. "Have you changed your mind?" she said. "Please say you have. Tell me that I can call the commissioner and get a plan in place to find your family." Vincent looked around in panic. "Not so loud," he said. "We don't know who the shadow is. He might be here. And no, I haven't changed my mind. No police. Not yet." Mina sighed in frustration. She so badly wanted to help him, and it was insane that she wasn't allowed to. It went against every professional instinct she had. At the same time, she understood his reasoning. The shadow had been crystal clear in the letter about what would happen if the police became involved. "But I actually think I've found another piece of the puzzle," Vincent said. "In the investigation, I mean. There's a connection between the location of the heaps of bones and the hourglasses I was sent. You see, hourglasses are about time. An hourglass is time. And the riddle was, find the fourth one before time runs out. That was confusing at first. We had 4 heaps of bones, and we thought we'd worked out who person number 4 was. But what if the king isn't the 4th one? Well, his bones come from a different era to the other victims. There's a gap of about 20 years, said Mina. Exactly, Vincent said. That gives us 3 victims and 3 locations. When I compared how long it took for the sand to run through each hourglass, the number of minutes matched exactly with the numbers on the metro lines where the 3 victims were found. Metro line numbers? Mina said, leaning forward with interest. And you just came up with that yourself? It's obvious when you think about it, Vincent said, smiling wryly. If we assume the 4th hourglass symbolizes a 4th victim, then it refers to a 4th location on the metro, a 4th line. And that's where he is, or will be. Mina half rose from her chair. And you're only saying this now? Given all the similarities we've identified between Niklas and the other 3, he's guaranteed to be the 4th victim. I agree, said Vincent. He might be being held captive somewhere close by right now. Where is it? Which line? That's what's so strange. The 4th location is on a line that doesn't exist. Mina opened her mouth incredulously. Then she closed it again and sat back down. What do you mean, it doesn't exist? She said. Stockholm's metro is missing 2 line numbers, 15 and 16. And the 4th one, Niklas, is supposed to be on line 16, if we believe the hourglass. But given that the metro has been expanding for more than 70 years, perhaps it's no surprise that the numbering hasn't always been consistent. Perhaps, she said. But I have to tell Julia about this, because it might be the key to the whole thing. Then she lowered her voice. Have you heard any more? She said. About your family? You haven't thought of some crazy fan who might have taken them? Even if you don't want to involve the police, you can involve me. Vincent looked down at the table and pushed his mug away. Sometimes I wonder whether I've had a nervous breakdown and imagined the whole thing, he said. And that I'll get home to find them all there. But they're not there, and I still have no idea who has taken them, or what I have to do. The way he looked at her almost broke her heart. It's going to be all right, he said. Surely it's going to be all right. She placed a hand on his and looked him in the eyes. I'm here, she said. I'm with you all the way. As much or as little as you'll let me be. It wasn't much of an answer to his question, but any other words of comfort would have been hollow. They both knew it. 104. It was icy cold inside Peter Kronlund's cabin. Ruben could see his breath when he exhaled, and Ted Hansson on the chair opposite him was shivering with cold. Dragan and Victor hadn't bothered to put on the heating. Fortunately, Ruben had been allowed to keep his coat on after they had emptied his pockets, but he still glanced longingly towards a heap of outdoor clothes in the corner. A scarf wouldn't have gone amiss. They had also tied him to a chair. He tugged gently at the ropes to see whether there was any chance of freeing himself, but he soon gave up. He was well and truly tied down. The knots were far too good.
Ruben had met Ted before, and not in the best of circumstances. On that occasion, Ted had been leading a demonstration in Mynttorget, along with Jenny Holmgren, the mother of a child who had disappeared and been murdered in mysterious circumstances. Ruben and Julia had had the pleasure of interrupting the demonstration when they arrived to bring Jenny in for questioning. Ted had become very upset. He looked much smaller now than he had as a puffed-up demagogue in Mynttorget. Ted was looking down at the floor and appeared to be slipping in and out of consciousness. Ruben desperately hoped that Ted wouldn't remember him, and that if he did, he would be smart enough to keep his mouth shut about Ruben's status as a police officer.
"Where did you find him?"
said Viktor Manojlovich from the kitchen.
"In the woods,"
Dragan said.
"Looks like a cop if you ask me,"
said Viktor.
"Well, he ain't one of Teddy's mates."
Teddy? Ted? What on earth did the Manojlovich family want Ted Hansson for? The man on the other chair was a racist brute, but that didn't mean he deserved to be treated like this. Ted looked up. He seemed to perceive the question in Ruben's eyes, because he smiled grimly.
"And people say I'm exaggerating when I say we import criminals,"
the party leader said in a low voice.
"Those two don't seem to appreciate my message. Ironically, it turns out I've been right all along. If Sweden's future were in charge, we would have deported their sort long ago."
Sweden's future. Ruben sighed. Ted's political party thrived on cultivating uncertainty and fear. It would play right into their hands if it came out that their party leader was being held captive by the Serbian mafia. Whipping up a lynch mob on social media, targeting all people of non-Swedish origin, wouldn't be difficult after this. It had happened before, and innocent people had been hurt. Ruben had to make sure it didn't happen again. But that was a problem for later. First, he had to survive.
"Shut up in there!"
Viktor bellowed from the kitchen.
"I'll go and see if we've got any more of Santa's elves in the woods,"
Dragan said, opening the front door. If possible, it became even colder in the cabin. Ruben saw that Ted's entire body was tensed. His thin jacket was obviously offering him no protection against the cold.
"Hang on! What should we do with the guy in there?"
said Viktor.
"We can't let him go. But if we kill him, it's another body to deal with. I haven't got time for that. Not today. I'm supposed to be picking Milan up soon."
Dragan closed the door again.
"Maybe we don't need to do anything," he said. "We can just leave him behind when we leave. The cold will do the rest. He only has himself to blame for coming here." "And Teddy?" "That bastard has it coming. We'll deal with him as soon as I'm back."
"I'll go and have a look in the opposite direction," said Viktor.
"That way it'll be quicker. Those two aren't going anywhere."
The two men went outside, and the cabin became silent. Ted looked at Ruben.
"If you're here to rescue me, then I'm afraid you failed,"
he whispered angrily between chattering teeth.
"You're the one who's always going on about police incompetence," Ruben said sourly. "So it must be nice to be right for once."
Dragan and Viktor would be back soon. Ruben didn't have long to come up with a plan to ensure that he and Ted survived. But he had no ideas. None at all. 105. She weighed the ballistic helmet in her hands. It had a camera mount on the top, but it was empty at the moment. The last time she'd had anything like it on her head had been a skiing trip to the Rockies. Well, not so much skiing. The kids had been so little they'd gone sledging. But she and her husband had had an amazing week. That had been only a few months before she had moved back to Sweden, and it had all fallen apart. It was funny how quickly life could change. But she would introduce Zachary and Leah to the Swedish mountains just as soon as she got the chance. "Is that the right size?" Wilhelm asked at her side. "Sorry, I was a million miles away," Sarah said. "This isn't exactly the analysis department, which is where I started when I came back." The flying squad van they were inside jolted, and she automatically grabbed a handle. At least there were some reflexes still there. "Surely you didn't think we'd let those paper pushers hang on to you forever," Wilhelm said, laughing. "It's a little overdue, but welcome back." "Thanks," she said, pulling a balaclava over her head. She put on her helmet and checked that her bulletproof vest was properly fitted. "I know you're the boss," Wilhelm said, putting on his own helmet. "But as you just said, you've mostly been working on admin since you got back. So, when we go in, I want you to stay at the back. It's been a while. Let the guys at the front do their job." "Do you really think we need shields?" "I don't think anything, but it can't do any harm. We don't know what resistance we're going to encounter." The van jolted again. This time, Sarah managed to maintain her balance without any support. "At any rate, this is a long way from going skiing," she said, laughing to herself. Wilhelm looked at her quizzically and then adjusted his Heckler & Koch MP5. She looked around at her colleagues in their full gear. She was incredibly proud of them. For the first time since she had left the USA, she felt as if she had come home. This was her place. And the men in the van were what had made that possible. She cleared her throat, and the whole squad turned to face her. "You already know what the situation is," she said. "I don't have to tell you that we need to be ready for anything. As Wilhelm just reminded me, we don't know what kind of resistance we'll encounter. We expect them to be armed. What we don't know is whether they'll be stupid enough to try shooting us. So keep your eyes peeled." The van stopped. "We're here," came a grunt from the driver's seat. Sarah looked around. She made eye contact with each of them to see whether anyone had any questions or had suddenly become nervous. It could happen to anyone, even the most practiced. Nerves were natural. The real problem were the people who never got nervous. Overamped cops were not a good thing. That a nervous officer could pose a safety risk and had to stay behind in the van. She met nothing but determined pairs of eyes. Sarah nodded in satisfaction. "Let's take these bastards down," she said, opening the back doors and jumping out. Wilhelm meant well, but she was the boss. If he thought she was going to stay in the background, he had another thing coming. 106. His thoughts kept returning to Sarah. His completely idiotic plan to go and reconnoiter Peter Kronlund's cabin had been about playing the hero in front of her. Where Sarah was concerned, he always felt acutely aware of his own shortcomings. When he looked at her, it was as if he saw himself in a mirror of truth. He saw his irresponsibility, his vanity, and his self-absorption. So he wanted to be a better man for her. And for Astrid. He probably had some catching up to do with Granny, too. Sara made him realize with excruciating lucidity that he had spent most of his adult life chasing the wrong things. Emptiness. He had been chasing emptiness. And now he was stuck in a cold cabin along with a tortured racist who was sobbing with self-pity and facing a future that probably consisted of an unmarked grave in the woods outside. He wouldn't be found until the berry and mushroom pickers stumbled upon his skeletal remains after some animal had dug them up. His Camaro would probably be shipped out of the country for parts or to be sold on with fake plates. Reuben shook his head. Perhaps he ought to devote a little more time to thinking about how to get out of this mess instead of how Dragan and his henchmen would deal with the practicalities. "Hey," he said, lightly tapping Ted with his foot. "You still there?" The party leader didn't answer. He just kept crying. A large damp spot had spread across the front of his beige chinos. Reuben wondered whether Sara would mourn him. It wasn't as if they were a couple, and now they would probably never have the chance to be one, either. He realized that it was something he had been hoping for, more than he had wanted to admit. But there, in the cabin, with the cold rising from his mouth in clouds and his life hanging by a thread, there was no time for lies. The truth was that he wanted everything with Sara. He wanted the house, the Volvo, the dog. He wanted dinner parties with chat about scandalous house prices and rising interest rates. He wanted to bicker about whose turn it was to put the kids to bed, who was going to do the laundry, and who last did the shopping. He wanted a wedding with Sara in a white dress, in a church, with a priest. The whole caboodle. Astrid, together with Leah and Zachary, would walk ahead of them into the church, scattering rose petals. There would be a massive party full of relatives they didn't really want to invite. He wanted it all, and then some. Just as long as it was with Sara. There were low voices outside, and Reuben screwed his eyes shut. He kicked Ted again. The man appeared to be slipping into unconsciousness. No matter how much he disliked the man, he didn't want him to die right before his very eyes. There was a scrape, and a door creaked. Loud voices. They were back. Reuben caught himself silently praying. A gust of wind swept over his face and he shivered. It was even colder than it had been before. He wondered how they would kill him. Would they really leave him to freeze to death? Or would it be a bullet to the head? Other possibilities included suffocating him with a plastic bag over his head, strangulation with a rope, or just breaking his neck. If he had a choice, he would definitely opt for the bullet. That was the quickest and most painless option. Asphyxiation with a bag came at the bottom of the list. He wasn't as claustrophobic as Vincent, but the mere thought of being unable to breathe and slowly suffocating made the panic rise within him. There was the sound of rapidly moving feet outside the door behind his back, and there was some kind of muffled tumult. What the hell were they playing at? He kicked Ted again. The man grunted without raising his head. The politician was still alive then. A crash made Reuben start. What the... He hopped around in a semicircle on his chair to get a view of the door. There were several people barging through it with their weapons drawn, and he could see even more people behind them. Police uniforms. They were wearing police uniforms. Then he saw who had come through the door first. It was Sara. She stopped in the middle of the room, in the light streaming through the wrecked door. It was the sexiest thing he had ever seen. He was saved. She had saved him. It was very far from the scenario he had envisioned. He probably looked like the most pathetic man in the world, sitting there helplessly tied to a rickety kitchen chair. His dreams of Sarah in a bridal dress slowly began to dissolve and disappear. Someone used a knife to cut the ropes holding him down. Ruben stood up and massaged his wrists. He didn't dare look Sarah in the eyes. Instead, he stared down at the floor. "Secure the cabin and the area outside," he heard her say to her colleagues. "Wilhelm, get Ted Hansson out of here. I'll deal with this washed-out specimen." Ruben despondently followed her to the door, limping slightly as the circulation had disappeared from his legs and feet. When they passed the bundle of clothes in the corner, he started. Something didn't feel right about the way they were positioned. "Wait," he said, kneeling beside them. He carefully lifted the topmost coat, a dark blue Canada Goose with a fur-lined hood. Underneath the coat, he found the dead eyes of Gustav Brons staring back at him. 107. He was hungry and cold. They had been topside searching for food, but the chill meant that people were reluctant to go out, which meant there wasn't much to find. The chill had also found its way down to them. Dad had found a discarded duvet in a skip and given it to him. It kept the very worst of the chill out, but it was still so cold that he was shivering. There was also something different about Dad. He was quiet. So quiet. Where the words had always flowed, seemingly endlessly, he was now silent. He had tried to get Dad to talk, tried to bring up subjects that he liked. Old Swedish kings, struggles for territory and power, the assassination of Gustav III. What had happened when a French lieutenant by the name of Bernadotte had been made King of Sweden. He'd heard Dad talk about that kind of thing 1,000 times, always with the same enthusiasm. Now, there was none of that left. He knew that Vivi was worried about him, but that she didn't want to show it. But he could still see it. He saw everything. The dark made everything clear. Dad always lay close to him when it was time to go to sleep, especially now they needed to keep warm. He felt Dad's breathing as his ribs slowly rose and fell. The breathing of sleep. He carefully laid a hand against Dad's back, which was turned towards him. He didn't want to wake him. Dad's sleep had been restless for a long time now. He needed his sleep. The crown lay on Dad's other side, carefully placed on a piece of cardboard. In his sleep, Dad was mumbling Mum's name, over and over again. He had begun to do it more and more often. The ground shook as a train passed by. It was probably almost empty at this time of night. He wondered what the people on the train would think if they knew how close by they were. People they wouldn't dignify with so much as a glance topside. The invisible ones. That was why they called the people on the trains the visible ones. Because they saw each other, and they saw themselves. Perhaps above all, they saw themselves. He didn't want to be one of them. He thrived on invisibility, on floating between dream and reality, floating in darkness. As Dad said Mum's name again in a tone of pain, he stroked his back gently. He crawled closer and pulled his duvet over Dad too. With his cheek against Dad's leather jacket, he fell asleep to the sound of the rails singing. Tomorrow, things would probably be better. Tomorrow, Dad would put on his crown and tell them all about the kings who came before him. Tomorrow. 108. Have a space blanket. Sarah leaned over to wrap the foil emergency blanket around him. It was cramped and a little difficult for her to reach him in the back seat of the car, but she did her best, as if he were a child. Ruben felt his humiliation growing by the second. He was supposed to be the hero. He was supposed to be the one who found Dragan and brought the villain to Sara. She was supposed to have swooned and fallen into his arms. Instead, he was sitting here wrapped in foil like a burrito. And he was freezing.
Thanks,
he muttered, avoiding looking her in the eye. Damn it. He still thought she was the most gorgeous thing he'd ever seen. Her sumptuous curves, her uniform, and the way she calmly issued orders to the other officers. Sara seemed to hesitate for a moment. Then, she got into the back seat next to him and closed the car door behind her. Seriously, she said, with a look that burned straight through him. What are you doing here? Ruben swallowed. This was worse than facing the head teacher in high school. He considered a plethora of answers. All of them were better than the truth. But in the end, he decided it was just as well he got it over with. It was all over anyway. I heard you on the phone, he said, about the raid on Dragan, that they had kidnapped someone. When? Sara said, furrowing her brow. And where? At mine? I was on my way to see you, he stammered. But then I heard you through the door. And then you thought, Sara said, her tone neutral. This was worse than if she had been barking at him like a watchdog. Her calm was eerie. I went there and realised that he wasn't in the place where you were going to strike. So I thought of Peter Kronlund and figured he might have a cabin somewhere. You know how it is. No matter how much he says he's out of the family business, there's no such thing as out. They'll always consider Peter's stuff as their own and at their disposal, like a cabin, if they need somewhere to lie low. Smart thinking, Sara said in that same neutral tone. We realised they couldn't be in Tyresö, but it took us much longer to make the other connection. Ruben squirmed miserably in the blanket, making it rustle. Well, yes. It turned out I was right. And I only came to observe, to see whether they were really here. Then I was going to get in touch with you and give you the address. But, said Sara. Her tone was so neutral, she sounded like a robot. But they saw me. And they put me in the house with Ted. He's a bloody crybaby. And why was he there anyway? All he does is talk a load of shit. Ted Hansson has been using the Manojloviches to threaten journalists who have been critical of Sweden's future, she said. We've been tracking him for some time now, as I told you. But when the time came to pay for their services, Ted played dumb, denied he'd ever given them the job in the first place. And when he refused to pay, she nodded towards the cabin. And Gustav Brons? He fidgeted uneasily at the memory of the dead eyes staring at him from underneath the coat.
You never got used to that sort of thing. He burned through the cash from Dragan very quickly, Sara said. Then he made the mistake of borrowing more. He's been in hiding since before Christmas, and both we and Manojlovic's guys have been looking for him. But they got the jump on us, thanks to Josephine. Josephine? Ruben said, his eyes widening. We've been tapping her phone in the hope that we might find Gustav. And she did reveal his hiding place, but she revealed it to Manojlovic in exchange for a few 100,000 kroner. Shit. There go all my illusions about true love. I know. And when it all started out so well, Sara said, smiling ironically. I'm afraid they got there before we did. And that brings us here. We have to be grateful there aren't any more people like Gustav Brons who have to leave in body bags. Sorry, Ruben said, squirming yet again and making the blanket rustle. This was so fucking stupid. I don't even know where to start. I wanted to. He steeled himself. Honesty wasn't something that came naturally to him in these situations. But after his brush with death, he couldn't stick to his old ways. He didn't dare look Sara in the eyes as he continued. I completely threw my judgment out of the window, he said. Because I wanted to impress you. I know I'm a pathetic bastard, so I wanted to show you another side to me. I wanted to make you proud of me. I wanted to be your hero. The silence that followed felt loud enough to shatter the car windows. His cheeks felt hot and flushed, and he continued to stare at the headrest in front of him, trying not to turn towards Sara again, no matter how much he wanted to. The rustle of the blanket would only compound his misery. Cool guys didn't rustle. Finally, he dared to turn his head and look at her. What he saw was anything but the contempt he was dreading. It looked almost like love. Without saying a word, she leaned forward and kissed him. And Ruben kissed her back, as only a man wrapped in a tinfoil blanket could. 109. 5 days to go. The journalist from Expressen had wanted to meet Tor at home, but he had refused. There were limits. They could just as well interview him at his place of work. After all, it was all supposed to be about people in the corridors of power. The photographer, however, had not been at all satisfied, so a compromise had been reached. The interview would be conducted in his office, but the pictures would be taken on a rooftop in the old town. Apparently, the photographer had a vision of wintry Stockholm unfolding below Tor, as if the city were under his command. The symbolism was appealing, not that he would admit that to anyone. But the photographer was coming later. For the time being, it was just Tor and the journalist Matilda. They had met on several previous occasions, but Tor had always been on duty as press secretary. I'm afraid I don't have much time, Tor said. The search for the minister is still in full swing. I understand, Matilda said, placing her mobile phone on the table. I promise to be as efficient as possible, but this is a fairly significant profile we're doing, so I hope you've got an hour or two for me. Do you mind if I record this? Tor nodded. Significant profile. He liked the way it sounded. So, what do you want to know? He said. He tried placing his hands behind his neck, but that felt far too macho. He put them in his lap instead. Everything, said Matilda. Of course,
We need to talk about the disappearance of Niklas Stockenberg and how that's affected the ministry and your work at the moment. I know there will be information you can't share for security reasons, but I'd like as much as possible. I'd also like to discuss who you are when Niklas is around, and who you were before you started working for him. Tor cleared his throat. As the Minister of Justice, Niklas Stockenberg does what may be the most important job in Sweden, he began. He then described his close cooperation with Niklas and what a privilege he thought it was to work with such a far-sighted minister. He explained that the search was continuing, but that it was too early to draw any hasty conclusions. He had rehearsed what he would say the night before, so that he was able to include the maximum amount of information without seeming too stressed. He didn't want to disappoint the Prime Minister. Matilda nodded encouragingly as he spoke, but without interrupting him. Working as a politician is unfortunately a risky job these days, Tor said. But Niklas is one of the bravest people I know. We'll find him. Matilda nodded one last time. Then she looked at her mobile on the table and adjusted the volume on the recording. Thanks, she said. And now, if you don't mind, I'd like to hear about Tor Svensson, the politician. You haven't always been a press secretary. You had a political career of your own, didn't you? Well, I was drawn to politics because I wanted to make a difference, Tor said with a smile. As a young man, I saw the serious structural and societal issues that we face in Sweden. These are problems that most people don't seem to see in the same way, or that they weren't interested in solving. You almost make it sound as if you were an activist in your youth. Like Greta Thunberg, Tor said, laughing. No, on the contrary. I was always of the opinion that real change could only be achieved from the inside. That's why I became a politician, even if I'm currently taking a break from that kind of work. Greta tries to exert influence from the outside, and it's more visible. I have to admit that after spending a few years in these corridors, I do find myself wondering whether her tactics aren't more effective if you want to achieve change. Matilda smiled back at him. Politics runs in the family, she said. Your grandfather was politically active, wasn't he? That was an accusation rather than a question. Tor glared at her. She ought to have known better than to bring that up. But she was young and eager. He had known it would come up sooner or later in their conversation. That was why he always declined interviews. He was simply surprised that she had asked about it so early. My grandfather's political interests were a reflection of the time in which he lived, he said, with an edge to his voice. And they weren't particularly different to those of many other people in Sweden at the time. I met my grandfather just twice before he died. On the second occasion, I was 4 years old, so I don't remember him. You must understand that for me, it's like talking about a complete stranger. As for my own political awakening, it was more the result of being in a politically aware sixth form with classmates who thought those things mattered. But if you'd like to write about my grandfather, then I suggest you take a look at the newspaper archive at the National Library. That way I won't have to waste any more of your time. He made as if to stand up, to indicate that the interview was over. No, I'm sorry, the journalist exclaimed, her voice tinged with panic. I didn't mean to. My editor said I had to ask that question. Of course, we're here to talk about you. Tor sat down again, making an arch with his fingertips. He smiled at Matilda. The challenge that Sweden faces is to maintain what was once called law and order, he continued. That's why someone like the minister is so important, because right now we have neither. Our laws are inadequate, and we haven't had any order in a long time. We've all read about the rise in violence in our suburbs, shootings in which both the perpetrators and the victims are barely more than children, the escalating drug trade in schools and places of employment. But the problem runs deeper than that. It's structural. We have to start from scratch. We have to build a new society based on respect and equality. A society in which criminal gangs cannot gain a foothold. In that respect, our Minister of Justice is a crucial instrument, and I am proud to be able to support him in that work. And what role are you going to play in that work in a few years' time? Matilda said, her admiration clearly audible. Tor smiled broadly at her. I envisage an opportunity to be involved in leading it. 110.
I hear Sara came and saved you.
Ruben snorted and strongly considered ignoring Christer altogether. However, that option was tricky because they were sitting opposite each other in the canteen, each with a sandwich and a cup of coffee.
Oh, I was just unlucky,
Ruben said.
I love the picture of you in the police car with that foil blanket on you. Where did you see that?
Ruben stared at Christer in amazement. He had thought what happened in the police car stayed in the police car.
Apparently it's all over Twitter or whatever it is they call it.
Adam showed me this morning. One of the officers took it and posted it. I think he said it was a virus.
Viral,
Ruben said testily, taking a big bite from his cheese and ham sandwich.
It's viral.
Then he put the sandwich down on the worn white plate.
How did you pluck up the courage to get with Lasse?
He said. Christer paused in astonishment, his sandwich halfway to his mouth. Why do you ask?
Well, I'm just wondering.
Ruben immediately regretted his question. The most emotional conversation he and Christer had ever had was when they had both grieved over AIK's defeat by Djurgården the previous summer. Aha, Christer said, taking a bite from his sandwich, a big smile on his face.
What do you mean, aha?
Ruben said, squirming wretchedly. He was so stupid. He should have kept his mouth shut. It's Sara, isn't it? Who, I would like to point out again, saved you.
For the last time, she didn't save me.
Aha, so it is her then, Christer said, unable to conceal his glee at his colleague's obvious discomfort.
Do we have to talk about this?
Said Ruben, still squirming.
You started it.
Yes, but, Ruben said, sighing.
Damn it.
Christer suddenly looked at him seriously. Then he put down his sandwich on his plate and leaned forward. It's like a bungee jump.
A bungee jump? What do you mean?
Well, I mean that love is like a bungee jump.
What are you on about? Have you been drinking?
Ruben gazed suspiciously at his colleague across the table. No, I mean it. It's like a bungee jump. You can't stand around thinking about it for too long. That gives you time to get scared. And then you might not do it. Looking back, it scares me how close I came to bottling it. The trick is not to think. Just do it.
Just do it,
Ruben repeated.
That's the best advice you have when it comes to love. Just do it.
Yep, said Christer cheerfully, picking up his sandwich. Disgusted, he removed the top layer from his sandwich and extracted the green lettuce leaf from underneath it. Does anyone know what this is for? He said. Who came up with the idea of adding a dirty, great piece of lettuce to an otherwise perfectly decent sandwich?
They stopped putting them in. Would anyone ever ask why they hadn't been given a piece of lettuce in their sandwich? I've already taken mine out, Ruben said, pointing to a sad-looking green leaf on his plate. Then he sighed. You say I've just got to jump? Just jump. Ruben shook his head. I would never have thought it, but you've been bungee jumping. Christer laughed. Me? He said, wiping his eyes. Go bungee jumping? I think maybe you're the one who's been drinking. Not on my life. 111. Nathalie knocked on the door of Tor's office and then went in without waiting for an answer. Mina shook her head as she followed. Her daughter had obviously inherited her father's determination. Tor was standing by his desk, speaking into the phone. I'll talk to you later, he said when he spotted Mina and Nathalie. I have to go. How's it going? Nathalie said. Have you found Dad yet? Tor leaned against the edge of the desk and sighed. Nathalie, I know this must be the worst Christmas ever for you, he said gently. It's not the ministry who are doing the searching. It's the security service. But we still don't have anything. I wanted the two of you to come in because I wanted to find out how you were doing. How are you feeling? Is there anything I can do? There was a bowl of boiled sweets on Tor's desk, wrapped in paper adorned with the logo of the government offices. Nathalie helped herself, tore off the wrapper, and popped the sweet into her mouth. How do you think I'm feeling? She said. According to that awful message, Dad's only got a few days left to live. Surely you or the security service have a way to track down people who go missing. Why don't you do that? Since you want to know what you can do. And once you've found him, put him inside a kryptonite box with 10,000 security guards outside it. Mina could hear how close to tears her daughter was, and there was nothing she could do about it, except be a mother. She went over to her and softly patted Nathalie's back. Outside the window, the snow had begun to fall again, but it was the wet snow of the inner city that quickly turned to slush as soon as it touched the ground. That was exactly my plan, Tor said, waving his index finger in the air. He's going to have more security than the President of the USA when this is all over. And to answer your question about tracking people, we've been able to locate his mobile phone. If only he had taken it with him. Tor waved towards the desk, where there was a mobile phone lying by the computer. That's your dad's, he said. We found it in a desk drawer. Mina glanced at Nathalie, whose shoulders slumped. We've also talked to Grandad, Nathalie said in a low voice, sitting down on one of the chairs in front of the desk. But he didn't know anything either. Walter, Tor said, perking up. How was he? I've always liked him. Did you know he was the first person in your family that I ever met, long before I started working with Niklas? I did an internship with him. Well, he wasn't in the Supreme Court back then, obviously. But, I'm sorry. I'm rambling. When did you talk to him? Tor had said, your family. Mina was still unaccustomed to being part of a family, but she had little difficulty imagining that Walter had got along with the austere man who inhabited this office. We went there the day before Christmas Eve, Mina said. He mentioned you too. He seemed well, Nathalie said. We had some coffee, and he had nut cookies and toffee cookies, like a real granddad. But he hadn't heard anything about Dad. Tor frowned. Not cookies, he said. Are you sure? Nathalie nodded and opened her mouth to say something. Then she closed it again with a snap. That was it. That was what Mina had known was wrong when they had been in Äppelviken. She cursed herself. She should have realized at once. It had been so long since she'd seen Walter that she could be excused for not remembering his preferences. Nonetheless, she should have. Walter's and Niklas's. Because, Tor began. Because Grandad is allergic to nuts, Nathalie said, and Tor nodded. But how come you know that? It was probably 10 years before you were born, Tor said. When Walter was in the Supreme Court, he and his colleagues went out for their Christmas meal at, I think it was Operakällaren. There were nuts in Walter's meal. He nearly died. It wouldn't have made the headlines normally, but it was Christmas. The newspapers loved the whole scenario, and Walter's health was national news for days. I remember that, Mina said. When Niklas and I were married, there was only one time when Walter permitted anything that he was allergic to into his home. That was when his son came to visit. Nut cookies were always served. They were Niklas's favourite. Walter wasn't so allergic that he couldn't be in the same room. I remember it well. Then she gasped and struggled to speak before she continued. Walter had a plate of biscuits out because he'd just had coffee with someone else when we arrived. It must have been Niklas. I'd bet anything that Walter is hiding him in the house. Nathalie stared at her for several seconds. Then she turned to Tor. It's probably best that you call all those guards and police officers and soldiers that you have. They need to be at my granddad's in the next 30 seconds. Tor grabbed his phone, but then he stopped. I agree that we need to look into this, he said, but it needs to be done carefully. While it's heroic of Walter to hide his son, if he really has, it also means that Walter could be in danger. Whoever recorded that message might also hurt him. We don't want anyone to get wind of the fact that we have a theory about where Niklas is. It's going to take a while to coordinate everything discreetly. Nathalie looked as if she wanted to object, but Mina placed a soothing hand on her arm. If your father is at Walter's, then he must have asked for his protection for a very good reason, she said. If lots of police show up in all their gear, he might just run for it. He's never liked having guards around him, as you know, and he managed to give his own security detail the slip. She glanced at Tor, who was shuffling awkwardly, even though she knew it wasn't his fault. Her ex-husband was very strong-willed, but his escape from his security detail would probably have consequences for someone, somewhere, who might not be in their job much longer. If Walter has managed to hide him for this long, then he can keep on doing it for another hour or so, she said. Niklas is obviously safe there, given that no one has found him yet. Don't forget that I'm a police officer too. We've got to let Tor and the security service handle this. Nathalie folded her arms and pouted. Well, I'm going there, she said. I want Dad to tell me why he left without saying anything to us. That's not actually a bad idea, Tor said. A granddaughter and a former daughter-in-law paying a visit to an elderly relative at Christmas. Nothing strange about that. You go there and talk to Niklas if he is there, and ask him to come back here with you. If he refuses, try to make him understand that he at least needs his core security detail. He knows they're discreet. Nathalie turned on her heel and left. Mina was about to follow her when Tor stopped her. He waited until Nathalie was safely in the corridor. Take your own car, he said in a low voice. And take the long way.
as if you only decided spontaneously that you're going to visit dear old Walter, just in case you're being watched. He paused and glanced towards the corridor. Then he lowered his voice even more. I don't know who can be trusted anymore. I'm sure Niklas is fine, but make sure you take your service weapon, just to be on the safe side. 112. The closer to the house in Äppelviken they got, the angrier Nathalie became. How could her grandfather have lied to her like that? She knew it was good of Walter to protect his son, but Niklas didn't need protecting from his own daughter. She was going to give Walter a piece of her mind. I should have thought of it when we were there. Nathalie thumped the dashboard. Take it easy, Mina said, indicating to turn right. It's brilliant that you thought of it at all. And Niklas is safe. No one knows he's there apart from us and Tor. Well, I say no, but I'm pretty sure. What's up with this weird route? Nathalie said. This isn't the normal way to Grandad's. It pays to be careful, Mina said, glancing in the rearview mirror. She drew a sigh of relief. She hadn't seen anyone who seemed to be following them at any point during the drive. We're almost there. Nathalie stared at the road as if she could make the car go faster by willing it to. The two of them were silent for the final stretch up to the house. The snow had continued to fall and lay on the road in a thin layer. It looked very Christmassy, but Nathalie couldn't have cared less. Nut cookies. How incredibly stupid. She'd always been told that her grandfather was probably one of Sweden's most intelligent people. She almost burst into laughter at the stupidity of it all. There was no way that Dad was getting the Christmas present she had bought for him. Her mother pulled onto the driveway and parked beside Grandad's car, just like last time. It was still in the same place. Nathalie guessed that he didn't go out driving very often. They pressed the doorbell. The last time they had been there, they had been expected. But they were now unannounced. It might take Walter a while to open up. Nothing happened. Mina rang the bell again. There was nothing audible from within. Nathalie reached forward and pressed the bell hard for a third time. He doesn't seem to be at home, she said, looking around. Why don't we check the windows? Dad might be in the basement. There's a large attic too, if I recall correctly, Mina said, nodding. Walter must have kept him out of sight of that woman who comes to help out, so I think you're right. The basement or the attic. Nathalie tried the door handle. To her surprise, the door opened. She and her mother exchanged a look. They both knew that Walter never ever left his front door unlocked. Mina nudged it open. Something was wrong. Nathalie could feel it with every fibre of her being. Mum, she whispered anxiously. I know, Mina whispered in reply. Stay here. No way. She took her mother's hand, and together they crossed the threshold. The hallway was completely silent. Mina pressed the switch on the wall just inside the door, but the lights did not come on. Walter? Mina called out cautiously, but was met with resounding silence. Grandad? Dad? Nathalie shouted, unable to disguise the panic in her voice. Mina took a few more steps into the dark hall before shouting again. Walter! It's Mina and Nathalie! They proceeded with caution. Mina turned on the torch on her mobile phone. The beautiful old floorboards creaked beneath Nathalie's feet. She felt her pulse quicken. Her mother seemed to be just as nervous as Nathalie felt. Her mother, the detective, who could do everything. "Dad!" she shouted as loudly as she could. The noise made Mina jump. She turned around and shushed Nathalie. "Don't shout like that. We don't know what's happened." "Do you think something has happened to Dad?" Nathalie said, not feeling at all brave any longer. She should have stayed outside, but it was too late now. "It's probably fine," Mina said. "Your grandfather is probably just having a nap, and your father will be here somewhere." Nathalie shook her head. "No," she says. "Can't you feel it? There's something very wrong in here. It smells weird. It's sort of metallic." A few meters ahead of them in the hall, the door leading down to the basement was open. It was hard to see in the dark, but there seemed to be something lying on the floor in the doorway. Nathalie pointed. Mina unholstered her gun and gestured to Nathalie to stay where she was. When Mina reached the doorway, she shone her mobile downwards. Then she crouched. Nathalie heard a strange sound come from her mother. "Stay where you are!" Mina shouted vehemently. "Don't come here! Wait there! I'll only be gone for a second." Mina disappeared down the stairs to the basement, but the light from her phone had already shown Nathalie what had happened. It was her grandfather who was lying in the doorway. "Grandad!" she shrieked, rushing towards him. Walter was lying with his feet in the doorway and his upper body on the steps, as if he had tripped on his way down. He wasn't moving. "Has he hurt himself?" she said. "Is he injured? Or is it a heart attack? I've heard—" She stopped short when she saw the blood. It was coming from the back of Walter's head and trickling down the steps. She instinctively took 2 steps back. "Nathalie," her mother said as she quickly climbed the stairs, taking care not to stand in the blood. Mina put her hands on Nathalie's shoulders and led her backwards into the hall. "Nathalie, look at me." Nathalie had difficulty concentrating. That was her grandfather. "Look at me, Nathalie." Nathalie did as she was told and looked her mother in the eyes. Mina had an expression that Nathalie had never seen before. "Walter's dead," Mina said boldly. "It was not an accident. Someone has killed him, and it happened recently in the last half hour. Can you smell that? It's gunpowder. We might have passed the murderer on our way here." "And Dad?" said Nathalie, muffling a sob. "I think he was here, in the basement. I saw a mattress on the floor down there. But he's not here now. Whoever killed Walter has taken Niklas." 113. 3 months. 3 months without Dad. No one said anything to him, but he could see it in their eyes. He'd searched for him every time he'd gone topside. Today he'd thought he'd seen him. Dad's bushy hair, his brown leather jacket. He'd seen him from behind, walking away. But when he'd run to catch up with him and tugged at his sleeve, the man had turned around, and it hadn't been Dad. 3 months. The longest he had been gone before had been 2 months. But before he had left, while he had still been there, he had withdrawn into the silence, into a place where he couldn't reach Dad. He had tried. He never cried normally because the darkness didn't allow you to cry. No one who was invisible could allow themselves to cry. But the week before Dad disappeared again, He hadn't been able to stop the tears. Yet Dad had remained silent. His hand was no longer warm. It was no longer strong. It no longer sought his. And when he took it in his, the hand no longer felt like Dad's.
"Look, I'm the king!"
The new guy, who had turned up out of nowhere a few days earlier, had put on Dad's crown. He capered around, expecting laughter from the others. No one laughed. The rage rose within him, quickly and hotly, and made his ears ring. Without thinking, he rushed forward with a roar that came from deep within. He threw himself at the guy's skinny, heroin-addled body with all his might, causing them both to crash to the ground. He tore the crown from the guy's head and pressed it to his chest. The guy got up slowly. There was something dangerous in his eyes. But that didn't matter. He wasn't scared. He had Dad's crown.
"I'd go if I were you. Before something happens."
Crazy Tom's calm voice. One by one, the others got to their feet. They did nothing. There was nothing more to say. They stared at the guy with the same expressions on their faces. He got the message. Angrily, he grabbed his rucksack and sleeping bag and stalked off towards one of the other tunnels.
"What's all this fuss?"
Dad's voice. He wasn't sure whether he was imagining it, whether the crown in his arms was summoning Dad's voice. But when he turned around, there he was. Dad. The king. Yet not. He had slumped into a pale imitation of himself. His cheekbones protruded prominently from a face that had lost its accustomed shape, and his big brown jacket hung limply from his body like loose skin.
"Give it to me,"
Dad said softly, reaching for the crown. He slowly handed it over. He wanted to throw himself into Dad's arms like he always did, but something held him back. Something that was different. Something alien. There was no Dad in that gaze anymore. There was no sparkle, no light dancing in the glow of the fire. The eyes were dark. Dead.
"I've come to say goodbye,"
he said, bowing slightly. Vivian made to step forward, but out of the corner of his eye, he saw Crazy Tom extend an arm to hold her back. Something was going on. Something he didn't understand. Slowly, Dad raised his hands and placed the crown onto his head. It shone gold, and Dad closed his eyes as he removed his hands, letting the crown rest on his head. Then he turned to them. He held out his hands. For a moment, he resembled Jesus. It was as if the crown on his head were made from thorns.
"I was wrong. She was right. This isn't life. Life is with her. Life is in the sun."
Don't do it. Think of the boy, Vivian said gently. What did she mean? He frowned as he tried to understand. But he understood nothing of what was happening. Vivian came over and stood behind him with her arms around his chest. It felt more as if she was restraining him than an embrace. Dad slowly began to back away, the crown still glittering on his head. The ground began to shake as a train approached. He kept looking at Dad and writhing in Vivian's embrace, but that only made her tighten her grip. "I love you. Don't forget that," Dad said. For just a moment, some of the sparkle returned to his eyes. Then it was gone again, and they were black and bottomless. The ground shook more, and he could hear the train close by. Dad was standing in the middle of the track. He needed to move. Dad needed to move. He tried to shout, but not a sound came out, not a peep. Vivian clutched him even tighter, so tightly that he could barely breathe. "I'll tell your mum all about you," Dad said. The train was even louder now. Their gazes were locked together. And then a tiny, tiny light was illuminated in Dad's eyes. Or perhaps it was just the reflection of the crown. The train was visible in the distance. Dad raised his arms even higher without averting his gaze. They were locked together, connected for all eternity. Then he was gone. The sound of the impact echoed off the train, and seconds later there was the scream of brakes in his ears. The train slowly came to a halt. Then silence. Nothing but silence. Vivian loosened her grip. She turned towards him and took his face in her hands. "You've got to be a big boy now," she said gently. "And you have to trust us. You're our prince. Go into the left-hand tunnel and stay there until I come to fetch you. Do you promise?" He nodded. He didn't know what they were going to do, but it didn't matter. He knew that Dad was gone, and that was the only thing that mattered. He slowly walked towards the left-hand tunnel. The king was dead. 114. Julia glanced at Adam and saw his concentration as he piloted the police car along the snowy Bromma roads at high speed. If it hadn't been for the gravity of the situation, Julia would have made him pull over so that she could straddle him then and there. He was extremely sexy in his freshly pressed uniform. What most people didn't realize was that even police officers were turned on by uniforms. But there wasn't time for that. They were playing catch-up with the Swedish media. She had barely got off the phone with Tor from the Ministry of Justice when the first journalist had called. If there was one thing that not all police officers were good at, it was keeping quiet. The news of the murder of a former Supreme Court judge had spread at the speed of light, especially when it had turned out to be the father of the missing Minister of Justice. Walter's death was the shot in the arm that the newspapers needed to keep the headlines about Niklas relevant just a little while longer. The assembled masses from the Swedish media were probably already en route to the same house in Äppelviken as she and Adam were, as well as Tor Svensson. When they arrived at Walter Stockenberg's house, Adam parked behind Mina's car. Julia asked him to stay there and got out, giving him a yearning look. Mina was sitting on the steps leading up to the house with her arm around her daughter. "First things first," Julia said as she jogged towards the house. "She needs to get out of here right now." She pointed at Natalie. "Unless we want the tear-streaked face of the minister's daughter on the front pages of the tabloids tomorrow." Natalie started and shook Mina's arm off her. "What do you mean?" Natalie said, looking confused. "What tabloids? We only just called the police." "Which means that every single photographer and reporter with a half-decent phone camera is heading here right now," Julia said.
Adam's in the car. He'll drive you home and make sure you've got company until Mina gets back. Nathalie rose on unsteady legs. Mina nodded to her daughter and squeezed her hand. "I'll be back as soon as I can," Mina said. "I promise." Nathalie walked over to the police car. After opening the door, she turned around and took one last look at Walter's house. Then she sobbed loudly before getting into the car. Adam floored the accelerator. Julia turned to Mina, who was surveying the lawn and its apple trees in front of the house. "I can't believe we used to sit here in the summer in peace and quiet, having a coffee with Walter and Beata," Mina said. "The garden furniture under the tree hasn't changed at all." Even though it was still only the afternoon, the garden was already shrouded in darkness. It was incomprehensible how anyone got through December. The sun went down almost before it had risen. But Julia could imagine what an idyll this must be on summer evenings. She could see that Mina's eyes had moistened, but there were no tears. Julia guessed they would follow later. Right now, they were both in work mode. "Tor told me how you worked out where Niklas was," she said. "That's one smart kid you have." "Niklas owes Nathalie an explanation for why he just upped and left her," Mina said, looking at her. "She's been so worried about him. He thought he was safe with his father. I wanted him to have time to talk to her before the inevitable media storm kicked off. How could I have predicted this? It turns out he was just at Walter's in safe, leafy Bromma." "Have you found anything indicating where he might be now?" Mina shook her head. "I've searched the whole house," she said. "He's not here now. But the basement is in a right state, and there's a mattress on the floor. Wherever he is, I don't think it's of his own volition. We might have been wrong before, when we thought someone had taken him. But this time, it seems he really has been abducted. And Walter must have got in the way." They were interrupted by a car stopping outside the low hedge that separated the garden from the road beyond. "That's probably Tor," Julia said, nodding towards the car. A moment later, the car doors opened, and Tor and his entourage got out. Tor nodded in her direction, adjusted his collar under his jacket, and set off towards them. "The press will be here at any moment," Julia said to Mina, more gently than before. "But don't say a word to them, okay? I'll handle this. And get off that cold step before you freeze to death." 115. Adam had been very succinct on the phone, but Vincent had grasped the essentials. Nathalie's grandfather, Mina's former father-in-law, was dead. When Adam asked if Vincent could keep Nathalie company until Mina got home, he said yes right away. Adam had suggested bringing Nathalie to Vincent's house in Tyresö, but that felt like an extremely bad idea. The house felt more and more like a bear trap that might snap around him at any moment, and anyone else who happened to be in the house at that time. So Vincent had suggested they meet at Mina's apartment instead, since that was a place where Nathalie would feel safe. He had set off immediately and had managed to arrive before Adam and Nathalie, which meant he had been waiting in the cold outside the main door in Årsta. He had never been there without Mina before. It felt strange to be there now, as if he were a trespasser. But Mina had a family now, unlike him. He tried to block out thoughts of where his family might be. He was afraid that the panic would paralyze him completely if he let it in. But being unable to do anything was driving him mad. If only he understood what it was the shadow expected of him. But the thoughts and ideas of crazy people could never be predicted. He would have liked to stand on the roof of police headquarters and cry out for help. The only thing stopping him was the threat, which he was taking deadly seriously. If the police got involved, things would go badly. All he could do was wait for the shadow to get in touch again, and in the meantime, try to keep busy. He had to trust that the shadow was treating his family well. Keeping Nathalie company was therefore not only something he wanted to do, but also a necessary and welcome distraction. A police car pulled around the corner and approached the building. At first, he thought it was Adam and Mina, but then he realised it was actually Nathalie sitting beside Adam. She really was becoming more and more like her mother, at least in terms of appearance. The car stopped, and Vincent opened the door for Nathalie. "Thanks for your help, Vincent," Adam said from inside the car. "I've got to head straight to police headquarters now." "Of course," Vincent said. "Nathalie and I will stay here until Mina gets back." Nathalie quietly got out of the car. She didn't say anything as she entered the building or as she climbed the stairs to the apartment. Vincent knew better than to push her. She had a lot to process. All he could do was make sure it wasn't too overwhelming for her. They went into the apartment. Nathalie took off her shoes and dropped her coat on the floor before making her way into the living room. She sat down stiffly on the sofa and stared at the wall in front of her. Vincent sat down next to her, taking care not to get too close. "It's so scary," she said at last. Her voice was barely audible. More silence followed. Vincent waited. "He was in his own home," she said suddenly with a sob. "Aren't you supposed to be safe in your own home? What if someone got in here and killed us? It's just unthinkable. Who would want to kill my granddad? He was the kindest man in the world. I mean, he was really strict, but he was still the kindest." Vincent nodded. An intrusion into their own home was a harrowing experience for the majority of people. He knew exactly how it felt when a place where you thought you were always safe no longer offered any protection. But he had to try to make Nathalie feel safe nonetheless. "I don't think it was a regular burglar who killed your grandfather," he said. "Whoever did it was probably looking for your father. He clearly has more dangerous enemies than anyone has realized." Nathalie snuffled. "Because he's the Minister of Justice," she said. "That's crazy." "Because of that? Or because of something else?" Vincent said. "No one knows who sent that business card." "Did you think that hearing that would make me feel better?" she said, smiling feebly at him. "Turns out you're not very good at this." Vincent laughed. "I've done worse," he said. "I tried to comfort your mother once. First I Googled how to do it." "You're weird," Nathalie said, curling up in the corner of the sofa. "I want Dad to come home now. I'm freezing." "That's the shock," Vincent said. "You'll feel strange and out of sorts for a while. It's quite normal, and it does stop, even if it doesn't seem like it will now." He got up and hesitated for a moment before going to Mina's bedroom. He wouldn't normally have dared to go in there, but needs must. "I'll get you a blanket," he said. "Sleep for a while, if you can. If you want to talk or make gingerbread houses or anything else, then I'll be here." Nathalie nodded listlessly. "I think I'm going to rest for a bit," she said quietly.
Vincent took the blanket off Mina's bed and returned to the living room to find that Nathalie had already fallen asleep on the sofa. 116. Both TV4 and SVT had set up portable lighting to make Julia and Tor more visible in the garden, and the journalists who were using their mobile phones to film them were grateful for the boost. Darkness had fallen completely, even though it was only 3:30 in the afternoon. Mina desperately longed for the light of spring. At least the snow made it lighter than it would otherwise have been, but she hated the December darkness. Right now, however, it was her friend. Mina was standing immediately behind Tor and Julia, present, but just beyond the light. No one would think to ask her a question. The impromptu press conference had already gotten off to a shaky start. The reporters reminded Mina of dogs that had found a scent.
"Isn't this a disastrous failure for the police?" said the TV4 reporter. "First, you've been unable to find the Minister of Justice, and then you've been unable to prevent an attack on Walter Stockenberg, the minister's father. This is appalling. Who is in charge? How does the police authority intend to proceed?"
"I'm afraid we can't divine people's actions," Julia said, and paused. "It would be great if we were all mind readers, but in reality, people will regrettably continue to be unpredictable," she said, pausing again. It was a tactic Mina recognized. It was the kind of pause her boss also deployed before telling her something unwelcome. But the dogs needed a bone. "This is a very serious situation," Julia said. "We haven't disclosed this until now, but we have reason to believe that there is a new threat against the Minister of Justice. This is likely to be the reason why Niklas Stockenberg went into hiding of his own volition. We had no reason to believe that the threat extended to his family, or his father in particular. That was an error of judgment. Naturally, we will carry out an internal review to examine this." The journalists began to talk over each other. A woman with a mobile phone, raised as a microphone, pushed her way forward. The phone was emblazoned with the logo of Aftonbladet. "I have a question for Mina," she called out. "That is Mina Dabiri standing behind you, Julia, isn't it?" Mina froze. This was completely against the rules. Julia was leading the press conference, and it was to her that all questions were to be posed. There was no reason for Mina to answer questions. But the woman smiled coldly at Mina. "Does this threat extend to you and your daughter? Because the minister is your ex-husband, isn't he? And you have a daughter? How do you feel about that? Are you able to do your job under these conditions? How afraid is your daughter?" The journalists erupted with questions, and the cameras turned towards Mina. She saw nothing but dazzling beams of light shining towards her face. Suddenly, she knew how deer felt when they were on a motorway. There was nowhere to escape to. All she could do was stand still. "May I have your attention?" Tor said. He cleared his throat and then repeated himself more loudly. "May I have your attention? A little professionalism on your part is desirable given the circumstances. Otherwise, this press conference is over." The cameras swung in his direction. "To go back to the first question, this is not a policing failure," he said. "This is a political failure. The police have done the best they can with their limited resources. I must emphasize the word limited, and personally apologize in that regard. That is something we must change. We cannot have a society that allows this kind of thing to happen. Violence and a lack of respect have escalated uncontrollably. And as you can see, this is no longer confined to the suburbs. While it may be true that the police are powerless, this is because society is powerless.
The rule of law in this country is in freefall. Is that the official view of the Ministry of Justice? Said SVT's reporter, raising her eyebrows. No, said Tor. I'm not here today as Niklas Stockenberg's press secretary. Today, I'm here as a politician. I had intended to wait to return to that role, but having seen what the minister, who happens to be a close friend, is facing, I feel that I must act. No one else is. It's been barely 6 months since a serious attack on the minister, and we all know that several other Swedish politicians have paid with their lives in the past. Enough is enough. All the journalists began to talk across each other. Tor pointed to the reporter from TV4. Their camera also had the brightest light. That's very fine rhetoric, the reporter said. But it's rhetoric that we've heard before from other politicians. How are you going to make a difference? I have a tangible plan of action, said Tor. As soon as I've had a chance to brief Parliament on it, and I will, it will be communicated to the Swedish public. You won't miss it. But you aren't a member of Parliament, the reporter said. Yet. I'm not a member of Parliament. Yet. All the lights were now shining on Tor in the dark garden. And while Mina was standing diagonally behind him and could only see his back, she could have sworn that he was loving every moment of it. 117. He had never really imagined how he would feel when the world no longer contained his own father. For as long as he could remember, Walter had been a kind of constant primordial force, an omniscient entity who was constantly watching and constantly judging, but one that also loved. Now, more than ever, Niklas remembered the moments when his father had shown him love, given him security, taught him things that could never be taken from him. But Walter had been taken from him. Niklas could still hear the shot ringing in his ears. He could still see the blood in his mind's eye. It had been forever imprinted upon him. The only question was how long forever would last. 5 days, if the voice on the telephone was to be believed. 5 days to live. Niklas shivered. He was freezing cold. His coat was still in his father's basement, and he was wearing nothing but chinos and a thin shirt. The cold and wet had begun to creep inside his clothes, and he jumped up and down on the spot to keep warm. There was a rustling in the gravel as something scurried away, having been disturbed by his movements. He tried not to think about what it might be. So much regret, and yet not. He had made the best decision he could at the time, and he really had made the most of it. He had lived the very best life he could. He pictured the dinner with Nathalie and Mina. It felt like an eternity ago, even if it had only been a week or so. A dinner he had never thought would happen. Yet they had sat there, all three of them, around a table, as a family. He knew they could never be a traditional family again. Too much water had passed under the bridge for that. Both he and Mina were not the same as they had been when they lived together. But it had still been clear to him that there was love between them, even if it was a different kind of love to what they had shared before. The love that existed now centered on Nathalie and united them forever. It was a strong and unbreakable bond. Or so he had believed. That was when he had naively believed that they had the rest of their lives to share the joys of their daughter's life. It had been comfortable but foolhardy to allow himself to forget the truth. There was so much he would miss. Nathalie's first sweetheart, her first heartbreak, graduation from senior high school, going to university,
Her choice, of course. Her partner, her wedding, her kids. All the things that formed the patchwork that was life. He had taken it for granted that he would be there for all of that. But now he was trying to cling to the idea that Nathalie would at least have her mother by her side. He couldn't remember how he had got to the place he now found himself in. There had been a sting, a smarting feeling under the skin, and then darkness. The wheelchair lying on the ground next to him explained how he had been transported. At least he knew roughly where he was. The first time he had heard the sound rumbling past on the other side of the locked door, he had realized. But there was no way out. He had chosen his fate on that occasion long ago. Now it was time to pay the price. The problem was that the price suddenly seemed far too great. 118. Julia was so exhausted that she couldn't even bring herself to take off her coat after returning from the media scrum at Walter Stockenberg's house. She slumped down into the chair in front of her father's desk and watched him pacing back and forth across the room. The commissioner's brow was furrowed. "It's as if I'm stuck in a vice that's being constantly tightened," he said. "It was bad enough when the minister went missing, and now this business with Walter. It's only a matter of time before the press call for my resignation, or a politician from some minor party spots their chance to beat their chest. It's happened to government ministers before, so why not a police commissioner?" "Just tell me what you need," Julia said. "I'll do my best to sort it out." He stopped moving. "It's very simple," he said, turning to her. "I need this case solved. No more, no less. If I have understood things correctly, there is a threat towards Niklas Stockenberg, which is similar to what happened to Jon Langset, which has also, I gather, happened on a further 2 occasions, that you know of. And yet you are no closer to a solution than the last time I saw you." Julia considered mentioning that the last time they had met, her father had insisted that Gustav Brons was behind all of it, but she held her tongue. Instead, she sighed deeply and gazed out of the window. What if life could be as black and white as a police investigation? Guilty, not guilty. Murdered, not murdered. Married, not married. "Julia?" She looked up at her father. "How are you?" he said, more gently than before. "I know I don't ask that often, but how are things at home?" That was the thing. She was no longer sure of anything. Torkel, Harry, and Adam filled her thoughts every waking minute, every second of every day. One moment she knew what to do, the next she changed her mind. Could she and Torkel save their wounded marriage? Did she even want that? Did Torkel? And what about Adam? What did she want from him? The sex was good. No, it was better than that. It was incredible. But was there anything beyond that? All of these thoughts flashed through her mind in just a few seconds. They were well-worn thoughts that often gnawed away at her. But she knew she had to make some kind of decision. But whatever decision she took, it would have wide-ranging consequences not just for her, but for Torkel, Harry, and Adam. They were like a row of dominoes, just waiting for her to nudge the first one. Her father was waiting for an answer, his face puzzled. "I know you're counting on me and the team," she said, avoiding the question. "And we'll crack this.
I know it might seem as if we're not on it, but I'm sure we are. On it. She needed to be on it. Everyone expected her to be on it. They always did. Yulia always stayed cool and composed. But life had become complicated. Perhaps she ought to take a break and go and gossip with some colleagues whose names she barely knew. She could drink coffee in the break room, eat ginger biscuits, ask people how they'd celebrated Christmas. But she quickly let go of that thought. She had to work. Somewhere in the jumble of information, data, evidence, and statements, there was an answer. She knew that. There always was. Good, said the commissioner. Because if I lose my job, then I'll hold you directly responsible. That would make for a really bad atmosphere at our next family Christmas. He was interrupted by a loud ringing sound. It was Yulia's phone. The display showed the caller to be the National Board of Forensic Medicine. She gave her father a look, and he nodded grimly, so she answered. Hi, Yulia. Hope you had a good Christmas, Milda said. Sorry to bother you, and I'm sure it's nothing, but I'd still like to check with you. What's it about? Said Yulia. And thank you, I had a good Christmas. I hope you did too. Well, it's just that Loke hasn't shown up for work today, said Milda. And I can't get hold of him on the phone either. I'm sure there's a natural explanation. Maybe he's just ill? This is Loke we're talking about. The world's most reliable person. He hasn't missed a day's work since he started here. And he always lets me know if he's going to be more than about 90 seconds late. So I just wanted to check that he didn't say anything to you yesterday about going away or anything like that. I've been a little distracted lately, so I might have forgotten about it. Yulia frowned. To me? I didn't see Loke yesterday. That's strange. He was supposed to take the documents to you. Didn't he? Milda was interrupted by a shrill ringing sound. Yulia held her mobile away from her ear to avoid being deafened. Hang on, Yulia, Milda said, talking more quickly than before. I'm sorry, that's the hospital calling me on my private number. I need to take it right away. But do call me if you hear anything about Loke. Milda hung up before Yulia even managed to say goodbye. The commissioner looked at her with a quizzical expression. What was that all about? He said. I'm not quite sure, Yulia said. It was about Loke, the most recent addition to your team. Yes, apparently he didn't turn up for work today. 119. Vincent hadn't heard anything from Mina since she had relieved him at her apartment. She hadn't asked him to stay, but that wasn't particularly strange. She needed to be alone with her daughter. He hadn't tried to reach her since then either, but he had still been thinking about her. In fact, he couldn't think about anything else. It felt as if he were drowning, and Mina was his lifebuoy. But he didn't dare reach out his hand to ask to be saved. That wasn't something one could ask of anyone. He wanted to avoid the empty house in the evening as much as possible. There were far too many ghosts there. So he had gone out for a walk in the woods to clear his head. But as usual, he'd been hopelessly inappropriately dressed. The snow had penetrated into his loafers in just a few minutes, and he'd stumbled several times on tree roots hidden in the darkness by the white blanket of snow. His headache, however, was absent for the time being. He stayed out in the woods for as long as he could, no matter how unsteady and cold he was. However, he eventually gave up when he stopped to lean against a fir tree, which immediately dropped all the snow off its branches straight down his neck and inside his clothing. Mina would probably have laughed her head off if she had been there to see his discomfort.
After his soggy walk in the woods, he took a long, hot shower. Then he fetched a bottle of whiskey, an Akeshi single malt peated from Japan, that he kept for very special occasions. He took the bottle and a glass into his study, where the timeline of his Christmas presents was still attached to the wall. He poured a little whiskey into the glass and set down the bottle. The Akeshi was perfectly balanced, and one of the few whiskies that required no extra water to adjust the molecular composition and flavour. He stared into the glass to avoid the threats on his wall. After sipping his way through 3 glasses, he looked at the time. It was 9:30. He shook his head. How could time have disappeared so quickly? It seemed impossible that he had been there for several hours. Not only was he losing his mind, but he was apparently also losing his grasp of time. At least the late hour meant that he could get in touch with Mina again without disrupting the work that Walter's murder had doubtless created. And Nathalie might be asleep by now. He picked up his phone. "Hi. Been thinking about you all evening," he wrote. Then he quickly deleted all of that apart from the first word. What the hell was wrong with him? Instead, he wrote, "Hi. Thinking of you. Hope Nathalie is as okay as can be hoped for. Get in touch when you have time." He sent the text message and then stood up. He felt dizzy. Apparently, he was sensitive to alcohol today. He probably should have eaten some dinner. Or breakfast, for that matter. Perhaps he should have eaten anything at all in the last 24 hours, now that he came to think about it. Bloody hell. But it was too late now. He wasn't hungry. He staggered into the bedroom and lay down on the bed. The phone in his hand buzzed. It was a reply from Mina. "It's all still dreadful. Niklas still missing, Nathalie's grandfather still dead. But Nathalie will be okay. She's a tough girl. Can we meet early tomorrow at Police HQ? Bring the letter. I know you have objections, but for once, please trust me." Vincent wanted to ask 100 questions about Nathalie's grandfather and how Mina was feeling and whether she needed him. Especially the last one. Do you need me? But he didn't follow up on the impulse. He sent a reply saying that he would arrive as early as he could and bade her good night. Then he closed his eyes and began to float away. A sound wrenched him out of his light sleep. The alarm clock on the nightstand was beeping furiously. He turned it off and took note of the time. 22:19. He knew with absolute certainty that he hadn't set the alarm. But he no longer had the strength even to feel surprised. The shadow was playing his own game, and he could only follow along until he understood what it was all about. He turned his head and looked out of the bedroom window. For a change, the clouds had disappeared and the moon was casting its light. The snow on the trees and lawn outside shimmered in the moonlight. It looked almost phosphorescent. It was beautiful, but also a little frightening. The moon and the trees didn't care one bit about him. The fact that his family was missing wasn't something the snow had a view on. The world outside the window carried on completely separately from what was happening to Vincent Walter. There were 2 shadows on the lawn. The moonlight revealed their feathers. The ravens were back, as he had somehow known they would be. Just like last time, there were only 2 of them. Now, they were sitting a little further apart, as if waiting for 3 friends to settle down between them. If they hadn't been birds, then he would have thought that
someone was trying to communicate with him in code. But they were birds. They couldn't communicate. Or at least not in code. He sighed and turned his head again. The clock now said it was 22:25. He already knew that he wasn't going to sleep another wink tonight. 120. 4 days to go. Just as Vincent was about to enter the foyer of police headquarters, he saw Julia coming along the pavement. The sun wasn't due to rise for several hours yet, but the streetlights formed puddles of light that made the snow appear luminescent in the dark. Julia's face was like a storm cloud. She had dark bags under her eyes. Vincent waited for her to catch up so they could walk inside together. "Good morning," he said, "and happy 3rd day of Christmas." "Happy—" "You've just made that up, haven't you?" she said. "I'm so sick of Christmas." "Not at all," he said, feigning indignation. "Until the holiday reforms of 1772, today, 3 days after Christmas, was also a public holiday, as indeed was the 4th day of Christmas." They went inside and passed through the barriers. The foyer was silent and deserted. There were no school trips waiting to be admitted, no shivering cops clutching paper cups of coffee by the notice board. They waved to the man behind the reception desk, who was stifling a yawn. "You're here early," Julia said to Vincent. "I didn't even know you were coming in. What does your family have to say about you being gone so much over Christmas?" He came close to telling her. He so badly wanted to explain why he was avoiding his home, to tell her about the headaches that were always worst at home, about the wall in the living room that he was so afraid of, and above all, about the fact that his entire family was missing, that he'd received death threats, and that he was terrified of what would happen next. "I'm seeing Mina," was all he said, which was also true. "But I might ask you the same thing," he said. "What do your family say? You and I seem to be the very first people to arrive in the whole building." Julia was silent for a while. The bags under her eyes suddenly seemed very prominent. "It's complicated," she said. "My family, that is." Vincent nodded. "If you promise not to ask, then I won't either," she added. They proceeded towards the lifts in silence. Vincent would have preferred to take the stairs, but he had started to get to grips with the lifts in police headquarters. It wasn't as bad as it had been that spring, almost 3 years earlier, but it was still far from his favourite place on earth. "By the way, Mina told me about Metro Line 16, the one you discovered doesn't exist," Julia said as the lift doors opened. "Something about an hourglass?" Good. Continuing to talk was the distraction he needed. "Yes, I don't understand it," he said. "I know I'm not wrong. It's too neat a match with the riddle of the hourglasses not to be—" "I spoke to the Metro press office yesterday," Julia said, interrupting. "There was a line 16. It was a temporary line that ran parallel to 2 others. It started in Vällingby on the green line, but ended in Liljeholmen on the red line. Exactly where it switched from one to the other, I don't know. But that's the situation." Vincent felt a weight lift off his shoulders. Perhaps his sanity wasn't in question after all. He had been right. "Interesting," he said. "That we know something more about the person who gave me the hourglasses. Whoever it was, they have detailed knowledge of the Metro. It's worth pondering why. But whatever the reason, it may be where Niklas is now." "You think he's already dead?" Julia said, staring at him. "I don't know.
Vincent said with a shake of the head. I hope not. According to the countdown, he's still got 4 days to go. But 4 days is a long time to stay hidden, given the forces out looking for him. The tunnels would be ideal in that respect. It's a maze down there. The lift doors opened. They stepped out, but then Yulia came to a halt and turned towards him. And you can't be more precise than saying it's line 16. There isn't a particular station you can point us towards. Vincent shook his head. I thought so at first, he said. I thought the number of minutes in the hourglass represented the line number, and that the seconds might be the stations. But that didn't tally with the places where you found the other bones, no matter how I counted. So I'm afraid not. I don't know any more than that right now. Yulia sighed and pulled her phone from her pocket. There's a total of 47 underground metro stations in Stockholm, she said. Line 16 passes 25 of them. I'll request 11 pairs of officers to check out 2 stations each. Ruben and Adam will have to do the other 3. It's going to be a logistical nightmare. Another one. I think the people at the metro are going to be sick of us. But I don't think we have a choice. She called a number and put her phone to her ear. This is going to be a long day, she said with another sigh. 121. Mina looked at her reflection in the mirror. She barely recognized the pale face staring back at her with its red, swollen eyes. For once, she was the one who was late rather than Vincent. But she was unable to bring herself to move any faster. It had been a long night. She had been up talking to her daughter about Walter for hours. She had tried to remember his good side, his marriage to Beata. Natalie had been asleep for the last hour or so, and Mina didn't want to wake her. She had been fine when she had gone to sleep. Mina had been right in her assumption that Natalie was a resilient girl. She would get over this. And she most definitely didn't need a babysitter now that the initial shock had subsided. Mina just hoped that Vincent would think she'd had an allergic reaction when he saw her. She left a note on the kitchen table and then crept out quietly so as not to wake Natalie before driving to police headquarters as quickly as the morning traffic allowed. Vincent wasn't waiting for her at the main entrance as she expected. She looked around the deserted reception area in case he had sat down, but he wasn't there. Had she arrived before him? She went over to the man behind the glass partition. Morning, she said. Have you seen Vincent Walder, if you know who that is? The mind reader, the man said. He appeared to have slept as badly as she had. He arrived a while ago, together with Julia Hammarsten. I think they went upstairs. Mina thanked him and went through the barriers. She had just reached the lifts when the doors opened and Vincent hurried out, looking over his shoulder. They collided head-on, but he caught her in his arms before she fell. Mina? Vincent, she said. What are you doing? He stammered, glancing over his shoulder again. Do you remember what you said about practicing taking the lift? I may have been having a few goes. She laughed. He still hadn't let her go. You're doing cognitive behavioral therapy training using police resources, she said. I might be. He was holding her close enough that she could make out his familiar scent. Vincent? Yes? You're still holding me. Silence. I know. They remained in that position a little longer. She wasn't quite sure what to do. She didn't want to let him go. His warmth was radiating into her, and she hoped that he felt the same thing. They couldn't stand there forever. "People will talk," she said at last. "They'll testify that they saw you kidnapping me." Vincent slowly let go of her. "Why did you want to meet so early?" he said. "And is Natalie okay on her own?" "Natalie's as resilient as her mother," she said. "She's meeting up with friends today. It'll be good for her to do something else. And I had an idea." "Did you bring the letter?" Vincent nodded. "We can send it off to the National Forensic Centre in Linköping and get them to check it for fingerprints," she said. "We can do it anonymously. We can remove everything from the letter that's personally connected to you before we send it." "Fingerprints?" Vincent said in surprise. But he pulled out the letter and handed it over. She shook her head. "I don't want to touch it," she said. "It's fairly common for people who send threats to do so more than once, and to more than one person. You get professional trolls online, but letters are still used occasionally, as you found out. If your letter was sent by anyone who has a criminal record, then we'll be able to find them. We just need to take your fingerprints and send them along so that NFC know which ones to exclude when analysing the letter." Vincent held the letter gingerly between two fingertips and put it back in his pocket. "It's not such a bad idea," he said. "Especially since I still don't have any leads on who they might be. I suppose it is involving the police, but only indirectly. I doubt the Shadow would find out." "Let's take your fingerprints right away," Mina said, setting off down the corridor towards the lab. 122. Christer was standing by the coffee machine. He heaved a deep sigh. The date was glowing on the machine's display. The 27th of December. 4 days of the year left. It seemed as if there wasn't going to be any leave over the Christmas holiday this year. Not that it mattered much. Lasse was going through an intense period of work because of the many festive bookings at the Ulla Vinblad restaurant, which meant he was working long hours. But a few days at home in front of the Gogglebox with a good detective series would have been nice. There hadn't been much of that since Lasse had come into his life. Not that he was complaining. Lasse's company was even better than his personal favourite, Harry Bosch. More handsome, too. Julia came around the corner. She was clutching an empty coffee cup, and her hollow-eyed gaze was like a laser sight trained on the coffee machine. "You look knackered," he said. "Shouldn't you go home to Torkel and Harry?" "Harry?" "Sure," she said. "Each second I spend in this place makes me feel like a crappier mother. Thanks for the reminder." "And Torkel?" Not quite the same pang of guilty conscience there. "You done or what?" She nodded at Christer's mug, which had been filled long ago, but was still in position under the nozzle. He removed it, and Julia almost aggressively inserted her own. Sometime he was going to ask her about what was going on in her life, but this wasn't the right occasion. "You coming then?" said Julia. "We've got a meeting now. I've got a great job for you that'll take the rest of Christmas." He sighed, ditched the coffee in the sink, and put his mug back under the nozzle. This required an absolutely fresh cup of piping hot coffee. 123. I know you're all tired and worn out right now, but I really appreciate the incredible work that you're doing. We've got the eyes of the world on us in the search for the minister, and it's not a cliché in this context to say that the clock is ticking, rather loudly. Julia surveyed her motley group and couldn't help but feel pride at what they had accomplished in their few years together. Above all, she was certain that they would continue to deliver in future. "Ruben, could you update us on what's happened with the Serbian mafia angle?" It was mean, but she couldn't help herself. There were titters from around the room, and Julia struggled not to start laughing. The photo of Ruben in his space blanket and the story about him being rescued by Sara from NOA 2 days ago had spread like wildfire through police headquarters. Nice, Ruben said grumpily. That's just great. But to answer your question, Ted Hansson is at home, safe and sound, and we've concluded that the Serbs have nothing whatsoever to do with our case. Despite the connection to Peter Kronlund and Gustav Brons. Nothing but an unfortunate coincidence. Thanks, Ruben, Julia said with a nod. I hope you've all reflected on how inappropriate it is to go off on your own adventures when on police business. It's great to see initiative being used, but please ensure that common sense is also part of the calculation. Yes, miss, Ruben said irritably. We don't need to talk about this anymore. Well then, let's focus on the angles we still have. We have a few tangibles. Thanks to Vincent, we have a specific location to search for Niklas. It might be that he's somewhere in the metro tunnel system along line 16. The line that doesn't exist. That's what I heard, Christer said. That's right, said Vincent, who was sitting next to Mina. According to Julia, it was a temporary line that ran in parallel to 2 others. But the problem is that it passed through a total of 25 metro stations. How sure are we that he's there? Ruben said. Not at all sure, said Julia. But it's all we've got to go on. So until we have something better, I've requested a search of the tunnels along the line. A number of officers will go over the stations systematically, one by one today. Ruben and Adam, you're also on the list. I saw that, Adam said with a nod. We'll go right after this meeting ends. Great. We've also got the connection that we've identified between the victims. All of them had a depressive episode around 20 years ago. That matches with the Minister of Justice's backstory, according to his father. We still haven't been able to find the unifying factor, but we're looking into whether they might have consulted with the same psychologist and whether there's any connection to the king, whose remains we believe we had in our possession until they were stolen. How are we doing on getting hold of Niklas's psychologist? He's still in Rwanda, and I haven't managed to reach him yet, Christer said, slipping a piece of gingerbread to Bosse, who noisily gobbled it up. Then we'll have to look for a different way in. I'm tired of waiting for him. If all our victims went to see a shrink 20 years ago, then we should be able to see that in their banking records. They must all have made regular payments to the same person or company. A piece of gingerbread caught in Christer's throat, and he coughed. So, he said slowly, you want me to find out what bank accounts our victims had 20 years ago, contact the banks, and ask them to find old statements? During Twixmas? Without me knowing which account they paid the money to? Yep, Julia said, nodding. I told you it would be a great job. Do you realize how many transactions they'll have to go through? And what if they saw the psychologist through the public health service? If so, we'll only see that they occasionally paid consultation fees at their health clinic, which might as well have been for blood tests with the GP. Sisyphus had it easy by comparison. I know, Julia said. But we've got a missing government minister. I'm fairly certain that most people are going to be eager to help. That includes the banks. However, I'm all ears if you have a better suggestion. Christer shook his head. I'll get started right away, he said. Julia consulted the list she had made before the meeting to check she hadn't forgotten anything, but was interrupted by a gentle tap on the glass door. This attracted everyone's attention, and Julia gestured at her colleague outside to open the door. Yes? We're in the middle of a meeting here. You've got to call Milda, the woman said. Do you know what it's about? Can I call her after the meeting? She said it was about Luke. They found him, and he's in the hospital. Julia stared at her. Then she got out her phone. There were 14 missed calls from Milda. 124. He was with Mina at Il Café, just a stone's throw from police headquarters. Julia had brought the meeting to an abrupt close, but had asked them to stay nearby before rushing off. Despite the fact that it was still early, the cafe was already full of 30-somethings hunched over their laptops. Vincent and Mina had managed to bag the last table at the back of the room. He had bought a bun, while she had bought a sandwich, made from crisp bread that he guessed she had no intention of eating. "I realise that you're frustrated at not being able to do anything right now," he said in a low voice. "But sometimes it's good to focus on something else for a while, like when you go to play pool. Distracting yourself with something completely different is the best way to recharge your brain." "Vincent," she said firmly, "we are not going pottery in case that's what you're getting at. Nor are we going to paint with the umber, just so you know." He held up his hands in a defensive gesture. "That wasn't, but I appreciate the thought," she said, applying pressure to the crisp bread with her finger so that it split into 3 parts. "Not the clay, that's not appreciated, but that you haven't given up on the idea of doing things with me. I know I can be difficult like that. But why don't we just talk instead? While we wait?" She reached across the table and put her hand on his arm. "How are you?" she said. "I know how I felt when Epicura had Nathalie, but at least I knew where she was. Your family, I can't even imagine. And please tell me you've changed your mind about involving the police at least a little bit. I know you're worried for your family, but that threat to you was nothing less than a death threat." How was he feeling? That was a very good question. The truth was that he didn't dare think about that too much, in case it floored him so hard that he couldn't get back up. Concerns for his family had to be kept at arm's length, preferably further, in fact. Otherwise, he would be of no use to anyone. Not to Mina, and least of all to himself. "I agreed to checking for fingerprints," he said. "But any more involvement from the police would be too easy to find out about. I need to solve this on my own. And as for the death threat, that was only if I don't meet the Shadow's demands." That was a white lie. It had said in the letter that Vincent Valder would cease to exist, regardless of what he did. But he hoped that Mina wouldn't remember that. She was worried enough about him as it was. "I know it doesn't help in the slightest to say it," Mina said. "But I would be in a total panic. I can't understand how you've managed to remain so calm." Vincent took her hand off his arm and squeezed it between his own. He would have preferred to hold her, but he was afraid he would break down if he did. "I've got to stay rational so that I can keep functioning," he said. "So I'm trying to see the whole thing from the outside, as if I were a stranger looking back at what's happening from 20 years in the future. It's a way for me to gain distance and shut down my emotions." "Does it work?" said Mina. "Not one bit." 125. She found the emergency department at the Karolinska Hospital without any trouble. Sooner or later, all police officers on active duty got to know the emergency departments in the city like the back of their hand. Memories of various tragedies assailed her at the mere sight of the sign. But after years in the line of duty, Julia was used to processing memories of the dead, wounded and mangled. "Where is he?" She nodded briefly at the officers waiting for her by the doors. "He's gone in to see the doctor," one of them said. "Thankfully it's a quiet day here, so he was able to get help quickly.
All we know right now is that it isn't life-threatening. I did a basic examination when we found him, and the injuries appeared to be superficial. That was what the paramedics thought too, but obviously I can't be sure. He might have internal injuries, and he'd taken several blows to the head. I'll go in and see what I can find out. Thank you for doing such a good job. Yulia's tone was curt, but she knew that her gratitude would go a long way. Many commanding officers hadn't used the words thank you in their entire careers. She hurried inside. After flashing her credentials at the reception desk, she was allowed into the corridor and asked to wait until a doctor could speak to her. It didn't take more than 5 minutes before a dark and handsome physician appeared. She looked at his name badge. Hello, Mehmet. My name's Julia Hammarsten. I head up the police team that Luke is part of. How's he doing? She said. As a police officer, it always touched her more deeply when a colleague was hurt. And that wasn't confined to those colleagues who were also in the police. There was a strong protective instinct that applied to everyone in justice and law enforcement. Going after one of them was akin to going after all of them. The injuries are superficial, the doctor said. He had a slight accent. Physically, Luke won't suffer any permanent effects, but mentally, this will have been a traumatic experience. He will probably require professional help in order to process it. Can I talk to him? Mehmet hesitated for a moment, but then nodded. If you promise not to wear him out. Luke is on my team. I won't do anything that would harm him. Then you have my permission. The doctor pointed to one of the doors on the seemingly endless corridor, and Julia briskly set off. With her hand on the door handle, she paused for a moment and took a deep breath before opening it. Luke looked pitiful, lying in the hospital bed. He had bandages around his head and a big black eye. His arms lying on top of the yellow hospital blanket were covered in large bruises. I wouldn't like to see the other guy, Julia said, closing the door behind her. Luke laughed, but the laughter quickly turned into a fit of coughing, and he put his hands to his ribs. Oh no. Are you in pain? Only when I laugh, he said, smiling wryly. Julia got a chair from the other end of the room and carried it to the side of his bed. She immediately felt overwhelming tenderness for the young man lying there. On the few occasions she had met Luke, he had made an effort to take up as little space as possible, as if he thought he didn't have the same rights as anyone else to exist or be heard. In the hospital bed, he appeared to be fading away into the white sheet under him. Have you got any relatives that we or the hospital should get in touch with? She said, resisting the impulse to pat Luke's hand. For some reason, she was convinced that he would perceive that as too much of an intrusion into his personal space. Luke shook his head. No, there's no one. My job is my family. Well, Milda is on her way, Julia said. She's probably running every red light in town to get here. Luke laughed, but then began to cough again. I told you not to make me laugh. I can't make any promises. I'm inherently hysterically funny, Julia said, shrugging. She didn't really know this man, but she realized that she liked him. She understood why Milda had such a protective instinct towards him, and why Vincent had taken such a liking to him. Beneath the timid surface, she could discern a shining intellect. Can I ask what happened? She said cautiously. Luke nodded. You can ask, but I'm afraid I won't be much use. I didn't see anything. I was going to head down to you lot with the documentation. I wanted to show it to you personally. I was putting on my coat, and then everything went black. When I came to, everything hurt, and I was chained to the handle of a cabinet down in the basement. Luckily for me, the handle wasn't attached to the cabinet very well, otherwise I'd probably still be down there. So you didn't see who attacked you? Julia said, feeling her heart sink. She had hoped that Luke would be able to provide them with some useful information, but the man in the bed shook his head again. Ouch. I think I probably ought to keep my head still too. No, I didn't see anything. I reached for my coat and then, bang, gone. Until I woke up and found myself chained up. I've no idea how they got in. They? A person or persons unknown. I don't know. Do you think it's the same people who stole the old bones? Luke made a grimace of despair, but didn't answer. It's okay. We're going to do a thorough investigation. She hesitated. Then she placed her hand on his anyway. He blinked, but didn't withdraw his hand. She patted it a few times, and then she stood up. If you think of anything, just call me, she said. But make sure you get some rest. We'll do everything we can. That much I promise. Thanks, Luke said weakly, wincing with pain. Did Milda tell you about the DNA match? Julia came to a halt. What DNA match? I suspected it might fall between the cracks, Luke said with a sigh. It's all my fault. I was the one who took it upon myself to tell you about it. Amilda has been very stressed lately. It wouldn't surprise me if she assumed you already knew. Better late than never, I suppose. What are you talking about? We should be happy that there are so many people who want to do their family trees. The nephew of the heap of bones registered with one of those genealogy sites where you submit a saliva sample. He's called Tor Svensson. Milda googled him, and apparently he works with Niklas Stockenberg. Julia stared at him. She could almost hear the cogs spinning in some invisible machine. Somehow, this was all connected. The only question was how. 126. Christer ended the call. He had just spoken to Handelsbanken. In order to pull account history from more than 10 years ago for Marcus Eriksson, he needed not only Marcus's name and personal identification number, but also the account number that Marcus had held at the time. The same was true for Erika Sävelden and John Langseth. The chances of Marcus's mother remembering a 20-year-old account number were vanishingly small, and that was assuming she had even known it at the time. And while Christer might get lucky once, he needed to get lucky 3 times for it to yield anything. It felt much easier to wait until that shrink came home from Rwanda. However, he supposed he might be able to turn something else up, since Julia had sent him on this wild goose chase anyway. Her idea had at least got the cogs turning. There was a thought taking shape somewhere deep down in his brain, but it wasn't quite ready yet. He knew it wouldn't show itself until it was done. Mark-Erik, Marcus Eriksson's alter ego, was making an obscene gesture at Christer from the monitor in front of him. He had clicked his way to Mark's Wikipedia page while he had been on the phone to the bank. The page told him that Mark's first single had been released by the then-fledgling record label Not Loud Enough Records to an enormous media buzz. Christer read about the release of Mark's record again, and then clicked on the link to an article from Expressen. It was by a music writer criticizing the heavy marketing campaign for the unknown Mark-Erik and questioning whether it was just a cynical record company ploy. But Mark's records had kept on coming. A few years later, the same writer had written an article with the headline, Mark-Erik is here to stay, in which he paid tribute to the label's faith in their artist.
Christer went to the label's website. It turned out that Mark was their first and biggest artist. They had released some other records too, but they seemed to be rather half-hearted ventures by some of Mark's friends. Mark himself had presumably engineered their signings. The record company had been founded by a handful of enthusiasts and an obliging venture capitalist who had launched a public relations agency at the same time. That was some investment. He continued to search online, looking for the people who had been named, and then for the company that had injected funding. It was a family-owned company. It was a family whose name he had seen on several occasions in recent days. That might, of course, be a coincidence. It could just be someone with a similar name. But the contours of the unfinished thought at the back of his mind were beginning to become clearer. He opened a new tab and searched for Erika Sävelden. Several hits led to articles about prizes and awards she had received for her lectures. But he also found links to a booking page on the website of a talent agency called Talking Minds. They appeared to have been responsible for securing most of Erika's bookings. He picked up the phone and dialed their number. A woman answered immediately. "Hello, this is Talking Minds. Louise speaking. How may I help you?"
Hello, my name is Christer Bengtsson. I'm calling from the police," he said. "We're looking into the disappearance of Erika Sävelden. I'm afraid I can't really comment on why at present, and I gather that you used to represent her. Would you mind telling me a bit about your working relationship?"
"Erika?" the woman said with a laugh. "Well, that was actually before my time at the agency. But I've obviously heard about her. Erika's first year on the speaking circuit was unlike anything we've seen in the industry, before or since. The huge amount of requests she received formed the basis of the rest of her success."
"How do you mean?" Christer said, looking for a pencil.
"For some reason, public speakers always become more attractive when they already have a lot of bookings in the diary," Louise said. "The fact that the first 100 requests came in from the same company wasn't something we needed to advertise."
"Do you remember what the company was called?"
He listened quietly to what Louise at Talking Minds had to say, taking notes on a post-it. Then he thanked her before ending the call. The idea was clear now. He looked at what he had written down about Marcus and Erika. There was a connection, but he needed to find another. Jon was next in line. Christer had begun to discern a pattern and knew what to look for, so he didn't bother calling Josefin Landset. Instead, he contacted the company's registration office to find out which companies Jon Langset had been involved in for the last 20 years. It transpired that Jon had started out small and taken some risks that had paid off, before selling the companies when they were prosperous and using the profits to start bigger and better companies. But Jon's money, even though he'd ended up with a sizable amount, hadn't been enough on its own. He'd needed investors for his ventures. In a 15-year-old article from Dagens Nyheter, Christer found an interview with a number of Swedish and foreign angel investors. Jon's company at the time was mentioned in passing as an example of the kind of business they were funding. The investment company backing Jon was mentioned by name. And there, on the screen in front of Christer, was the final connection. The information hadn't even been difficult to track down once he knew what he was looking for. No one had bothered to hide it, since it was already concealed in so many other layers of documentation. And on its own, it was completely meaningless. You had to be looking for all the connections at the same time. Christer picked up his pencil. He had found the common denominator for all 3 victims. Julia had been right. It was about money. just not in the way she had thought. He stared at the name he had jotted down on the post-it note. The same name, 3 times. He found it hard to believe there wasn't a connection between that name and Niklas Stockenberg too. And if that were the case, then Niklas was in even greater danger than any of them had imagined. 127. Ruben kicked the gravel in frustration. He was sick of the tunnels. He hadn't liked the metro before, and the frequent visits to the dirty darkness over the past week hadn't done much to change his mind. He and Adam had been tasked with supplementing the officers inspecting the former Line 16 by taking the last 3 stations: Zinkensdamm, Hornstull, and Liljeholmen. He supposed they ought to be grateful it wasn't more, but 3 was 3 too many. The representatives from the metro company hadn't even bothered to continue chaperoning them. Fortunately, they had already dealt with Zinkensdamm and were almost done with Hornstull. Frankly, it seemed rather unlikely that Niklas Stockenberg was being held captive underground, or at least in proximity to any of the metro stations. Firstly, it was deadly. Trains were rushing past every 5 minutes, and he and Adam were forced to step well back each time to avoid being pulled over by the suction. Secondly, there was nowhere to hide someone. There were various nooks and crannies, but nowhere you wouldn't quickly be found. "I think Vincent is way off the mark," he said as they sought shelter from another passing train. "As usual. Who's to say that Niklas hasn't been locked up somewhere above ground? He might still be close to one of the stations. That seems much more likely to me." "I agree," Adam said, shining his torch down a service tunnel that ran away from the tracks at an angle. "The problem with that is that we have no idea where he might be. At least down here the possibilities are limited." "Thank fuck for that," said Ruben, following Adam into the smaller tunnel. The service tunnel was a dead end, where tools and pallets were kept. Just like every other space they had found and checked out. Empty. Nothing. There was nowhere you could hide a minister of justice. "I think we're done here," said Adam. "That just leaves Liljeholmen." They followed the tunnel back to the station where they climbed up onto the platform to wait for the next train. The easiest way to travel between 2 stations on the metro was to take the train. "From Liljeholmen, the metro is mostly above ground," Ruben said as they got onto a train on the Red Line 14 service to Fruängen. "So we only need to search one end of the station, where the train goes through the tunnel. I bet we won't find anything there either. Have you heard anything from the others?" Adam looked at his phone. They had started a group chat with the other pairs of officers who were out searching so that they could provide ongoing reports of anything they found. IT would doubtless have something to say about that arrangement from a purely security-focused point of view, but no one wanted to work unnecessarily in the final days of December. If anyone found anything, there was no point in the others continuing to search. "All the groups are done apart from one," said Adam. "And us. No one has anything to report." "I told you," Ruben said gloomily. "Waste of time." Adam raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Is there somewhere you'd rather be? Correct me if I'm wrong, but have you and Sara Timmerik..." The question hung unspoken in the air. Ruben glared at him. The train jolted, forcing him to grab a pole. "Correct me if I'm wrong," Ruben said in the same tone as Adam. "But have you and Julia Hammarsten?" Adam gaped. He looked completely shocked. Ruben smiled smugly. Fair was fair. It was probably a good thing for Ardam to realise that his and the boss's little secret wasn't quite as secret as they seemed to believe. The train stopped at Liljeholmen and they got off. Ruben began to walk towards the rear end of the platform, where there was supposed to be a small ladder to admit them to the tunnel. Another dark, boring tunnel. In his mind's eye, he saw Sara. He saw her incredible smile. Waste of time, he muttered as he clambered down into the tunnel with Ardam following. My God, what a fucking waste of time. 128. They shook hands with Tor as he showed them in. This meeting room was one of the most austere rooms Milda had ever seen. An oblong, dark grey table stood in the centre of the room, with pale grey upholstered chairs around it. The art on the walls, from the state collections, was not likely to raise a smile either. This was a room where middle-aged men in dark suits sat about, frowning. That was all prejudice, of course, but the sight of Tor Svensson in his impeccable dark blue suit didn't do anything to change her mind. Milda and Julia both sat down. Thank you for coming, Tor said to them. I know your time is precious, so I really do appreciate it. I simply have so much to do right now with everything that's happened, and I can't get away. Tor laced his fingers together around a black coffee mug. Milda noted that he hadn't asked whether they wanted any coffee. This was clearly not going to be a long meeting. Not at all, said Julia. We thought you should hear this from us personally. Milda, do you mind taking over? Milda adjusted her chair and cleared her throat. Yes, of course. I work at the National Board of Forensic Medicine, she said. You're probably aware that the police are investigating a case that may be connected to the threat to Niklas Stockenberg. The 3 murder victims found in the metro tunnels, Tor said, nodding. Exactly, said Julia. But when we were searching, we also found a heap of bones that was much older and that doesn't seem to be related to the other 3 victims. Tor raised his eyebrows. The police were able to identify the 3 contemporary victims fairly quickly, Milda said. But the other skeleton has been something of a mystery. That was until we got a hit in the DNA database of a genealogy company and traced the deceased's nephew. There's no easy way to say this, but, Tor, I'm afraid the bones were your uncle's. Tor's eyes widened, and he spilled a little coffee on the table. Björn, he said in surprise. You found Björn? It would seem so, Julia said. We were wondering if you could tell us a bit about him. We don't know anything. Until you just told us his name, we didn't even know that. Tor sighed deeply and lowered his head. Then he looked up at the ceiling for a few seconds before he began to talk. His voice was not as steady as it had been before. I always liked Björn when I was little, he said. He was a teacher, and everyone loved him. But he was a manic depressive. Not that I understood that at the time. It's something I realized later on. There were spells in his life where he drank too much and talked about killing himself. But life is ironic that way. Linda beat him to it. Linda, said Julia. His wife. It was a shock to everyone. She was always so happy and carefree, especially in the run-up to when it happened. But we should have seen the signs. Isn't it the case that people who are planning to take their own lives sometimes seem to be at their best just before it happens? Because they've already made up their minds? He was looking at them now, and there were tears in his eyes. Julia looked as if she wanted to say something, but she refrained from doing so.
Björn came home one day to find a farewell note, Tor said. By then she was gone. They found the body 2 days later on the shoreline at Hornstull. Björn blamed himself. He said it was his fault for being impossible to live with. After that, his own dark spells became longer and deeper. And then, one day, he was gone too. Everyone assumed he must have jumped off the Västerbron bridge, just like she did. The worst part is that he took their little boy with him. The whole family wiped out. Dreadful. But now you say you found his remains.
Milda nodded quietly, moved by his story.
Then I'd like to arrange a decent burial for him, Tor said. I assume there won't be any problems releasing his remains to me, since I'm his closest living relative.
Milda glanced unhappily at Julia. She really did wish she'd been given a cup of coffee, or anything that would allow her to busy herself and avoid answering Tor's question. We no longer have them, she said in a low voice, fidgeting. It seems his remains have been stolen, Julia said. It happened the night before Christmas Eve. Tor stared at them for a few seconds, while his face became increasingly red. Then he slapped the palm of his hand against the dark grey tabletop, making the rest of the coffee in his mug splash out.
I might have guessed as much, he said. Are you not capable of doing anything right? Alongside everything else that's happened, you can't even keep track of some bones. I'm going to talk to your superiors. This incompetent team cannot be allowed to remain in existence.
I understand that you're upset, and that this is dragging up old memories, Julia said.
But our team is very competent. I'm very sorry about the theft of your relative's bones, and we're doing everything we can to retrieve them. But I should add that the theft took place at the National Board of Forensic Medicine. However, I do have some questions for you that might help us in our investigation. I don't see how I can help you. You said that Björn's remains weren't connected to the other 3 victims, Tor said, standing up. He grabbed some napkins and began to mop up the coffee on the table. We'll have to look into that, Julia said. It seems that Björn died around the year 2000. Do you remember in which year he disappeared? Oh, it must have been in the early 90s, if I remember correctly, Tor said, throwing the soggy napkins in the bin. 91 or 92. Hang on a second. Are you saying that he may have spent 10 years homeless in the tunnels?
It seems that way. Björn's son, your cousin, was with him. We've heard stories about a boy who grew up down in the tunnels. Tor shook his head as if he was unwilling to take in what he was hearing. Milda felt for him. She tried and failed to imagine what it would be like to receive news like this herself. The somber colour palette in the room felt more and more fitting.
How is this connected to your murders?
Tor asked with a sigh.
And to Niklas? I don't understand.
It may not be connected at all, Julia said. But your uncle's date of death matches other events that took place in our victims' pasts. We don't know what it means, if it means anything at all, but we'd very much like to reach your cousin. In the tunnels, he went by the nickname The Prince. If you have any information that can help us find him, we'd be keen to hear it. Other relatives? Someone who might have been in contact with him?
I'm guessing you're also interested in seeing him, now that you know he's potentially still alive. Tor stared into space for a few seconds. Who else knows about this? He said. It would be an unnecessary distraction to my current work if the media caught wind of this. I agree, Julia said. We want to keep the media out at all costs. We don't want to repeat of Walter Stockenberg. Right now, the only people who know are in this room, plus the rest of our team. Tor nodded as if he had made a decision. He picked up his phone and dialed. Hi, Anna, it's me, he said when he got through. I need a favor. He quickly repeated what Milda and Julia had just told him. He nodded a few times, then offered his thanks before ending the call. He turned to Julia again. That was the Prime Minister, Tor said. She's offered her personal guarantee that you'll get all the resources you need to find Björn's son. Or the prince, if you like. But if anyone asks, he isn't my cousin. 129. He visited Dad's grave every day for 2 years. He had been allowed to help make the mound. The others had prepared it the way that Dad had taught them to. A royal burial. A burial worthy of a king. It wasn't possible to tell what the mound of gravel contained from the outside, but he could feel the bones when he placed his hand on the mound. He felt Dad. He often talked to him, telling him what was going on in the world of the invisible, who was still there, who had gone, who had arrived. But with each passing month, it felt less and less like a home. Without Dad, there was no family. There was no home in the darkness. Without Dad, he was just invisible. The decision slowly took shape in the time that followed. It was time to become visible. It was time to leave the darkness. Perhaps he would find a family in the sunshine that had shone on him when he had been little. He had almost forgotten how it felt. The light, the rays, the warmth spreading through him. Perhaps he could find that again. He slowly ran his hand over the mound of gravel. I'll be back, he said quietly, knowing as he stood up that he meant it. He came from 2 worlds. He could belong in either. He didn't say anything to the others when he left. He was going to visit them again. They weren't losing him. But he could no longer belong to them. Aldenplan station was full of people. The spring sunshine was high in the clear blue sky and had brought out makeshift seating at the city's cafes and restaurants. These were full of people raising their faces towards the sky. The phone booth was a few hundred meters away, and in his trouser pocket he had a collection of coins he had found. He knew the number by heart. Dad had taught it to him. But he had also taught him that it could only be used in emergencies. This was an emergency. He had been invisible, but now he was becoming visible. He inserted the coins, dialed the number he had memorized, and listened as it rang. It was time now. Time to leave the darkness. 130. Knock, knock. Julia didn't wait for a reply before opening the door and stepping through it.
The first things she noticed were her father's rosy cheeks and his excited look.
"The Prime Minister," he said hoarsely.
Yulia sat down on the uncomfortable chair in front of her father's desk and looked at him quizzically.
"Yes? What about her?"
"She called."
"Called who?"
"Me."
"Oh, come on. It's hardly the first time you've spoken to a Prime Minister. Didn't you even play the odd round of golf with the last one?"
"Yes, but there's something about your Tien. She's so vigorous."
"Dad, please. Talk to one woman with power and you're all flushed. Be careful I don't let on to Mum that you're in love with the Prime Minister."
"Nonsense. I don't know what you mean."
Yulia grinned. Her father, the Commissioner of Stockholm Police, looked down.
"You won't say anything to your mother, will you? That'll be unnecessary."
Yulia put her fingers to her lips, made a locking gesture with her hand, and pretended to throw away the key.
"So, what did she say?"
she asked eventually.
"Who? Your mother?"
said Egil Hammarsten, staring at his daughter in confusion.
"No, Dad," Yulia sighed. "The Prime Minister, Anna Hjortén." "Oh, yes, of course. Well, she praised us for the incredible work she thinks we're doing, and said she wanted to show her clear support for the investigation. She assured me that we'll have all the resources we need put at our disposal. The eyes of the world are on Sweden. We can't lose another government minister. It'd make us look like a banana republic."
"Did she say that? That we'd look like a banana republic?" Egil ran a hand over his bald pate, which was still covered in small beads of sweat following his call with the Prime Minister.
"Perhaps not in those words.
Actually, I think she did.
Anyway, the message was quite clear. We've got to find the Justice Minister. Alive."
"So we need to find the Justice Minister. Alive?"
"It's a good job you clarified that. I've been wondering for days what I'm supposed to be doing."
"I see you have the same sense of humour as your mother."
"I'll take that as a compliment," Yulia said, standing up. "But joking aside, I just wanted to pop in and say that we've eliminated lots of avenues of inquiry, as you may have heard. That's progress of a kind." "Yes, I told you that Gustav Brons chap was a dead end. You ought to listen to your old father a little more often."
Yulia rolled her eyes, but refrained from commenting. It was hard to teach old dogs new tricks. And she could always get her own back by revealing to her mother that her father had a crush on the Prime Minister. 131.
"Sorry I'm late."
Milda dashed into her lap, her heart in her mouth. Loke was hunched over a microscope at the far end of the room. He looked up and nodded when she entered. She caught sight of the large wall clock, which showed the time was 2:30 p.m. Oh no, she was later than she thought.
"You're already out of hospital,"
she said to Loke.
"I'm so sorry. You definitely don't need to be here today."
Loke straightened up and turned off the microscope.
"It's fine," he said. "I'm just a little sore, and that's mostly my pride. I'm happy to work. But do you have a moment?"
He pointed to the corner of the room they had set up as their own break area, since they rarely had time to go to the actual canteen. Milda sank down onto one of the chairs. She shook the thermos on the table and found it empty, obviously. Loke took the other seat.
"It's none of my business,"
he said cautiously.
"But I can't help noticing that something is wrong. You're late for work almost every day. You look like you haven't slept in a week. And to be honest, you're pretty distracted even when you're here. Is there anything I can do?"
Milda swallowed hard,
so she wouldn't start crying. She'd been trying to make sure that she did the right thing by everyone, while also being professional at work. But the result was that she felt like an elastic band that was about to break. Loke's unexpected kindness had dispersed the tension a little. "Thanks," she said, shaking her head vigorously. "It's Mikolas, my grandfather. He's in hospital. It came out of nowhere. Well, I suppose it didn't, actually. But he hasn't been letting on how much pain he's in. That means the cancer had spread throughout his body before it was found. They say he doesn't have long left. I'm visiting him in a hospital as often as I can. That's why I'm not always here. I'm trying to find times when he has the energy and is awake." She looked at Loke. It was becoming harder and harder to hold back the tears. "I don't know what I'll do without him," she said. Loke took her hand. "Look, you should take care of your grandfather. The people in our families are the most important thing we have. We have them for a while, and then we don't have them anymore. But they still influence us for the rest of our lives. I'll man the fort here. No one needs to know. It's not as if the bodies are going to let on. I mean, come on. 3 of them are actual skeletons." Milda began to laugh, even though tears were running down her cheeks. The relief of talking to someone who listened and understood was huge. "Visit him as much as they'll let you," Loke said. "And I want to rephrase my question from, 'Is there anything I can do?' to, 'Is there anything I can do for you?'" Milda wiped away the tears with her hand and nodded. "There is actually one thing you can do," she said, pulling out her phone. She switched on the Bluetooth speaker on the table and connected to it while searching for her playlist in Spotify. Then she hit play on the Arvingarna song Eloise at top volume. "It's Grandpa's favourite," she said. "And mine. Make sure you really give it some welly." They screeched along with mingled tears and laughter. 132. "Julia!" Christer called out, storming through the door with his face bright red and his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Good, you're back." "Yes, I am, and apparently you've given up knocking," she said. It wasn't like Christer to move with such speed, let alone without knocking, so whatever he had come to tell her was surely important. "I've found a financial connection. Like they say in the movie, follow the money." Julia had no idea what film he was referencing, and she didn't bother to ask. She was far more interested in the money connection. "So you found something while going through the bank accounts?" she said, hearing the eagerness in her own voice. "Or have you tracked down our adventurous psychologist?" No, not the accounts," Christer said. "If I'd gone down that line, I'd still be working on it. But I found something else, which I think means we can drop the shrink as an idea." "How do you make that out? If it turns out they all consulted the same guy, then there's a strong connection between our victims." "It's possible, but we still don't have any evidence for that. And I've found something much more compelling. Something that is more than just a hypothesis. This is tangible. I've discovered that all 3 victims got a major boost in life about 20 years ago. At first, they were all deeply depressed, and for all I know, they might all have seen the same psychologist. Although I'm more inclined to think they didn't. The boost came from an entirely different place. Mark Erik benefited from a huge and unusually costly marketing campaign provided by his brand new record label. Erika Sävelden went from being an unknown to an established lecturer in a year by securing more than 100 gigs. The vast majority of those bookings came from the same company. And Jon Langset's startups benefited from private investment all along. And? Julia said, baffled. It's no surprise they all had help. Isn't that necessary in most cases to achieve success? They're not alone in that. Sure, Christer said, his eyes triumphant. But in this case, they all had the same benefactor. He's been hiding in the background thanks to his family firm, but it isn't hard to track him down. He probably didn't think anyone would look for him, and you probably won't believe me when I tell you who it is. Julia stared at Christer as he told her the name of the person who had set Mark, Erika, and Jon on the track to success. The person who had laid the foundations for so many years of stellar performance by the trio. When she heard the name, she grabbed the edge of her desk tightly. I suppose he might just be a philanthropist, she said, more because she had to say it than because she believed it. Someone who happened to have lots of money and the desire to selflessly help people who were struggling. Christer nodded. He certainly could be, he said, except for the minor detail that everyone whose careers he launched has subsequently been found in skeletal form in a metro tunnel. That can't possibly be a coincidence. And I promise you that if we look closely, we'll find him skulking in the shadows of Niklas Stockenberg's past too. We can't scare him off, Julia said. We have to proceed with caution. I'll call to schedule a meeting with him tomorrow. That's good work, Christer. The jigsaw pieces were slowly falling into place, one by one. The only problem was that Julia still couldn't make out any kind of motif for the puzzle. There was no picture there, nor any rhyme or reason to it all. 133. 3 days to go. Vincent went out early in the morning to get the newspaper from the mailbox. Just as he didn't want his music to be digital, so he preferred to read his news in print, when he had the time. When he opened the lid of the mailbox, he saw there was a letter inside as well as the newspaper. It was a new message from the shadow, written on an anonymous sheet of A4 paper. He grabbed the letter and the newspaper and trudged back through the snow to the front door. He hadn't bothered to clear the path since Christmas Eve, and it now looked like a shovel had never been anywhere near it. His shoes filled with cold snow, but he didn't care in the slightest. The message was more important. He stopped by the front door and read it in the glow of the external lighting on the house. You still haven't got it. I didn't think it would be so hard. But you can have another day. One more day. Meet me at the Gondolen restaurant at 6 p.m. tonight. This is your last chance. The shadow wanted to meet him. He would finally find out who it was. The thought filled him with a degree of excitement, but also nausea. He had just a day to work out what the shadow wanted, and he didn't dare think what would happen to his family if he failed. But the encounter at the restaurant would be the perfect opportunity to capture his tormentor. He just had to ask Mina and Ruben to be there. Or perhaps not. The shadow would doubtless have thought about that. He or she wouldn't have agreed to meet at a location where there was any risk of apprehension. The shadow still held a trump card. Ulrika, Maria, Aston, Benjamin, Rebecca. They were still at stake. Even if the shadow had asked to meet Vincent at police headquarters, Vincent wouldn't have dared say a word about it to the police. But he supposed he would have to tell Mina that he was meeting the shadow, just in case something happened to him. He opened the front door, went into the desolate house, and took off his snow-filled shoes. He turned on the main light in the kitchen and put the newspaper on the side before making his way into the living room. He never went in there any longer. The last time it had felt as if someone had put a hornet's nest in his head. The walls were screaming at him and his eyes ached. But he still turned on the main light. He had enough shadows as it was. He stopped with his hand on the light switch and gazed automatically out of the window that overlooked the garden to the rear of the house. He wasn't at all surprised to see that the ravens were back. This time there were 4 of them, just like there had been the first time he saw them. Once again, they weren't sitting in an even row. There was a gap between the 3rd and 4th birds. He had concluded that they must be stuffed. The shadow was putting them in his garden when Vincent wasn't there. Of course, he could go outside and take a closer look. But if they were to fly away, if they actually were real, then his brain would probably explode. Maybe they were just in his head. He thought about the study he had told Umberto about on his last visit to his agent. Overexertion and stress led to a buildup of toxic substances in the brain's frontal lobe where rational thought took place. Given the messages, the insinuations, and the threats he had received all autumn, it was perhaps not surprising that he had begun to hallucinate. He shook himself. These types of thoughts were not helping at all. He had to do something. He went back into the kitchen, found a pen, and sat down at the table. He was convinced that the shadow was responsible for all the peculiar things that had happened to him in recent days. The cut-up Christmas card, the alarm clock, the birds, and the hourglasses too. No, they were something else. Whoever the shadow was, it wasn't someone who wanted to help him with the murder inquiry. The hourglasses had come from the killer, or from someone who knew what the killer was going to do. He was sure of it. Vincent pushed thoughts of them aside and focused on the other things. He wrote down what he knew on the back of the letter. If he could find a common denominator, then he might be able to understand what the shadow was after. Firstly, the Christmas card. Benjamin had discovered that the inscriptions on the cards were Bible quotes from the book of Proverbs, verses 27:15 and 20:25. He wrote them down on the paper. 27:15, 20:25. Then there was the alarm clock. It had gone off at 16:30 and 22:19. At first, he had thought that he was supposed to see something then. But it was probably the precise times that mattered. He noted them beneath the Bible verses. 27:15, 20:25, 16:30, 22:19. And then the ravens. Odin's messengers. Associated with lost souls in many mythologies around the world. Was the message that Vincent was a lost soul? Maybe. But it couldn't just be that. The Bible quotes and the alarm clock could be reduced to 2-figure numbers. Was the same thing possible with the birds? He closed his eyes and summoned the images of their positions in the snow on the 4 occasions he had seen them. The first time there had been 4 birds with a gap between the first and the second. The second time, it had been 2 birds, 2 empty holes between them, and another hole to the right-hand side. The third time he saw them, There had once again been 2 birds, but with space for 3 more between them. And this final time, there were 4 birds with a space between the 3rd and the 4th birds. Once those images were clear in his mind, he simplified them by replacing the birds with black squares. The gaps between them, the holes in the snow, became white squares. In his mind's eye, he now saw 4 rows of black and white squares. Black, white, black, black, black. Black, white, white, black, white. Black, white, 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 black. Black, 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 white, black. That was good. But they still weren't numbers. But black and white were opposites. They were like yes and no, on and off, alive and dead. They were binary. The ravens were a binary code. He opened his eyes and picked up the pen. He translated the black squares into 1s and the white squares into 0s on the page. 10111, 10010, 10001, 11101. 4 binary numbers. He wrote the sequence of numbers 16, 8, 4, 2, 1 underneath each binary number. By adding up the numbers, with a 1 on top of them, and ignoring the ones with a 0, he was able to convert the binary numbers into ordinary denary numbers. 23, 18, 17, 29. He wrote the new numbers underneath the ones relating to the Bible verses and from the alarm clock. Now, he had 3 rows. 27, 15, 20, 25. 16, 30, 22, 19. 23, 18, 17, 29. He had a strong suspicion of where this all was going. But there needed to be a 4th row for it to work. What had he missed? He stood up and went into his study. Was there something hidden in the presents sent to him by the shadow during the autumn? No, he had already solved those challenges. It had to be something else. He went back into the kitchen, and his eye was caught by the calendar on the wall, still displaying Fermat's last theorem. He had forgotten to ask Marisa, who had circled 21st, 24th, and 28th December. And now he could no longer ask. 21, 24, and 28. Oh, crap. He turned over to January. His suspicions were confirmed. January the 14th was also circled. The shadow had given him the first 4 numbers in the calendar long ago, but Vincent had missed it. His hand trembling, he wrote down the 4 numbers from the calendar above the others, since they were chronologically the first ones he had received. 21, 24, 28, 14. 27, 15, 20, 25. 16, 30, 22, 19. 23, 18, 17, 29. He knew exactly what he was looking at, but he refused to work it out. He couldn't do this anymore. The shadow could mock him however much he wanted. Vincent closed his eyes. Outside, the sun had just begun to rise, but within him, the darkness was creeping ever closer. 134. Of course, I want to do everything I can to help, but it would have been more practical if we had gone over this when we last met. Tor held his hands out in frustration while steadily looking Julia in the eyes. We appreciate you taking the time to come to us on this occasion, Julia said, scrutinizing him carefully as she sat opposite him in the interview room. I'm afraid we weren't in possession of this information the last time we met. The word that spontaneously sprang to mind as she studied the man before her was immaculate. Tor Svensson did not have a single hair out of place. "Is Mina here?" he said. "Not right now. I know you've had some contact through Niklas, so it's best to avoid any personal connection while we are questioning you." "Questioning me?" Tor said, looking indignant. "Am I under suspicion for something? If so, I need to call my lawyer." Julia shook her head. She cursed herself for her choice of words. It was unusually clumsy of her. The investigation had begun to wear her down, while the chaos at home was hardly improving matters. She was tired. So utterly, utterly tired. "Sorry, that was a poor choice of words," she said. "It's just that I often question people in this room. But in your case, it's simply that something has come up and we need your help to resolve it." "Like I said, I'll be as helpful as I can. Niklas's absence is dreadful on every level, both for me personally and for the country as a whole." Julia leaned forward and lowered her voice. "Then I suppose you can imagine the pressure we're under," she said. "The Prime Minister called us not long ago." "Yes. Anna is very worried about Niklas," Tor said, nodding. "I spoke to her about the matter just this morning. She and Niklas are close." "So, can we run through my questions?" Julia said casually. This was something she had learned early on as an interrogator. The less interested she sounded in the answers to her questions, the more incautious people became in their replies. "Go on," Tor said with another gesture of his hands. "The sooner we're done, the sooner I can get back to trying to get Swedish society on an even keel." Julia did a double take. Tor really did think about himself in grandiose terms. "We've finally found a connection between the people whose bones were found in the metro tunnels," she said. Tor appeared to be waiting for her to continue. 20 years ago, all 3 victims faced certain difficulties. Difficulties? The man in front of her looked confused. Immaculate, but confused. "They weren't in a good place in life, but we've discovered that they were lucky enough to receive help that enabled them to move on." She paused. Tor didn't look as if he knew what she was talking about. She glanced discreetly towards the camera in the corner to check that it was still recording. "What do you mean, they received help?" he said. "Well, the help came in different forms. Financial, contacts, and it came from different sources. But behind all of those, there's a company that is a common denominator in all this. Are you familiar with the company Hird AB? Tor looked startled. It was my father's, well, my grandfather's company, he said. But how? What are you getting at? Are you at all involved in the company? No, I've never taken much interest in business. I became politically engaged from an early stage. It all started in the Young Conservatives for me, as it happens. Although I can't deny that my family's business dealings have given me a comfortable life, I've never been involved in the company at all. Not that one, nor any other of my family's companies. This took place after your father passed away, Julia said calmly, fixing her gaze on him. And your grandfather died in 1983. I still don't know anything, Tor said, now looking very clearly baffled. It's all managed one way or another. I'm hopeless about business. I receive a monthly deposit, and there are a few accounts for different purposes. For instance, there's one for maintenance of the house. So you don't know anything about investments made 20 years ago to support John Langset, Erika Sävelden, or Marcus Eriksson? Or Niklas Stockenberg, for that matter? Tor reacted strongly when she mentioned his boss. What's Niklas got to do with this? He said. Niklas has never mentioned anything about a time when he was... How did you put it?
when he wasn't in a good place in life? And you implying that some sort of payment was made to Niklas by my family? No, I would have heard about that. That's the kind of thing the media sniff out right away. Do you mind if we take a closer look at Hird's financial dealings? Look away. I've got nothing to hide. I've never been bothered about money. My goal has always been to bring about change, to improve the world. How have you related to your family's background, given that you've chosen not to play an active role in the family business? I assume you're referring to Grandpa Harald. Tor sighed and shook his head. I'll be the first to admit that it's not the finest hour in our family history. But I barely met the man. I wasn't very old when he died, so I've only heard the stories at second hand. But we mustn't forget that those were different times. People quite seriously believed that you could distinguish between the races based on their craniums. Although I don't know for sure, maybe that played the same sort of role in the popular imagination as those DNA tests that are now available, so that people can discover their own origins. Niklas gave them to everyone on the staff for Christmas last year and encouraged us all to send in our DNA. Because he thought it was intriguing and, well, I suppose that's just a version of defining us and them. Humanity has been busy categorizing and grouping itself since time immemorial. You aren't aware of a connection between your father Rune and your grandfather Harald and the victims? Or Niklas? I'd never even heard their names before you said them. Are you absolutely sure that Niklas and the Metro Bones are connected? Are you saying you have a better theory? Personally, I believe the motive for Niklas's abduction is political. Political? In what way? Yulia discreetly checked the camera again. It still said record in red lettering on the display. Chaos. It's the cornerstone of all political change. Chaos, Tor said emphatically. I'm not very politically savvy. I'm afraid you'll have to explain that one to me. You have order, and you have chaos. They're counterpoles. Two things that sound like constants with a clear meaning. Yet they can be viewed from completely different perspectives, depending on who the observer is. After the 2 world wars, the idea of democracy emerged in the West based on political freedom and legitimate opposition. In China, however, that's perceived as an inability to act and inefficiency. Order or chaos. China distinguishes between economic and political liberalism. Market liberalism is good, but legitimate opposition, religious freedom, freedom of association, and free speech are all bad. In Sweden, we think democracy is the norm and that it's the obvious goal for all nations. But as early as 1933, Herbert Tingsten wrote that it's far from clear that democracy will survive. Is democracy order, or is democracy chaos? And what do you think this has to do with Niklas's disappearance? Julia asked. Tor leaned across the table. I think someone wants to create chaos, he said emphatically. By kidnapping and perhaps killing our Minister of Justice. There might be other attacks against political dignitaries. Like I said, chaos. We're already well on the way if you look at how the country is doing right now. I know you're doing your best in the police, but it's already too late. Fatal shootings, drug smuggling, honor-based violence. This country is teetering on the edge of the abyss, and a dead government minister might be one of the things that causes us to fall into the darkness of chaos. And if someone wants to push us down, then it's likely to be because they want to create something else. A new thing that would hitherto have been unthinkable. Many believe that Tingsten was right, and that democracy has had its day. They think a strong hand is best suited to leading our country through the challenges that the world currently faces.
I think this is the perspective that we're dealing with, and it's got very little to do with how a Swedish rock star got started in his career or who booked a lecturer for public speaking engagements. He snorted as he said the last bit. Julia stood up. I have a couple more questions, she said, but I'm afraid that nature calls. I'll be waiting here, Tord said, reaching for the glass of water on the table. Julia left the interview room and headed for the ladies. Once she had gone around the corner, she pulled out her phone and called one of the prosecutors she had saved to her contacts. Hello, this is Julia Hammarsten. I need a quick decision on an arrest warrant. Tor Svensson. Yes, that Tor Svensson. I'll send over the documentation shortly. Thank you. And this is about the Minister of Justice, so I don't have to tell you how important it is that we act quickly. Thank you. She rang off, her expression severe. Tor might be immaculate, but he wasn't completely perfect. He was lying. She didn't know why he was lying, but she knew that he was. He'd committed exactly the mistake Julia had hoped he would. He'd said too much. 135. Adam looked at the note on which he'd written the name of the social worker. Mandy Wall. He walked slowly down the corridor in the social services office, scrutinizing the names on the doors. He found the right one on the final door and knocked. Come in, a voice shouted from the other side. There was a smell of cinnamon and pine when he entered the small office, and he quickly located the source of the smell to a scented candle that was burning. The wick gave off a crackling sound, almost like a fire, and together with the candle bridge in the window and some strings of fairy lights, the office seemed unexpectedly cozy. He stepped forward and greeted the social worker. He was expected. Do you want me to turn on the main light? Said Mandy Wall. I'm on the computer so much, and I prefer not to have too much light. Anyway, if you're going to be stuck working over Christmas, you might as well make it a bit cozier. Here, have a ginger biscuit. Mandy Wall was a large and buxom woman clad in a red tunic. She pointed to a tin in front of her, but Adam shook his head. Where are you from? She said. Her gaze drew an answer from him. My parents were from Uganda, Adam said. It still felt strange to talk about his mother in the past tense. He wasn't sure that he would ever get used to it. But my mother came here alone when she was pregnant with me, he added. She'd got a job at Uppsala University. I'm from Somalia myself, Mandy said. I met Anders, that's my husband, when he was there on business. And here we are, more than 30 years and 3 beautiful kids later. She pointed proudly to a framed family photo on her desk. Do you have kids? No, not yet, Adam said, picturing Julia and Harry. He quickly changed the subject. I've got a few questions for you about a family that you were the caseworker for, according to the files. Files? So someone filed their concerns formally? Yes. Family acquaintances did so on several occasions. This family has just cropped up in a live investigation, and my boss thought it would be worth looking into. And that's when I found these reports. Social services and the police were both involved back then. Back then? Yes. I've got to warn you that this took place more than 30 years ago. Mandy grimaced, as if he had just dropped something foul-smelling into her lap. He guessed that the social services archives were just as far behind as the police's records when it came to digitization. She pointed to an empty chair, and he sat down. The aroma of gingerbread was irresistible, and he helped himself to a heart-shaped biscuit. Oh, gosh, that must have been just after I started here, she said. I've worked thousands of families since then. Do you have their names?
Adam nodded. He began to speak, but his mouth was full of ginger biscuit, so he finished chewing before he continued. Svensson. Björn and Linda Svensson. And they had a son. I've got the case number here.
Brilliant. That'll help.
Mandy put on a pair of glasses that were hanging around her neck, took Adam's note, and began to key the details into her computer. She hummed quietly as she studied the screen, and the sound mingled pleasantly with the crackling of the scented candle.
Here we are,
Mandy said, leaning towards her monitor.
Yes, I remember them well. Both parents had mental health problems. Björn was admitted to the psych ward several times for the treatment of manic depression. I suppose we'd call that bipolar disorder nowadays. And Linda suffered from depression. I recall meetings about the boy, Matthias, where we considered whether to take him into care. But the problem, if that's the right word to use, is that during their good periods, Björn and Linda were great parents. That kind of thing is tricky. We opted not to take Matthias away from them. Instead, we tried to help Mum and Dad as best we could. But, well, that wasn't enough.
I gathered the mother committed suicide. Julia had told him what little she'd found out about the family's tragic fate from Tor. That was bad enough. But Mandy frowned.
You're right about the suicide. Linda jumped off the Vesterbron bridge. After that, Björn went AWOL with the boy. We always assumed he killed his son and then himself, but the bodies were never found. Tragic. Just so tragic. And he had such sterling support from his family as well. Björn, that is. I was in touch with his brother a fair bit. Let me see, what was he called? Oh, here it is. Rune Svensson. The families mixed a lot. Rune tried to help them as much as he could. She took off her glasses and turned towards him. Why are you asking about this family? She said, interrupting his train of thought. Have you found them?
I'm afraid I can't say anything right now, Adam said. Mandy nodded briefly. This was clearly not the first time she'd heard those words from an officer of the law.
I'll print this off for you, she said. I hope it's of use. Then she brightened up. Here you go, and have another biscuit.
Adam hesitated.
If you don't take another heart, then I'll give you the slipper.
Adam held his hands up disarmingly. He felt a smile spreading from ear to ear. His mother had always threatened him with the slipper. He happily helped himself to another gingerbread heart. 136. Vincent glanced towards Mina's living room to make sure that Nathalie wasn't within earshot, but she seemed to be absorbed in whatever Netflix series young people were watching these days. He'd suggested she watch Doom Patrol on HBO Max, but all she'd done was give him an odd look.
Thanks for having me, he said.
You're always welcome here. I thought you knew that, Mina said, smiling. The whole keeping people at a distance thing hasn't exactly worked out for me. She put the leftovers from her and Nathalie's lunch into the fridge. Vincent didn't say a word, but Mina appeared to be keeping food. That was a huge step forward. He guessed the leftovers were for Nathalie rather than Mina. That was as far as she was going. But it was still progress. You sounded worried on the phone, Mina said. He nodded, pulled out the new message left by the shadow in his mailbox, and handed it over. I don't know whether worried is the right word, he said. The shadow wants to meet me tonight. She read the brief message, her eyes wide.
At Gondolen? she said. Okay, we can fill the place with plain clothes. No, Vincent interrupted. Please don't. My family might get hurt. Mournful music drifted through the living room, and someone in the show called out a name. Idiot! Nathalie said loudly. So unrealistic. Have you heard from them at all? Mina said, lowering her voice. Your family, I mean. Vincent shook his head and leaned against the kitchen table. Not a thing, he said. I'm trying not to think about them too much. Instead, I'm concentrating on trying to give the shadow what he wants. And on the Bones case. This may sound terrible, but if I started thinking about my family, I'd turn into a quivering wreck. I wouldn't be able to stand on my own 2 feet, and that wouldn't help anyone. I just have to trust that they're being reasonably well looked after. The shadow has no reason to hurt them. It's me he's after. Mina turned over the sheet of paper. What's this? She said in surprise when she saw the numbers on the reverse. Vincent looked at the matrix he had created using the shadow's numbers. 21, 24, 28, 14. 27, 15, 20, 25. 16, 30, 22, 19. 23, 18, 17, 29. It's another message from the shadow, he said. These numbers were taken from the calendar in my kitchen, a Christmas card sent to me, my alarm clock, and my garden. I think the shadow wants to show that their meaning runs through everything I do, that it's all around me. And what meaning is that? The music in the living room was replaced by a pulsating bass. Something in Nathalie's show was clearly exciting. The same thing the shadow has been reminding me of all autumn, Vincent said. Come and sit down. He handed her a pen. If you add up each row, what do you get? Mina fell silent for a few seconds as she pointed at each number with a pen. All the rows add up to the same number, she said. They add up to 87. That's right. Try adding them up top to bottom instead. Mina concentrated. He could see her quickly doing the sums in her head. What the... she said. Each column adds up to 87 as well. Vincent took the pen from her hand and pointed at the rows and columns using the end. So, it adds up to 87 in both directions, he said. Then he drew a horizontal line between rows 2 and 3, and a vertical one between the second and third columns. The numbers were now divided into 4 equally sized fields, each containing 4 figures. He pointed to the upper left-hand field. 21, 24, 27, 15, he said. That also makes 87. And take a look at the field next to it. 28, 14, 20, 25. 87 again. It's the same with the other 2. All 4 of these add up to 87. But how do you even figure out... Mina began to say. Oh, we're not done yet. Look at the numbers in the 4 corners. 21, 14, 23, 29. That's 87. And now take a look at the 2 diagonals. 21, 15, 22, 29, and 14, 20, 30, 23. They're also both 87. And there are even more ways to arrive at 87. Mina shook her head, as if she couldn't believe her eyes. It's known as a magic square, Vincent said. It's an old mathematical problem. It was also the finale of my very first show.
When the world first heard about Vincent Valder, the master mentalist. Everything goes round in circles for the shadow. My beginning and my end. My alpha and my omega. My grand finale. And whichever way I turn, everything comes back to this. He scrunched the paper into a ball. He didn't want to look at it anymore. "Mum, have we got any gingerbread left?" Nathalie called from the living room. "Check yourself," Mina shouted back. The television fell silent as Nathalie paused her show. She came into the kitchen and began to rummage around in the cupboard. Eventually, she found a red plastic container and carefully shook it. It sounded more than half full. "How come you're being so weird?" she said. "This place went silent as a graveyard when I came in. What's the big secret?" "We're doing our jobs," said Mina. "But you're welcome to stay and listen." "Do you know any more about Dad or Grandad?" "I'm afraid not, sweetheart." "We're doing maths. Want to join in?" "Are you nuts? I'm on my Christmas holidays." Nathalie went back to the living room, taking the container of biscuits with her. It was good to see her behaving like a normal teenager, even though she was in the middle of a traumatic experience involving her missing father and her murdered grandfather. "I don't understand," Mina said, turning to Vincent after they'd heard the television show start up again. "Why 87? What does it stand for?" "Don't you remember?" he said. "No, of course you don't. Why would you?" "The numbers 8 and 7 stand for the 8th day of the 7th month, the 8th of July. It's my mother's birthday. That was something Jane reminded me of with her leopard book. According to the shadow, the summer when my mother died is my alpha, my beginning." He actually pointed it out in the newspaper cutting he sent to Ruben. Not that any of us noticed at the time. And this Christmas is, well, it's clearly my end. Mina took the scrunched-up piece of paper from his hand, unfolded it, and stared at the numbers that had been hidden throughout his daily life. "We're dealing with one sick person," she said. Vincent nodded slowly. "Perhaps now you understand why I've got to meet the shadow alone," he said. "You can't say a word to Yulia and the others when we see them." Mina gazed at him, silently. "But would you do me a favor?" he said. "If you haven't heard from me by 8 o'clock this evening, please start searching for me with every person in uniform and all the blue lights you can get hold of." 137. Mina tried to find the right words to describe the atmosphere in the conference room. Elevated was the best she could muster. They had reached the point in the investigation where everything that had been at a standstill or moving far too slowly suddenly began to accelerate towards the goal, towards the solution, even if that was still unclear. "Where's Luke?" Ruben said, looking around. "Milda couldn't spare him at the moment," said Julia. "Apparently she had an important visit to make to someone sick or something like that." "Oh, just when we were getting used to him," he said. "I'm sure he'll be back," Julia said. "Now, let's start with you, Adam." Adam cleared his throat and nodded. "I've spoken to the social worker who was attached to the Svensson family," he said. "Both Björn and Linda had issues with their mental health, and social services considered whether to take their son, Mattias, into care on several occasions. But Linda took her own life by jumping off the Västerbron Bridge, and Björn and Mattias disappeared not long afterwards. It was assumed that they were dead." that Björn had also committed suicide, just as Tor said, and that he'd taken the boy with him. Adam grimaced. But it turns out they were living down in the tunnels instead, Ruben said. Bloody hell. What a fate. And you're saying that Tor Svensson is cousins with the boy? With Mattias? Mina said, trying to straighten it all out in her head. Tor arrived here 2 hours ago, said Julia. Just to answer some questions. And as a result of that chat, I requested his detention with immediate effect. Everyone around the table looked shocked. It won't work for long, she said, and we're still waiting for the prosecutor's approval on it. So we've currently offered Tor lunch, and we're doing everything we can to delay him. I'd prefer it if he didn't leave the building, if at all possible. Excuse the stupid question, said Ruben. But what the fuck, if I may speak plainly? What happened? You'll have to be patient. I'm not ready to share yet. Not until Vincent has watched the recording of our conversation and given us his own conclusions based on Tor's behaviour. I don't want to colour his perception. You weren't there, Ruben said, turning to Vincent. No, and that's probably for the best, said Vincent. After all, I've been in several interviews with suspects over the years. There's a risk that Tor is aware of that. If I had been in the room when he arrived, it might have sent the wrong signal and resulted in him raising his defences. I suspect Julia wanted to avoid that, but I'll be happy to review the footage once we're done here. Julia nodded. Mina was still having a hard time taking in what Julia had said. She was wrestling with the idea of the prim, dry-as-dust Tor being in custody. It was practically absurd to think of it. She was as bewildered as the others. We've also taken a look at Tor and Mattias's shared background, Julia said, nodding at Christer. You've pulled together some information on the family. Can you explain what you found? Christer frowned and then picked up a sheaf of papers from the table. Björn, Mattias's father, was brothers with Tor's father, Rune, he said. Their father, Harald, was the very devil. He was one of the few Swedes known to have been in Germany during the Second World War fighting for Hitler. He reportedly served at Dachau, one of the concentration camps. I didn't know there were Swedes who fought for the Nazis, Ruben said, wide-eyed. There were plenty of Swedes who were Nazis during the war, Christer said with a snort. Some of them were mad enough to head for Germany and take up arms on behalf of the Third Reich. Didn't Harald face any consequences? Adam asked. Christer shook his head. Harald came from a very wealthy family with a background in banking. When he returned, he was given a fancy job in the family firm Hird AB. Little more was heard from him. The rich always get by. Were the sons Nazis too? Mina said, leaning forward with interest. There's no suggestion of that. Rune continued to manage the family businesses and assets. Björn became a schoolteacher. He taught Swedish and history. Well, until he didn't. And once they were down in the tunnels, Björn and Mattias became the king and the prince, Julia added. Mina, you went down there and spoke to Vivian and the others. Did they say when the prince left? No, not exactly, Mina said. But they talked about him as a child, and they'd measured his height, and it was definitely a child's. So I assumed he hadn't been there since he was little. This whole thing is still very messy, Julia said. According to the countdown on the answering machine, we've got 3 days left to find Niklas Stockenberg. We probably won't be able to put together all the pieces of the jigsaw before then. The important thing is that we understand enough to work out where he is, or who is holding him. Vincent let out a sudden loud groan, and Mina jumped. Are you okay?
she said, looking at him anxiously.
The business card with the phone number on it that Niklas was given, he said. Jon, Marcus and Erika obviously received them too. That's why their behavior changed, albeit in different ways. They all knew they were going to die 2 weeks before it happened.
Jesus Christ, Ruben said.
And then they ended up down in the tunnels.
They sat in silence for a while.
I don't know if this is the right moment, but I met up with Akai,
Adam said.
The guy who found Jon Langset's bones. He showed me an incredible mural that he did last year. It depicts the whole group that we met down in the tunnels. He really is good.
Adam pulled out his phone and scrolled through his photos. Once he'd found the right image, he passed his phone around the room.
Don't swipe right, don't swipe left, just look, as they say on Instagram.
Ruben chuckled before passing the phone to Mina. Mina looked at the phone that Ruben was holding out to her. Other people's phones were something she detested. They were crawling with bacteria. However, she sucked it up and took the phone since her curiosity outweighed her paranoia. She would drench her hands in sanitizer later. Adam was right. The painting was incomparable. She recognized each and every one of them. Vivian, Shelle, Opie, Natasa. There was only one face that was unfamiliar. Additionally, someone had sprayed "Sussi was here" over a large part of the unknown individual's face, so it wasn't possible to discern their features. But there was something painted above the figure's head. She pointed to that part of the photo and turned the mobile towards Adam. What's this?
Your flash is really bright just there, so it's not quite visible. But you saw the painting in real life. Do you remember what it was?
Adam looked for a moment in silence.
I'm not quite sure. I suppose I thought it was a halo of some kind. The person might be someone who died down there. I don't know.
He shrugged. Mina continued to examine the picture in deep concentration before realizing what she was looking at. That's not a halo. It's a crown. Like a king wears, or a prince. The room fell silent. Julia hurried over to look at the screen.
Mina's right,
she said.
But that's an adult, not a child. And this painting was done last year.
Adam nodded.
And it's supposed to depict the people living in the tunnels now,
Julia said, her voice grave.
If so, that can't be the king. If this shows his son, that means Tor's cousin is still down in the tunnels. And if the prince gave his father a royal burial, then he might be the one who buried the others in the same way, said Vincent. We've got to find Matthias.
138. The small camera that Julia had positioned in the interview room had recorded her conversation with Tor in 4K high resolution. This meant that Vincent was able to zoom in on Tor's face in tremendous detail. Not that this was necessary. Most things were obvious if you knew what you were looking for, and Vincent did. He had paused the video on the laptop just before Julia said that the victims had faced difficulties earlier in life.
Look at this,
he said to Mina, who was sitting beside him.
What do you see?
He glanced at Mina out of the corner of his eye and felt as if his heart had taken an extra beat. Even when he was fully focused on work, he couldn't help but be affected by her. She was so incredibly beautiful when she was concentrating. He realized that she was waiting for him and hurried to play the video again. They heard Julia say her line, and Tor reply by repeating the word difficulties as a question. Vincent paused again. He looks surprised, Mina said, as if he doesn't quite understand what she means. That's right, said Vincent. But what's just before that? He went back a few seconds and tried to pause just after Julia had said difficulties. The expression on Tor's face was only there for a fraction of a second before it vanished. Vincent had to do the same thing several more times before he found a frame in which it was clearly visible. Micro-expressions, he said, nodding at the screen. According to the psychologist Paul Ekman, we have 7 basic emotions: happiness, sadness, anger, disgust, contempt, fear, and surprise. These emotions are clearly visible in distinctive facial expressions. It's incredibly difficult to completely hide an emotional reaction because emotions are automatic and they happen more quickly than our conscious reactions. As I say, Ekman's term for them is micro-expressions. These are quick, fleeting reactions that show a genuine emotion before consciousness takes over and tries to control the facial expression. For example, by showing confusion, as in this case. But what did you see just before that? On the screen, the corner of Tor's mouth had tensed and moved upwards. It was only a few millimeters, but that was all it took. What appeared was not a smile. He looks superior, Mina said. Exactly. This is the facial expression for contempt. But in Tor's case, it only lasts for a split second. That's why it's a micro-expression. Then we get the feigned confusion that you saw. Vincent played the entire sequence without pausing. He hoped that Mina would spot the change in Tor, even though it was quicker than the blink of an eye. She nodded enthusiastically. There, she said. Wow. Now I know what to look for. It's super obvious. But I wouldn't ever have spotted it if you hadn't pointed it out. What does it mean? 2 things, Vincent said, turning to face her. That was a stupid move. He felt self-conscious, sitting so close to her and looking into her eyes. But she was merely gazing back at him questioningly. He had to pull himself together. Firstly, he said, clearing his throat, it means that he knows exactly which difficulties Julia is referring to. You don't react that forcefully without having something tangible to react to. In other words, he already knows about the victim's prior history. Why would he know about that if he didn't know who they were? So he's lying when he says he doesn't know Irizga, Jon, and Marcus, Mina said slowly. It's the only reasonable explanation. And secondly, he also exhibits disdain for the difficulties that the victims faced. That is to say, that Irizga, Marcus, and Jon were depressed and verging on suicidal, if I've understood correctly from the interviews with their relatives. I doubt Tor has much time for people he regards as weak. So Tor knew the victims and knew what they went through, Mina said. She sat back in her chair and closed her eyes. And he hates them for it, she added. He also knows Niklas went through the same phase in his life. Tor must despise him too. She suddenly opened her eyes and gazed at him in horror. Vincent, is everyone... am I that easily read? Do I have those micro-expressions too? I've never given that a moment's thought, Vincent said, trying to maintain an air of innocence. At the same time, he realized that he had just taught Mina that she could read him. Oh dear. But how sure are you about this with Tor? She said. I still haven't seen or heard anything in the interview that's good enough grounds to hold him. Vincent nodded and moved the cursor in the play bar to the final seconds of the footage. Then he hit play again.
I think this is the perspective that we're dealing with, said Tor on screen. And it's got very little to do with how a Swedish rock star got started in his career, or who booked a lecturer for public speaking engagements.
I saw that micro-expression again, Mina said. Contempt, when he said rock star. Very good. But did you think about the words, too? All Julia mentioned was investments. How does Tor know that they were used to fund people's careers? And she didn't say a word about public speaking, so where did he get that from? I'll bet that's what Julia reacted to. He's talking about things he shouldn't know about. Julia's reaction was quite right. Tor is far better informed than he's letting on. He's created 3 fantastic careers for others. 4, if we count Niklas. Right when they were at their lowest ebb. That's an incredible and selfless thing to do. So why is he lying about it? Shouldn't he be proud of it, if that's all he did? And why does he hate them? I'm guessing that if we can find out why, we'll also find out why they're now dead. Mina remained silent for a long time. He liked the silence, but he also longed to hear her stimulating voice again. Look at him, Mina said in a low voice, pointing at the screen. Those well-manicured nails. There's not a speck of dirt on his cuffs, even though he must have been wearing that shirt all day. And his shoes are always polished to within an inch of their lives. I can't really see him building burial mounds out of gravel in a metro tunnel. I'm more inclined to believe what you said in the meeting, that the prince was the one who built them. I agree, Vincent said, nodding. But Tor is definitely the brain behind the, well, whatever this is. If we look at the evidence found by Christer, it's obvious that Tor is operating behind the scenes. The muscles, and perhaps even the outward face, belong to his cousin. And it gets even worse. Everything that they had seen so far had only been a warm-up for what Vincent had to show her next. He'd needed to make Mina aware of the importance of small behavioral changes so that she would understand what was coming next. Not just understand, but also feel. It was the next part that had really scared Vincent. He dragged the cursor back and stopped just before Tor began to talk about the person who had kidnapped Niklas, probably having political intentions. Have you seen this part of the interview? He said. No, I didn't have time to watch it all before. Good, Vincent said, muting the sound. Watch his body language and facial expressions, and then tell me what he's talking about. Vincent started the video and let it run to the end in silence. Mina watched Tor attentively. After a while, she began to nod imperceptibly, as if she were agreeing with something inaudible that Tor was saying. When the video reached its end, she took a few seconds to collect herself. Let's see, she said. He was leaning forward and making a lot of eye contact. A smile came and went at the right-hand corner of his mouth. You know, it's not easy breaking it down into details like you do. It feels as if the meaning gets lost. Somehow, the sum is greater than all the parts. Can I tell you how it felt instead? A very good suggestion, Vincent said. Our feelings are often shortcuts to things that we already know in purely rational terms. The brain saves time and energy by skipping the rational approach, and instead gives us a feeling about what the situation is. That's intuition.
But real intuition is based on us having previous evidence to indicate that our thinking is right. Otherwise, we're simply reacting based on whims and prejudices. Unfortunately, most people who talk about gut feeling don't understand that there's a difference between— Vincent, Mina said sharply. Oh, sorry. Your impression of Tor. Go on. Mina looked at the man on screen again, as he sat leaning forward over the table, with both palms on the tabletop. It's clear that he's passionate about whatever he's talking about, she said. It feels like he's pitching an idea on Dragon's Den. And his commitment is infectious. More than that, it's compelling. I'll buy lots of whatever he's selling. Don't be so sure of that, Vincent said, playing the sequence again from the beginning, but this time with sound. They listened in silence as Tor outlined his thoughts on democracy being in terminal decline and his belief that someone might be trying to plunge the country into chaos. Mina was pale by the time the video ended. The whole thing about creating a new order out of chaos, said Vincent. That's Tor's own idea. He is the one who's passionate about that. And I don't think he's talking about Niklas anymore. You don't create a new social order by killing 4 individuals, not even if one of them happens to be the Minister of Justice. I think Tor is planning something else, something much bigger. I'm afraid we've seriously underestimated how far he's willing to go. 139. Julia! Wait! Sara ran down the corridor as fast as she could. Julia was getting into the lift at the other end, but she got out again when she heard Sara's voice. Sara reached the lift and inhaled hard as she sought to catch her breath. Hi, Sara, Julia said, smiling. Nicely done with Manojlovic and Ted Hansson, and finding Gustav Brons. The doors closed behind Julia, and the lift departed. Yes, it all ended up being a bit rushed, Sara said. We would have preferred to spend longer looking into the gang first, but honestly, it's pretty liberating to pull Ted Hansson's pants down. Is that an official NOA position? Julia said, chuckling. I've got a colleague who is rather grateful for your urgency. Sara felt her cheeks begin to flush. The truth was that she and Ruben had effectively been inseparable in their spare time since she had found him in that cold cabin 3 days earlier, but they hadn't told anyone that yet. She wasn't quite sure how the world would handle the shock. She barely understood it herself. Anyway, I've got an urgent question for you, she said. You brought Tor Svensson in for questioning this morning, right? Please tell me you've still got him. Julia raised her eyebrows. Yes, it was something of a surprise, she said. When he arrived, all we really had was circumstantial evidence, but he managed to give himself away to the extent that I requested a warrant to detain him right away. I haven't heard anything, so I assume he's in the Kronoberg remand prison. Of course, his lawyers will probably appeal in the strongest possible terms, but these things don't move fast, so he should be there for at least another day. What's up? Can we— Sara said, pointing to Julia's office. Julia nodded. They went into her office, and Julia closed the door behind them. We've been tracking suspected terrorist activity for some time, Sara said. Someone has stolen large quantities of ammonium nitrate, enough to make one hell of a bomb. We received a tip that helped us to find the chemicals at various locations, but we haven't let on that we know where they are. Instead, we've been keeping the warehouses under surveillance, and almost all of them have been visited over the last 48 hours. He was admittedly disguised in a cap and sunglasses and wore different clothes, but it's incredible how far these modern facial recognition software packages have come on. The same person visited everyone. Tor Svensson, Julia said, staring at her. Yes, we think he's planning something terrible. Julia grabbed her coat. Let's get over to the cells right away, she said. It'll only take us 3 minutes to get there. I'll call ahead to let them know we're coming. She grabbed her phone, dialed a number, and wedged it between her shoulder and her ear. It's Julia Hammarsten, she said when someone picked up at the other end. She was wriggling into her coat at the same time. We're coming over to talk to Tor Svensson. Right away. It's urgent. Julia stopped mid-movement. She listened. Then she hung up. Then she looked at Sara. How could I have been so stupid as to think it would be that simple? She said. I should have known better than to try to take down the Ministry of Justice. What do you mean? Said Sara. Our request to detain him was rejected. Tor left the building 2 hours ago. 140. Julia chose to stand up, even though her father had asked them to sit down. Sara Temmerik was still on her feet too. For once, Julia wasn't freezing cold while inside police headquarters, probably the result of running all the way to the commissioner's office. Now, we have to be very careful, her father said, also standing as he gazed out of the window. How sure are you that you can tie Tor Svensson to the murders? We still only have circumstantial evidence, Julia said, but we have a lot of it. We also believe that Tor lied about his cousin, and he's also involved in this somehow. However, NOA has evidence directly pointing to Tor's involvement in the theft of the chemicals, Sara said. Julia looked appreciatively at her colleague. Sara exhibited none of the fear that the commissioner usually instilled in people. He turned towards them. You've already provoked him, he said thoughtfully. He's likely to be on his guard, and the accuracy of the computer insisting that someone in different disguises is the same person will be a contentious issue when it goes to court, especially when that someone is the Minister of Justice's press secretary. I'm afraid that you face a long legal process before you can put him behind bars. How long do you have? Julia glanced at Sara. How on earth was she managing to remain unaffected by their dash? Julia was sweating buckets and could feel her heart pounding. Sara probably spent a lot of time in the gym. She supposed she ought to start going again too. Adam might say she was perfect as she was, but... If Tor is involved in the murders of Jon, Marcus and Erika, then it's reasonable to assume that he was also involved in the threats to Niklas, since it seems to follow the same pattern. According to the recorded message, Niklas is going to die in 3 days' time, she said. That's quite a big if, given that we're talking about Tor Svensson, the commissioner said. We also don't know whether he's actually building a bomb, said Julia. But if he is, and if he's involved in the murders, then I would guess he's going to detonate the bomb at the same time as Niklas is killed. He can't wait much longer. He must be aware that the noose has begun to tighten. If he's going to act, then he has to go now. If it's him. The question is, do we dare take any chances? Remind me what quantity of explosives we're talking about. I'm convinced that it's him and not anyone else in those pictures, Sara said. And if that's the case, he's got his hands on around 10 tons of ammonium nitrate. That's what we know about. He might have more. That would be the biggest ever civilian explosion to take place in Sweden if he were successful. Much of Stockholm city centre would be reduced to dust. In the worst-case scenario, it would leave thousands dead and injured. Her father ran his hands over his face.
He suddenly looked very old, despite his uniform.
"Then I suggest we move forward with caution," he said, but quickly, because you're right, we can't take any chances. Take the rest of the day to compile your evidence, whether it's concrete or circumstantial. Make the most compelling presentation you can. Ensure that you eliminate all those ifs. Tomorrow morning, we'll take it to the prosecutor to request Tord Svensson's immediate detention. I'll write to the prosecutor personally to emphasize the importance of this happening.
Julia looked at her father. She wanted to thank him for not opposing her for once, but instead she nodded briefly.
"Well, why are you standing here?"
said the commissioner.
"Get a move on!"
141. The Gondolin restaurant was full. The restaurant had recently reopened following an extensive refurbishment, and the people of Stockholm were evidently delighted to be back, judging by the number of patrons. Vincent was surprised that the Shadow wanted to meet in such a crowded place. But the Shadow didn't do anything by accident. There would be a reason why they were meeting there of all places.
"Valder?"
the maitre d' said in surprise when Vincent approached her lectern.
"It's been a while. Then again, it's been a while since most people have been here. Welcome back. Booking for 2, wasn't it?"
"If you say so," Vincent said. The maitre d' gave him a slightly strange look, but beckoned him to follow her.
"We've had to put you at the bar,"
she said apologetically as they entered the main dining room.
"You would not believe how many bookings we've had since we opened. You were lucky that'll be fine," Vincent said. "The bar has the best seats as far as I'm concerned."
He sat down on the seat indicated and smiled warmly at the maitre d' to show how happy he was. She smiled back, clearly relieved, and dashed off to greet the next patron. There were 2 menus lying on the bar. The seat beside Vincent was empty. The Shadow hadn't yet arrived. Vincent had no idea what to expect. Would it be someone old or young? Would it be a man or a woman? It occurred to him that it might be someone he knew. He really hoped not. It was most probably, as Mina had guessed, a stalker. He hadn't encountered any more of those with serious problems since Anna, the woman who'd had a tattoo of him on her back. But Anna was totally harmless compared to the Shadow. It was, as well, to be prepared for everything. A man emerged from the gents. He caught sight of Vincent and smiled broadly before heading towards him. Was that the Shadow? Vincent vaguely recognized him. He couldn't immediately place the man, but he knew he'd seen him somewhere before. There was something about the way he moved as he approached Vincent that was very familiar.
"Vincent!"
the man said, enthusiastically shaking his hand.
"You came!"
There was no doubt about it. This was the Shadow. At last, Vincent was able to put a face to his tormentor. If only he could recall where he'd seen him before.
"I didn't exactly have much choice," Vincent said. "Where's my family?"
The Shadow shrugged and sat down.
"There's no cause for concern," he said. "I haven't done anything to them that you haven't already done yourself. But you needed space to think by yourself for a while. If you've hurt them."
The man held up a hand and looked affronted.
Vincent, he said. "Let's not be vulgar. You should be focusing on the task at hand. You don't have long left."
Vincent gazed across the packed dining room. Were any of the patrons plainclothes police officers? If he gave a signal or shouted for help, would they apprehend the Shadow? But no one seemed to be paying them any attention. Mina had kept her promise.
"What do you want from me?" he said. "And who are you? You said I have to take responsibility for what I did and stop living in denial. I assume you're referring to what happened to my mother."
You see, the man said with a disapproving shake of the head. You still can't even say what actually happened.
It was 40 years ago, and it was an accident. A tragic accident.
The shadow began to flip through the menu.
"Langoustine gratin or veal topside," he said aloud. "What do you think? Porcini mushroom confit sounds like a good side." "Just tell me what you want me to do,"
Vincent said tersely.
"What do you mean by me having to take responsibility? What does that even mean? And why are you interfering in my life?"
It's a pity they don't do black pudding in the evenings, the man said as he closed the menu.
"I really didn't think you were so slow on the uptake, Vincent. You've been given all the clues. Read the letters again, carefully. It's all in there."
He glanced at Vincent and then leaned in close as if he were going to impart a secret. You do still have them, don't you? The letters, he said.
You haven't given them to the police or anything like that?
Vincent didn't reply. All I want is for you to start taking responsibility for your actions, the shadow said. That's it.
But you're not going to say what you mean by that any more specifically.
The shadow smiled and shook his head. It's not that hard, he said. But since you still don't seem to understand, I'll give you one more chance. Just like I wrote. One last chance. I'm not a bad man, Vincent. He produced a padded envelope and handed it to Vincent. Inside, there was a piece of black elasticated material with a fastener on it. On the strap, there was a rectangular piece of plastic the size of a matchbox. We'll meet again tomorrow. Until then, I'd like you to wear this. It's a microphone and GPS transmitter. You wear it on your ankle. The whole business of taping microphones to your chest only happens on television these days. But this will mean that I know exactly where you are, and I'll hear everything you say over the next day. I don't want to see you tomorrow, and only find out afterwards that you blew your chance. Have a good evening, Vincent. The man stood up as if to leave.
Wait,
Vincent said.
You still haven't told me who you are or why you're doing this. And why are we here at Gondolin? What's...
The shadow shook his head. You really aren't that smart anymore, he said, adjusting his jacket. You ought to know who I am by now. But I promise that tomorrow all will become clear. Now, enjoy your dinner. The bill's on me. 142. 2 days to go. Vincent arrived early. It almost felt as if police headquarters had become his place of work. He could no longer sleep at home. Granted, he had returned home from the restaurant by 6:30 and had texted Mina to say that he was okay, but the shadow's words had kept him awake for the rest of the night. Concentrating on the investigation was the only thing he could do to keep his sanity. What little of it he still had. He was going to put the map of the metro tunnel network on the conference room wall. The map of Stockholm that had been there previously had been taken down after Vincent had turned it into a huge chessboard 6 months earlier. Since then, the wall had been empty. Until now. Vincent stuck pins in all four corners so that the map wouldn't roll up. Just as he was finishing, Ruben popped his head around the door.
"Time for that stuff again, eh?" he said, nodding at the map. "What is it this time? Ludo? Don't answer that. I don't want to know. Have you seen Ardam?" "No, I haven't actually seen anyone here yet,"
Vincent said. Ruben nodded and disappeared. Vincent retrieved the hourglasses from his bag. He turned the frame containing them and watched the sand begin to fall. The symbol of the hourglass was to be found everywhere in this investigation. The four in his hands were really a map to the burial mounds. They were also marked around the heaps themselves in the tunnels. And there was an hourglass on the business card with the phone number printed on it that had been handed to Niklas. Vincent still remembered what the voice sounded like, the one saying how long Niklas had left. There were only 2 days left until his time was up. Vincent had really hoped that they would already have found Niklas in the tunnels somewhere along line 16. It would have made everything so much easier. In retrospect, that seemed naive. Just because something would be convenient for the investigation didn't make it any more likely. At the same time, they hadn't come across any other leads on where Niklas might be. However, unless he had totally misunderstood the message accompanying the hourglasses, there was a way to save Niklas before it was too late. Find the fourth one before time runs out. But where? As Julia had said, line 16 was long. And once Niklas was in place in the tunnel in 2 days' time, they wouldn't have much time. But why would whoever had sent the hourglasses to Vincent say which line it was, rather than which station? It seemed odd to leave it so vague. He looked at the numbers that he had written underneath the 4 hourglasses. 17 minutes, 13 seconds. 13 minutes, 5 seconds. 10 minutes, 3 seconds. 16 minutes, 3 seconds. He'd thought that the minute counts for each one revealed the metro lines, and that the seconds would therefore indicate the stations themselves somehow. In the hourglass representing Marcus Eriksson, it took 17 minutes and 13 seconds for the sand to run through. Line 17 was right. But 13 stations didn't get him to Bagarmossen, where Crazy Tom had found Marcus, regardless of which end of the line he started counting from. The same was true for Erika and Jon. It didn't matter which end he started from. The seconds didn't lead him to the stations where the bones had been found. But what if there was another starting point? One that mattered to the person who had sent the hourglasses. Vincent was now convinced that the hourglasses and the other puzzles sent to him had come from the prince. The skeleton of the king, the prince's father, had been found at Odenplan. What if the king was the root of it all? Vincent put his finger on the map on the wall and counted 13 stations from Odenplan. That took him right to Bagarmossen, where Marcus's bones had been found. He tried it again. Erika had been found on the red line 13. Her hourglass said 5 seconds. Vincent started again from Odenplan. It was 5 stations from Odenplan to Karlaplan where Erika had been found, via a change at T-centralen. The third hourglass was for Jon. Blue line 10. 2 stations from Odenplan took him to Fridhemsplan. There he changed onto the blue line, and after one stop, he ended up at Stadshagen, where Akai had found Jon. He had solved it. The final hourglass, Niklas's hourglass, took 16 minutes and 3 seconds. From Odenplan, that meant either Torhildsplan in one direction or T-Centralen in the other. But the station at Torhildsplan was above ground, and the bones were always found in the tunnels. That just left T-Centralen. He knew where Niklas would be. Finally. He ought to have been celebrating, but he knew that Julia wouldn't be pleased. T-Centralen was the most complex station on the entire subterranean network, with trains and platforms across several different levels. It was the one point in the network where all the lines on the system intersected, where more than 300,000 passengers got on or off each day. And it was there, somewhere in the myriad of tunnels, that they would have to find Niklas in 2 days' time. Find the fourth one before time runs out. Vincent hoped that meant they would have an hour or so to find Niklas, that he would be taken into the tunnels before time ran out. But he didn't dare be that naive again. They would have to prepare for the possibility that there would be very little time. So they needed to know exactly when, down to the minute, Niklas was going to die. He would have to ask Mina to call the number and check. As if she had heard his thoughts, Mina came into the room carrying 2 mugs. "Sorry I'm late," she said. "The coffee machine was broken. Had to get hot chocolate instead." "Perfect," he said, accepting a mug. "It's almost as cold inside as it is out." He blew on the drink. "And perfect timing, by the way," he said. "I've solved it. I know where Niklas is. Or rather, I know where he will be. I was right about line 16. He's just not there yet." "Vincent, I'm not following you," she said. "It was simple, actually," he continued, pointing to the map. "I just had to count the stations on line 16. Well, it isn't there, but the stations are. The trick was to count from Odenplan, since that's where the king was buried. The hourglasses tell us that it's all based on the king." "Sometimes I'm scared about what goes on in your head when it isn't simple," Mina said, carefully sipping her hot chocolate. "The point is that Niklas will be in one of the tunnels at T-Centralen," Vincent said. "In 2 days, when his time runs out." Mina fell silent for a few seconds. "T-Centralen," she said. "My God. And we know that Tor is preparing a bomb that's probably going to detonate at the same time as Niklas dies. But the recorded message tells us when he's going to die, down to the minute. We just have to make sure we're in the right place before it happens. Can you call it again so that we can check the exact time?" "Sure, just a second," Mina said, pulling out her phone. She dialed the number and put it on speakerphone. "Hello, Niklas Stockenberg," said the familiar voice. "We hope you have been satisfied with our services during this period which has now reached its end. You have 0 days, 3 hours, and 15 minutes left to live." Mina stared at him. "They've changed the message," she said. "Niklas is going to die in 3 hours' time." 143. 3 hours to go. Vincent's phone was ringing. His display told him that it was Loke. Vincent pushed aside all thoughts of Niklas and T-Centralen. There was no need to frighten Loke unnecessarily. He took a deep breath and answered as neutrally as he could. "Hi, Vincent, it's Loke. Do you have a minute?" Loke said eagerly. "Of course," Vincent said, quickly flashing his screen to Mina to show her Loke's name. "I'll go and brief Julia," she whispered. "We need to get to T-Centralen and find Niklas right away." Vincent watched her dash off.
There's something I've been thinking about in relation to the skin beetles, Luke said, as Vincent put his phone back to his ear. About how hard it is to keep those kinds of beetles in controlled circumstances, especially once the larvae become full beetles. So, I went out on a limb and reviewed the last 2 years of reports from the Health and Environmental Board. Good thinking, Vincent said, realizing what Luke was getting at. This bone expert was no slouch. I'd almost given up, Luke said. But then, I found a pest report from just last week. Despite being in a public place, the pests were found in such quantities that a report was filed. Can you guess what they were? Skin beetles, Vincent said, nodding. Exactly. Found on the platform at Hötorget metro station, of all places. There can't be a coincidence. I should think there's a large terrarium of skin beetles somewhere in the tunnels not far from Hötorget. Warm, slightly damp and dark. It's the perfect environment for them. That's where the bones have been cleaned. I thought you'd want to know. Luke sounded as if he was about to hang up. Just a moment, Vincent said. The team have their hands full preparing to launch the search for Niklas. It suddenly became very urgent. There isn't time to search for a terrarium too, but I could go down and take a look. I'm only in their way here. In fact, I think we should both go. I don't know, Luke said hesitantly. Dirty tunnels aren't really my kind of place. I understand that more than you can know. But aren't you curious? After all, you were the one who figured it out. Okay, fine. You've convinced me. Meet you on the platform at Hötorget in, say, half an hour? I'll be there in 15 minutes, Vincent said, ending the call. He retrieved his jacket and hurried down the corridor. He stopped when he saw Mina and Julia in the latter's office. Luke has found the place where the bones were cleaned, he said. I'm going to head over there to check it out with him. I'm not exactly much use in your rescue efforts. Well done, Luke, said Julia. Where is it? Take a guess, Vincent said, sighing. Why can't anything ever be above ground? What's wrong with people? You're going down into the tunnels, Julia said skeptically. Haven't you heard about the bomb? Yes, Mina told me. It's probably somewhere at T-Centralen, in the same place as Niklas. Sara says that's what NOA think too. If you want to detonate a bomb in Stockholm, then T-Centralen is the best strategic location to ensure maximum damage. Tord has got his hands on more than 10 tons of ammonium nitrate, so the tunnels won't be safe. And if something goes wrong... She fell silent. I know, said Vincent. But there are still a few hours left on Niklas's countdown. And I'll be back here in 40 minutes, tops. I promise. Best case scenario, Luke and I have found something important. I don't want to have to worry about you too, Mina said. Vincent stopped. He suddenly wanted to give Mina a hug. He knew, however, that he would probably be unable to let go of her afterwards. Instead, he nodded curtly at them and dashed off. There was a metro station just around the corner from the police headquarters, so he got on a train for T-Centralen, where he could change for Hötorget. T-Centralen was rammed as usual, with commuters and tourists everywhere. Of course, none of them had any idea what was about to happen. He pushed aside those thoughts and got on to the next train. After one stop, he got off. Luke was already waiting for him on the platform. A colleague gave me a lift, he said. But I wanted to wait for you so that we can go in together. Vincent looked around the platform. There weren't any skin beetles that he could see. They had obviously been dealt with. The city tended to deal with some tasks rather more quickly than others. The skin beetles were found at the north end of the platform, Luke said. so I assume they came from the North Tunnel. I've already arranged permission for us to go in. As for me, I've worked out where Niklas is going to be, Vincent said, following Luke to the end of the platform. At T-Centralen. With almost 3 hours to go, Julia's team are guaranteed to find him. The prince isn't playing fair by changing the countdown. The challenge was to find the 4th one before time ran out. And they will. The prince? Oh yes, you weren't at that meeting. I'll explain later. T-Centralen, you say? Luke said, letting Vincent walk ahead of him as they left the platform and entered the tunnel. My, oh my. That's only 1 station along. The light from the platform quickly disappeared behind them as Vincent walked further into the tunnel. He considered turning on the torch on his mobile, but thought it was better for his eyes to adjust to the dark. Luke was following him. Where do you think we're going to find the terrarium? Vincent said. Suddenly, he felt something pricking his throat. It was as sharp as a needle. I'm disappointed in you, Vincent, Luke said into his ear. You completely misunderstood the riddle. Niklas isn't at T-Centralen. Luke, Vincent said in confusion. What the? Don't move unnecessarily. You've got a syringe against your throat. Keep moving. And give me your phone. He did as Luke told him. Luke took the phone from his hand, and Vincent grimaced when he heard Luke smash it against the stone wall. What did you think of my presence? Luke said. All those puzzles and riddles for almost 2 years. Did they amuse you? A jolt passed through Vincent. You're the one who's been sending them, he said, clearing his throat. They've been incredible. But what do you mean? I misunderstood the riddle. I thought I had found someone like-minded, Luke said, with an air of disappointment. That you, of all people, would appreciate the challenge. You should know that some of those things weren't at all easy to get hold of. So, I decided to give you a chance to find Niklas. Tor was against it, but it's not often that I find someone I respect. And I like you, Vincent. But in the end, it seems I overestimated your abilities. It's a pity you didn't manage to save him. They continued to walk in silence. Luke led him further and further into the tunnels. They veered off on several occasions until the rumbling of the trains was only audible in the distance. Luke, are you the prince? No reply. The needle was extremely sharp. But as long as the area around it didn't start to tense, it meant that Luke hadn't injected him with whatever was inside the syringe, which was a silver lining of sorts. I'm guessing there aren't any skin beetles down here, Vincent said. Luke laughed heartily. I knew you could be smart, he said. And since you're wondering, the syringe at your throat contains a combination of pancuronium and potassium chloride. They really are fascinating substances. Pancuronium used to be marketed as Pavulon. It's a drug used for anesthesia in the healthcare sector. It hasn't been for sale for more than a decade, although it's not that hard for someone in my line of work to get hold of it and keep a stock. This dose will cause your muscles to relax so much that you'll stop breathing. You can make potassium chloride yourself. All it takes is a little lye and some hydrochloric acid. Both are, of course, highly corrosive, but they neutralize each other. The result is usually mixed with salt for use in cooking. There's enough in this syringe to make your heart stop. Is that what you gave Irizka, Marcus, and Jon? Vincent said, staring dead ahead of him in the dark tunnel. I'm not a physically strong person, as you know, Luke said. But when I offered to draw a line through the whole thing and let them live, as if they had learned their lesson, they all came to my home of their own volition. They promised me money, shares in their company, sex. They were desperate. I gave them thiopental-laced champagne. My God. They must have been out almost immediately, Vincent said. Yes, you can find some quick-acting stuff in our hospitals, Luke said, laughing. I could have cut them up then and there, to boil their bones, but I'm not a monster. I gave them a lethal injection first before I got to work. Stop! We've arrived. To their right was a deeper space. It ended in a concrete wall in which there was a door. The needle disappeared, and Luke appeared in front of him. In his other hand, he was holding a gun. It looked almost antique and completely out of place in Luke's long, slender hands. It was my grandfather's, Luke said when he saw Vincent's look. I don't like guns. They're so vulgar, and I'm not good at using them. But don't think I won't shoot if I have to. I won't miss at this distance. Luke dropped the syringe on the floor and pulled out a key. He unlocked the door while keeping the gun aimed at Vincent. The tunnel wasn't very light, and it was pitch black beyond the door. Luke gestured for Vincent to go into the room. When Vincent entered, he dimly made out a figure slumped over on a chair. It was Niklas. 144. Julia surveyed her team. Christer and Ruben were at the table, while Adam and Mina were leaning against the wall of the conference room. Milda was there too. Julia had asked her to attend their hastily convened meeting and take Luke's place while he was out with Vincent. I don't think Tor is in hiding. His ego is too big for that, she said. After all, we didn't manage to get the thumbs up to detain him. If I were Tor and insisting on my innocence, I would go home, stay visible, act normally. He knows that we don't have any concrete evidence tying him to the murders, but he doesn't know that we know about the bomb. Tor's constant refrain about Sweden needing to be shaken from the ground up suddenly takes on a whole new meaning, Christer said with a shiver. But if he's sure we can't get him, why did he bring forward Niklas's countdown? Mina said. I think he's under pressure, Julia said. He hadn't counted on us getting a DNA match. He knows we don't have anything else, but he also knows that might change. If he wants to detonate the bomb, he has to do it before it's too late. And I'm guessing that he wants to do it at the same time as he kills Niklas. You keep saying he, Mina said thoughtfully. But I think it's the prince who is doing all the legwork, while Tor is staying visible, with the perfect alibi. I'll bet the bastard is at home sipping a cup of tea right now, Ruben said, hunched over his laptop. That's actually what I was about to get to, Julia said. I suggest we pay him a visit. We don't have time to wait for a decision from the prosecutor. Tor shouldn't suspect anything. He doesn't know that we know his plans. Thanks to Vincent, we've got the best guess we can about where Niklas will be in 2.5 hours. But I'd prefer it if we found him sooner than that. And I bet Tor knows where he is right now. Let me pull up a map of the area where Tor lives, Ruben said, typing on his keyboard, so that we know what to expect. Let's see. Here's the address. He whistled. Posh people really do live on some swanky streets, he said. Tor lives on Strandvägen. I suppose he must have a view of Djurgården and likes to pretend it's his own garden. Strandvägen, Milda said. That's where Loke lives. Although not the Strandvägen in town, he lives on the one in Djursholm. There's a road with the same name there. I went to the wrong one on my first visit. Ruben frowned and leaned closer to his laptop. Well, I'll be damned, he said. The postcode doesn't match. Hang on. Tor doesn't live in town either. He seems to live in Djursholm too. Let me just... He tapped away and then turned the screen to show the others. Ruben had gone to Google Earth, and it was already zooming in on Sweden. After a few seconds, Stockholm was visible, then Djursholm, and then the address. There was also a small street view showing a huge house with its own gates and a short avenue leading to the main door. Swanky as hell, like I said, Ruben said. But that's Loke's house, Milda said. The others stared at her. What on earth are you saying? Julia said. That's Loke's house. I've been there. But how can that be? Are you sure you put in the right address? Loke's surname is Svensson too. Maybe there's been a mix-up. It's such a common name. Ruben double-checked the address and nodded. Julia experienced a sinking feeling in her stomach. They had missed something incredibly important. What's Loke's real first name? She said in a low voice. I assume he isn't really called Loke. Well, he is, actually, Milda said. But it's a middle name. He prefers it. So no one has ever called him anything else. But his actual first name is Mattias. Mattias Svensson. The room was filled with deathly silence as the import of Milda's words dawned on them all. Why didn't you say anything? Ruben exclaimed. About what? Milda said. What are you talking about? Loke is the prince, said Mina. Tor's cousin. And they live together. Could it really be Loke who committed the murders? Christer said. Julia nodded slowly. But why? Christer said, shaking his head. There's far too much that we don't understand right now, Julia said. She felt as if she was inside a snow globe that someone had just shaken. All the parts of their investigation that she had thought were neatly in place were now spinning around her in absolute chaos. What on earth are you talking about? Milda said, looking completely bewildered. Vincent is alone with Loke right now, Mina said, panic rising in her voice. He was only meant to be gone for 40 minutes. She checked her watch. I'll call him, she said, pulling out her phone. But it didn't ring. Vincent's phone was switched off. Shit, Ruben snapped. Looks like Loke is going to finish Vincent off as well as killing Niklas and detonating the bomb. 3 birds with 1 stone, said Christer. One hell of a stone, though. We've got to find them. Now, Julia said. They all stood up and raced out of the conference room. 145. Is he alive? Vincent tried to adjust his eyes to the darkness in the small room. It was a service room, unused and forgotten. A perfect place to hide someone. I'm alive. The faint voice in the darkness quickly became a face when Loke turned on the torch on his phone. So, what happens now?
Vincent said. He deliberately kept his tone as flat as possible. Luke's mental state was still unknown to him. Vincent had no idea how Luke was affected by emotions such as fear or anger. Until he'd had time to gain an understanding of Luke's psyche, he needed to remain as emotionally neutral as possible.
We wait,
Luke said, sitting down. He waved the gun at Vincent to indicate that he should sit down next to Niklas. Vincent obeyed. The concrete was cold through the fabric of his trousers, and the floor was grimy. Niklas was little more than a ghostly figure in the glow of the mobile phone. He looked tired and haggard. There was dirt smeared across his face, in his hair, and on his clothes.
While we wait, explain to me how I was supposed to find Niklas here,
Vincent said, in the same neutral voice as before.
I may have misunderstood the riddle, as you put it, but the police searched all of line 16 and found nothing. The plan was obviously to move him to a location closer to the platform when the time came,
Luke said in irritation.
But I didn't have time. It was all such a rush. But don't worry, we're very close to Hötorget. There are more tunnels than just the metro down here. And here we are to wait,
Vincent said neutrally.
He mustn't affect Luke by betraying an emotional reaction to the situation. He had to keep his equilibrium. We're waiting for the fall, didn't I say?
Luke said.
Do you know that my name comes from the Old Norse word, meaning to close or complete? My role is to be the one who brings about the fall and the end. Ragnarok.
Luke slowly turned the torch to show the rest of the room. It was bigger than Vincent had first thought. At first, he didn't understand what was filling the rest of the room. Then he realized that it was a mass of holdalls stacked on top of each other in multiple rows. They extended all the way up to the ceiling. He estimated there were several hundred of them. It was hard to see in the semi-darkness, but they all looked well filled. He realized that they had also passed others like them in the tunnel on their way here, but he had thought they were rubbish. It wasn't difficult to guess what was in them. The bags were Tor's bomb. All it would take was the detonation of one to trigger a chain reaction. The pressure and heat from the first bag would cause all the others to explode. Tor had almost 10 tons of ammonium nitrate here. Vincent estimated the total quantity of explosives to be at least double that. His mouth went dry. Luke glanced nervously at his wristwatch. Vincent guessed that the appointed hour was approaching.
Since we're all just sitting here, waiting to die, it'd be nice to have an explanation, he said, trying to speak lightly, although he was terrified.
Vincent knew that Luke liked him. That had always been clear in his body language, and he had also expressed admiration. With luck, Vincent could exploit that. But if he lost the connection between them, that opportunity would be gone. Niklas was still silent, his head bowed. Vincent patted him gently on the leg, but got no reaction. Niklas had given up. He would be of no help. It was up to Vincent to find a way out of this situation. Getting Luke to talk was the key to that. Unless the shadow, who was guaranteed to be listening in via the microphone attached to Vincent's ankle, was a decent enough man to call the police and fire brigade. Vincent doubted it.
Well then, Luke said with a shrug. I assume you already know that Tor and I have been working together.
Vincent said nothing. He didn't want to reveal that he didn't have a handle on all the details. That might make Luke clam up again. So he nodded, as if what Luke had said was already obvious. Most of all, he wanted to ask how long they had left, but it was too soon for that.
Help me to understand why, he said. What do the hourglasses mean? On the business cards and around the heaps of bones?
Luke sat in silence for a while. Vincent waited patiently. He wondered whether they could be overheard. Was there anyone outside the door? Probably not. It was just him, Luke, and Niklas. There was no one else in the world now. They were the universe. They were life and death.
My mother was the most beautiful person I've ever seen, Luke said. When she was happy, it was as if the sun was shining through the windows of our little flat in Kungsholmen. And Dad loved her so much. But when she jumped off that bridge, the sun went out. For Dad. For me. It all crumbled. When Dad didn't pay the rent, we got evicted. And I guess Dad felt that since the sun would never shine again, we might as well live down here in the darkness. It might sound unlikely, but we were actually happy down here. At least, most of the time. We had our own little world with a family and a home. A kingdom where my father was king. Everyone loved Dad. And when he felt the darkness coming for him, the darkness from within, he would disappear for a while. That way, I didn't have to see him when he was like that. But even when he was happy, he was still filled with sorrow that Mum had chosen to leave us. That was how he saw it. That she had abandoned us. In the end, he did the same thing. He abandoned me.
Luke gazed into another corner of the room. Vincent was able to make out a mound of gravel about 1 meter high, and realized instantly what it was.
Is that? He said.
Luke nodded.
So you were the one who stole the bones from your own lab?
Vincent said calmly. But why did you call me about it?
Dad belongs down here,
Luke said, looking tenderly towards the mound.
He shouldn't be spread out on a cold metal table. That wasn't worthy of a king. But I knew there would be a commotion when I took the bones. I called you because I thought you might be able to help me keep a lid on it. But I was wrong.
And the others received the same kind of VIP burial in the tunnels because
they had all become kings in their own way, even if it was on borrowed time. And the king was buried down here. What was good enough for him was good enough for them.
Vincent glanced at the heap of gravel containing Luke's father.
So, after your father disappeared, you moved in with Tor and Rune? He asked. I would have liked to stay here, Luke said with a nod. But I couldn't anymore. Dad had taught me Rune's phone number, so I knew it off by heart. I called him and said that his brother was dead. He was thrown at first. Everyone thought we had died long before. But I was able to live with them.
How old were you then?
Vincent squirmed a little.
His behind had started to ache, and the chill was penetrating further and further into his flesh. 10, and Tor was 20. He took me under his wing, right from the start, and taught me all the stuff I'd missed out on while I'd been down in the tunnels. Rune died not long afterwards. Then it was just me and Tor. Vincent shifted position on the floor. He glanced towards the bags. When Luke heard him moving, he swung the torch towards him. In the beam, Vincent had a better view of Niklas. He was in exactly the same position as before. Vincent wasn't sure whether he had heard any of their conversation, or even whether he was alive. "What are you up to?" Luke said suspiciously. "Sorry, I'm not as young as I once was. I'm stiff." "Like I said, I'm disappointed in you. I haven't been myself lately. But to get back to you, it sounds as if things worked out. I can't quite see how your story ends in murder." Vincent heard Luke snort in the dark. But they evidently had enough time that he could continue to tell his story. As long as he didn't seem to be in a hurry, everything was still fine. "Tor understood my anger about Mum and Dad," he said. "Dad always said that life was a gift. It wasn't something you threw away without a second thought. That went against everything that life stood for. And then he did it anyway. Tor told me that Grandpa Harald always said our family was descended from the Vikings, and the Vikings didn't sacrifice their lives unless it was in battle. Life wasn't something you had the right to give up of your own volition. And that's right. So Tor was interested to see what would happen if someone who had given up was offered the chance to start over. You asked what the hourglass stands for. Isn't it obvious? It's a reminder that everything has an end. But what happens if you get the chance to turn over your hourglass? That's what Tor wanted to know. If someone could go from absolute rock bottom and achieve their wildest dreams, what would they aim for? He wasn't all that impressed by the results. A lecturer? A rock star? Are those humankind's greatest desires? It was somewhere in the midst of all this that the idea of shaking people up properly was born. Starting over from scratch. Harald, Rune, Björn, Tor, Loke, Vincent said with a nod. All Viking names. Loke was my middle name, not my first name. But Tor said it should be my given name instead of Matthias. Loke, the one who brings about the fall. Vincent glanced at the piles of holdalls again. 146. Mina stops the police car outside the gates to the large house in Djursholm. "Damn it," Christer mutters beside her. "How'd we get in? Those gates look sturdier than our car." Christer insisted on coming along this time. There is a video intercom attached to the wall beside the gates. Mina is doubtful that Tor will let them in, but with a little luck, he doesn't know why they're here. They have no choice but to try. Adam and Ruben took it upon themselves to go into the tunnels and lead the search for Niklas, Vincent and Loke, while she, Julia and Christer went to the house to bring in Tor. Mina gets out of the car and presses the intercom button. After a few seconds, it crackles into life. "Yes?" "This is the police," she says. "We're here to see Tor Svensson." Sorry, Mr. Svensson not here right now, says the woman's voice on the speaker. I just clean house. Switching to English, Mina repeats her statement. This is the police. Would you please let us in? The intercom is silent. Then they hear a click, and the gates begin to open inwards. Mina gets into the car to find Christer staring at her, wide-eyed. Well, that's a stroke of good luck, he says. Skill? Mina replies. She pulls onto the driveway, and once she is parked up, she gets out of the car along with Julia and Christer. Julia climbs the steps and rings the doorbell. A woman with long black hair opens the door. Please come in, she says, looking uncertainly at them. But I don't know when Mr. Svensson will be back, and I am just leaving. I'm sorry, Julia says, showing her credentials. But we need to search the house. I don't know, the woman says hesitantly. I just cleaned. We promised to take off our shoes, Christer says, stepping neatly past her. I was on the bridge. The voice, suddenly speaking, makes Vincent jump. It's Niklas. His voice is dry and feeble. Vincent can hear him gathering saliva and swallowing before he continues. I was on Västerbron Bridge, Niklas repeats, when a young boy came over to me. One cold autumn day. There was something about that boy and how innocent he was that made me explain why I was standing there and how I was going to end my life. To this day, I don't know why I spoke to him. I suppose I was buying time before taking the final leap. After I had finished talking, he offered me a solution. A deal. If I postponed my death by a few years, he could solve all my problems. If I had set my heart on death, then the boy could first help me live for real. Loke, Vincent says, and Loke nods. At first it seemed ludicrous, Niklas says. What could a young boy do about my worries? But he called someone on his phone. I spoke to an adult, and he told me the deal was for real, that all my problems would go away immediately if I agreed to them, giving me at least 10 years. It piqued my curiosity. It was so crazy that it seemed real, just for that reason. And I didn't have anything to lose, given what I was about to do. So I said yes. If it turned out they were bluffing, I could always jump the next day. I remember thinking that. But it wasn't a bluff. They stuck to their word. All my problems were solved. Why 20 years? Vincent says to Loke. There wasn't any specific rule, Loke says with a shrug. Niklas got 20 years. It was only 17 for Marcus. He was the last one we picked up from the bridge, and the first we left in the tunnels. Iris and Jon both got 18 years. The important thing wasn't the time, but that they had to realize their dreams. After all, they'd already decided to end their lives. They'd all taken the easy way out and turned down the gift of life. They'd thrown away what they'd been given. We wanted to be sure that they really understood what they'd chosen to lose, by letting them first experience everything they could have had. The same goes for Niklas. And I have so very much to lose, Niklas says quietly. The bomb dog is a Labrador who goes by the name of Radar. He's walking ahead of Ruben in the tunnel. There are 3 different levels in T-Centralen, 4 if you count the commuter train platforms. There are multiple tunnel portals on each. That makes for 14 tunnel openings to be searched, not counting escape routes and staff quarters. The commissioner has given them all the reinforcements available at short notice, as well as dogs from the National Bomb Squad. But the search is slow. Far too slow. The bomb technician suggested sending robots into the tunnels, but that won't help them find Loke and Vincent. Or Niklas. They need to clear the tunnels manually. But the officers are spread out thinly, and it's a huge area to search, with so many tunnels to be checked in such a short time. Fortunately for Ruben, he has completed his dog handling training, which means he's able to walk with his own dog. The tunnel is almost unnaturally quiet. Ruben barely dares contemplate the chaos above ground. T-Centralen is connected to Stockholm's central station and is the subject of regular bomb threats, but almost all of them are false. However, this is a serious threat, and the Prime Minister has more than delivered on her promise of resources. Efforts to coordinate between the security service, the police, the emergency response centre, the metro operator, and the rail operator were concluded in record time. The decision to cordon off T-Centralen, thus effectively shutting down all metro traffic across Stockholm, since all lines pass through it, is not at all popular, however. To top it off, they have been forced to stop all the long-distance and commuter trains which leave from the mainline station above, as well as the Arlanda Express, carrying tourists to and from the airport. The hub of the entire city, indeed the country, is at a standstill and has to be evacuated. All available patrolmen have been summoned to assist, while NOA is providing support with helicopter surveillance and the National Bomb Squad. Ruben suspects that right now there are hundreds, if not thousands, of people shouting indignantly at his colleagues above ground as they are refused entry to the station. The task force is helping to search the tunnels alongside Julia's team, and he wonders whether anyone will find anything soon. They won't be able to keep the place cordoned off indefinitely. Not that they have much time. Once Niklas's time runs out, Loke is guaranteed to activate Tor's bomb. And then, it'll all be over. "Just close the door after you," says Tor's cleaner, rushing down the steps as if she's suddenly in a hurry. Mina watches her disappearing towards the gate, and then follows Christer into the house. The hallway is at least the same size as her apartment. Hanging from the ceiling is a large crystal chandelier. "Tor," Julia calls out. "This is the police." "Do you think he's at home?" Mina asks. Julia nods. "I don't think the cleaner was telling the truth," she says. "She was too nervous for that." Julia draws her weapon, keeping it trained on the floor. Mina and Christer do likewise. "I'll take up position here," Christer says, standing by the front door, "in case Tor is here and tries to sneak out." Mina looks at him in amazement. She's never seen Christer this active before, but she likes it. The veteran policeman blocking the front door isn't someone to be messed with. Julia and Mina proceed beyond the hallway. A staircase leads them upstairs, where they find a study and 2 bedrooms with separate bathrooms. 1 bedroom for Tor and another for Loke. But Tor isn't there. They go downstairs again. "Have you seen him?" Julia says to Christer, who replies with a shake of the head. Downstairs there is a dining room, which is mostly taken up by a huge walnut table. There's also a living room with an open fire and a grand piano, as well as an adjacent kitchen. The size of the kitchen implies that Tor must have kitchen staff. But Tor isn't there either. Even so, Mina agrees with Julia. It doesn't feel as if they're alone in the house.
I thought less and less about the deal as time passed,
Niklas says.
Things just worked out for me. I chose to forget that there was always someone pulling strings for me in the background.
Vincent can feel the dust tickling his nose, and he has to make an effort not to sneeze. He doesn't think that a sneeze will trigger the bomb in the corner, but he can't be sure.
But didn't you recognize Tor when you started working together? He says. His voice. No, not at all. How would I have? He came into my life many years after that moment on the bridge. Who remembers a voice?
Faust, Vincent says.
You were Faust.
The pieces were slowly falling into place.
Yes,
Niklas said quietly.
I sold my soul to the devil.
That's not true! Loke says, in a shrill, angry voice. Tor isn't the devil!
It's the other way around. We did you all a favor.
All, says Vincent.
Irka, Jon, Marcus. It was the same with all of you,
Loke says.
I found them on the bridge. Every one of them. All of them about to throw their lives away. Instead, they got years and years more. And they realized their dreams. We gave them a gift. You, Niklas, chose to end your life at that moment. That hasn't changed. Tor and I have simply ensured that you actually appreciate the life you've chosen to end. If you don't want to die anymore, that isn't our problem. A deal's a deal. You had already made up your mind to die on that bridge.
It's never occurred to Ruben before how vulnerable Stockholm is. But the lockdown of T-Centralen affects the entire city's infrastructure. Striking at the right point is all it takes to paralyze a city of millions. Tor knows what he's doing. The comms radio clipped to his belt crackles into life.
We've searched as far as we can along the northbound blue line,
Adam says.
Nothing here either. Just like at the south end.
Ruben sweeps his torch beam across the tunnel walls. The old detective's instinct that he's learned to rely on is telling him that something is wrong. They should have found them by now. There can't be much time left. What did it say in the clue that was sent to Vincent? Find the fourth one before time runs out. That's no help. He continues walking along the southbound green line and reaches a large opening parallel to the track. It appears to be a staging area for repair materials. Radar, the bomb dog, suddenly barks. The canine stops and tenses.
What's up, boy? Ruben says, grabbing the microphone on his comms radio. Have you found something?
He activates the radio.
Possible traces of explosives,
he says into the microphone.
All teams stand by.
The Labrador seems to be pondering it. Then he relaxes and starts walking again.
False alarm,
Ruben says in disappointment, returning the radio to his belt.
They don't seem to be here either.
I don't understand.
There can't be that many places to hide. I'm going to check upstairs again,
Julia says.
Just to be sure we didn't miss a wardrobe or anything. Not that Tor seems like the kind of person to hide in a wardrobe, but you never know.
I'll do down here again, Mina says with a nod. Both the living and dining rooms are open enough that she can see he isn't there immediately, unless he's hidden behind the curtains, but he isn't. The kitchen is built like the kind found in a restaurant, with worktops around the sides and a kitchen island with a gas hob in the centre. There are 2 closed doors in the kitchen. She's already checked them, but she opens them again. One goes into a pantry so big she can walk inside it. The other goes into a similar room in which Tor stores wine. The tall shelves on the walls are filled with bottles, each of which probably costs more than a month's pay for her. She's about to close the door to the wine room when she notices something. The left-hand shelf is on casters. That's odd, given that it isn't that big a room. She holsters her gun and tugs at the shelf. It rolls smoothly forward by a meter to reveal an opening behind it. The covered reverse of the shelf acts as a door. She's assailed by the sharp smell of vinegar. "Mina, we're going outside to check the house," Yulia calls from the hallway. "I'm coming," she calls back, peering into the room behind the shelf. "I'm just going to check something." "May I guess?" Vincent says. "You were never attacked in your lab either? When you suddenly went missing, it was actually because you needed to beat Mina and Nathalie to Walter Stockenberg's to retrieve Niklas. Because he'd gone into hiding there?" Loke nods in the dark. "We had to improvise," he says. Tor called before Mina and Nathalie had even got out of the lift on their way out of the building after visiting him. He couldn't leave. That would have looked suspicious. I didn't have time to think of a decent excuse. I just had to do a bunk for a few hours. At least he asked Mina to take the long way. It was a close-run thing. I barely made it. I passed them on the road as I was leaving. Looking back, it wasn't the best thought-through plan. But at least they believed me in hospital when I went there to get an alibi. I had to stage some injuries to myself, and that dealt with another problem of ours too, in that it delayed the news about the DNA match for almost 24 hours. "What about Walter?" Vincent says. "You say you give people a choice. Did he agree to die? Did you do a deal with him where he chose this? And what about all the people who will die when that bomb goes off? Have they chosen that?" "That's the price I have to pay for doing the right thing," Loke says. But Vincent can tell his answers are no longer as self-assured. Vincent suspects that the words coming from Loke's mouth are no longer his own. It sounds more like Tor speaking. Thus, it is Tor's logic that Vincent must seek to understand. His motives. Joke was the young and pliable disciple, and perhaps it really did begin just as Loke said, with the two of them trying to show people who had already given up what life actually had to offer, as well as teaching them a lesson. But Tor's plan seems to have changed over the years. It's metamorphosed into something far worse. The rows of black bags along the wall indicate that much. Tor has gone from seemingly supporting Loke to exploiting him. And Loke finally seems to have cottoned on to that, now that he is inside the tunnels. Not that he would ever admit it. But that's the crack that Vincent has to pry open if they're to have a chance of getting out of here. Ruben is about to give up and go back when he spots a metal door down a passageway to his left. He shines a torch at it. The lock has been broken and the door is slightly ajar. If Luke and Vincent are anywhere down here, then it's guaranteed to be in there. There isn't anywhere else they can be. He draws his weapon while grabbing Radar's collar to ensure that the dog doesn't give him away. He approaches as quietly as he can. There's nothing audible from beyond the door, but that doesn't have to mean anything. He takes a moment to collect himself, and then pushes the door open with his foot while staying back. Nothing happens. He crouches to minimize himself as a target in case Luke is armed, and then he enters. The torch beam reveals a small storeroom, which is empty, apart from some mattresses on the floor and a row of empty vodka bottles. It's probably no more than a sleeping space for Vivian's mates. But there's no Vincent, no Luke, and no Niklas. There's no bomb. Find the fourth one before time runs out. Before time. Ruben comes to a halt. Before time runs out. It's impossible. Can it be? Vincent hasn't solved the puzzle properly. The master mentalist has it all wrong. The room behind the wine rack is as big as Tor's entire kitchen, and it looks like one too. And yet not. Unlike the kitchen, it's fully tiled. There are worktops along two of the walls, along with hot plates. There are big stainless steel pots on the hot plates, with a strong smell of vinegar emanating from them. On the far wall, there are two metal doors that bring to mind cold stores. Mina enters. As she gets closer, she sees that the grout between the white tiles is discoloured in places, speckled with rusty brown spots. It's reminiscent of umber, the paint Vincent gave her. She brushes her hand along a tile before yanking it away when she realises what the substance must be. Blood. The discoloration is blood. She spins on her heel and takes a second look at the pots. This is where Luke and Tor boiled the bodies. Of course, they must have dismembered them first, hence the blood. Suddenly, her phone rings. The sound makes her jump. After she's fumbled it out of her pocket, she sees a number on the display that she doesn't recognise. "Detective Mina Dabiri," she says. "Hello there. My name's Sebastian Bugg. I'm actually trying to reach Vincent Valder, but I can't get hold of him. And he left me your number when we met, so—" "Bugg," Mina interrupts. "The entomologist." "One and the same," Bugg says with satisfaction. "I just wanted to find out how you're getting on with those skin beetles." "Vincent isn't— He's not here right now," she says. "But as for the beetles, we found out that it's possible to get thousands from the Museum of Natural History." "Is it?" "They can rarely spare more than a handful. You have to let them multiply on their own. It can take a while before you have a full-sized colony." At that moment, she spots it in the corner of the room, on the floor by one of the worktops. The terrarium is the size of a bathtub and seems to be filled with soil. "No. Please." "Hello?" says Sebastian Bugg. She hangs up and walks closer. The soil is moving against the glass walls. When she is up close, she realises that it isn't soil. The dark mass is in fact made up of small, black and brown beetles that are a little less than a centimetre long. They're fat and oily and very, very numerous. The terrarium is almost full to the brim. The only thing stopping them from crawling out is the glass lid. Mina puts her hand to her mouth so as not to vomit. "How do you mean it's the price for doing the right thing?" Vincent says, taking a risk and asking for Luke's justification. "How is this bomb doing the right thing?"
My grandpa knew what was right, Luke says loudly, as if trying to convince the walls themselves of what he is saying. He's been judged harshly by history, but no one understands what he wanted to do. Germany needed to go through a baptism of fire. Blood may have been spilled, including innocent blood, but that's the price of bringing about change. Tor knows that. Tor sees clearly, where others only have clouded, short-sighted vision. He knows that order comes from chaos. The innocents who will die in the chaos are sacrificing their lives for something better. There's nothing more beautiful than that, is there? Anyway, no one is ever truly innocent, least of all a man like Walter. He was a symbol of the old ways, of the putrefaction. Those aren't your words, Vincent says. They're Tor's. Luke, you value life. Everyone's lives. That's why you've done all this. That's why you helped people who were struggling, who weren't in a good place. It was to remind them about the gift of life when they had forgotten about it. You said so yourself. But now you're talking about sacrificing innocence as if they have no value. There's no difference between you and the people you're trying to teach a lesson. Remember who you are. Luke's gaze wavers. He opens and closes his mouth a few times, but is suddenly interrupted by Niklas. Is that what Tor said when he told you to go to my father's to get me? Niklas snaps. That my father had to die because he was rotten? Let me tell you this. Walter Stockenberg stood for justice. Everyone knew that. What do you stand for? Niklas's previous apathy is gone. Luke averts his gaze, but Vincent spots the tears on his cheeks in the darkness. Because of who you are, Luke says at last. Your sacrifice is more important than the others. You're even more of a symbol of everything that's wrong with society, given your role. My dad, the king, need never have ended up down here in the tunnels if society had worked properly. He needn't have died. But you failed at your job. So you're going to die down here when the old world burns. Find the fourth one before time runs out. Ruben realizes that the message is not referring to Niklas's time, as Vincent thinks. The message is connected to the hourglasses. So that means the time in the hourglass itself. The time that, according to Vincent, indicated T-Centralen was where Niklas would be found. But the message said they had to find the fourth one before time ran out. The riddle wasn't a statement of time. It's a place. Niklas is at the station before time runs out. He's at the station before T-Centralen. According to the details they have about the former, temporary line 16, that would be Hötorget. Vincent missed it. Ruben has managed to work out what the famous mentalist failed to see. Ha! He winks at Radar. The dog's tongue hangs out as he looks quizzically up at him. Ruben grabs the radio and composes himself to avoid shouting. We're in the wrong place, he says urgently. It's the station before. Hötorget. We all need to get there right away. Hötorget. That station isn't cordoned off above or below ground. Ruben feels chilled to the core when he realizes what that means. Immediately above the metro station is the Hötorget Square, where hundreds of people are passing by at any given moment. It's also where the Stockholm Concert Hall is. There's probably a Christmas concert on right now. There are more than 1,700 seats in the place, not to mention a few more hundred people in the cafes and shops below ground, and all the buildings lining the square. He quickly counts in his head. At least 3,000 people will perish if Tor's bomb goes off, including Niklas and Vincent. Ruben pulls out his phone and opens the clock app, where time is counting down inexorably. All the officers down in the tunnels have set their times by that abominable recorded message, so they can see how long is left until Luke detonates the bomb. The timer shows 17 minutes and 42 seconds. They aren't going to make it. "I know you're in here." Tor's voice is coming from the kitchen. "And I see you found Luke's workspace." Mina holds her breath. She needs to hide. Tor hasn't come into the room. He hasn't seen her yet. The chillers. She creeps towards them and tugs gently at the metal doors, but they're locked. "That's a pity," Tor says. His voice is closer now. "Without that room, you don't really have any evidence. The legal process will be strung out for years, and you will probably all get the sack. But in there, you might find traces of DNA. And we can't have that." She has to overpower him. She'll probably only get one chance. There's no good spot for her to surprise him. "So, you'll have to be the police detective who disappeared," Tor continues, still in the kitchen. "Your friends are outside. It's going to take them a few minutes before they wonder what became of you, and they come back. A few minutes is all I need." There's a metallic sound in the kitchen, and Tor rattles something that sounds heavy. "Speaking of minutes, it can't be long until Niklas's time is up," he says. "I don't want to spoil the surprise for you, but if the wind is blowing in the right direction, then we ought to hear the blast all the way out here. Any moment now. And then it really will be time for a new order." Grandpa Harald was right. We can't go on coddling people like we do in this country. The herd must be led. The weak must be weeded out. Those who take everything for granted and complain about society without doing anything about it, not realizing how privileged they are. Since Harald, I'm the only one who can hold his head high and see the weaklings for what they are. Do you know what it's like to have to work with them? To smile at them? To pretend that the whiner's opinions matter one bloody bit? They're vermin. I hate them. I'm going to kill them all, and then build a world of proud Vikings, just as it was always meant to be. And you'll all thank me for it." The air in the room is thick. She has to cough into the crook of her arm, so she does so as quietly as she can, praying that Tor doesn't hear her. "Although not you personally, of course," he adds. "You'll have the honor of being the mystery talked about for years. The ex-wife of the kidnapped Minister of Justice, who had a breakdown in the middle of the investigation and disappeared without a trace. Of course, they'll search for you, but they won't find the room you're in. Once the shelf is closed, the room is fully sealed, and I won't be a suspect. After all, I'm not even here. Your colleagues have already noted that. Damn this extension cord." There's the sound of an engine starting in the kitchen. The motor pulsates. It sounds like a saw.
Mina coughs into the crook of her arm again. Something is wrong with the air.
I'd like to boil your bones afterwards, just like Luke does,
Tor shouts over the racket.
but I'm afraid there probably won't be time for that. I'll just have to settle for the dismemberment part.
Tor is clearly raving mad. Mina draws her weapon slowly so as not to be heard. In the worst-case scenario, she'll have to shoot him.
I'm just coming, he says. This saw is a little tricky to carry around. The bloody cord keeps getting tangled around my feet. By the way, I don't know whether you've given any thought to that hissing sound that's been going on for a while. Look down, and you'll see the hose that's sticking into the room. That's gas from the kitchen. I've switched on the fan, too, so by now it's probably started to fill up the room quite nicely.
She coughs a third time and realizes why. She hasn't been able to smell the gas because of the stench of vinegar from the pots.
I assume you're armed, says Tor. But you should think hard about firing your weapon. It'll be quite an explosion. What would your daughter say if you sacrificed your life to take mine?
He's right. Her gun is of no use. Mina looks around in a panic. There's nowhere she can hide. The doors to the chillers are locked. The pots on top of the hob are too small. The terrarium. No. Anything but that. She's going to die. Luke gazes at them silently. By the light of his mobile phone, Vincent can see the tears running steadily down Luke's cheeks.
I know what I've done,
he sobs.
I'm part of the problem. I have to burn with you.
Vincent begins to applaud ironically. Luke is vulnerable now. No matter what it takes, Vincent has to break him down even more to be able to get him on the side.
Magnificent,
he says as sarcastically as he can manage.
Tor is going to be so very pleased with his little suicide bomber. He hasn't had to lift a finger. He's probably at home watching Netflix right now and not giving you a second thought. And you're going to die for him. No,
Luke stammers, sobbing again.
It's not like that at all. Tor's going to emerge from the shadows and lead the country in a new, better direction. He says this is going to be a country we can be proud of again, like it was for the Vikings. Life mattered then. Everyone's going to realize. Tor promised me. He's going to make sure I'm remembered as the person who made it all possible.
You bastard, Niklas says quietly, wiping his eyes with his sleeve.
You bastard.
He makes as if to get to his feet, but Vincent gently stops him and makes him sit down again. Of course you'll be remembered, Vincent says. But not in the way you think. Tor's plan can only work if you're an awful terrorist, the likes of which the country must be protected from. He's going to throw your memory into hellfire. You'll be hated forever. Your name will be spat on. And Tor will be the first to ensure that that happens. He sees the realization slowly dawning on Luke as he quickly glances at the stack of holdalls. Luke checks his watch again, then looks at Vincent. The panic in his eyes is there to see. It's now or never.
It doesn't have to be like that,
Vincent says slowly and clearly.
Help us to save all the people up there. You're my friend. You don't deserve this. You're the prince. You can be the hero instead of Tor. Loke doesn't answer, but Vincent can see the panic slowly draining from Loke's gaze, to be replaced by a cold-headed calm. Loke has chosen his path. Maybe you're right, he says. Tor has other plans, and he hasn't told me the whole truth. But he's also helped me. I have no choice. Tor took care of me and saved my life. The prince's life. I owe him. He can do as he pleases with my life. Dad would agree. Vincent's shoulders slump. It hasn't worked. There's nothing more he can do. A dirty subterranean concrete room will soon be his grave, while the blood of innocence trickles down from above. How long is there left? He asks quietly. Loke doesn't answer. Vincent closes his eyes and pictures his family, and then Mina. He wishes he'd touched her one last time. Mina can't stay where she is. She has to do something. She runs over to the terrarium in the corner, tugging 3 wet wipes out of the pack in her pocket. She stuffs 2 of them into her ears, the third one she tears in half and shoves into her nostrils. Then she pushes the lid aside and climbs over the high glass side. Tropical heat strikes her. If she moves quickly, she won't have time to think about what she's doing. As she stands inside the terrarium, the skin beetles come up to her thighs. They press against her legs in a swelling tide. She sits down so that they come up to above chest height. They crawl excitedly across each other and around her. "Here I come!" Tor shouts. Mina screws her eyes shut and screams silently inside herself. Then she leans back in the terrarium until the beetles cover her whole body and face. Part of her sanity shatters, but she keeps leaning backwards into the sea of skin beetles. She prays that the wet wipes remain intact, otherwise she'll soon have hundreds of beetles crawling into her nose and ears. Through the wipes and the mass of live things, she hears the pulsating sound of Tor's saw as he runs around the room. "Where are you?" he shouts angrily. There's a twitch at her eyelashes. The beetles are trying to crawl underneath her eyelids. She screws them even more tightly shut. "Have you hidden in the chiller?" "No." The wet wipe in one of her nostrils suddenly comes free and something begins to explore Mina's nose. Her brain begins to shut down. This is too much. She can't possibly survive it. The beetles find their way inside her top and start to crawl across her skin. There's a tickling sensation between her lips. It's becoming increasingly difficult to think clearly. She consists of nothing but pure and unmitigated panic, which is shutting down all her defense mechanisms, her will to live. The terror is too much. She just wants to die, to give up, to glide into a merciful escape from the rustling, crunching, dreadful things covering her body. She can feel them moving up the insides of her legs inside her trousers. Die. She wants to die. Then she sees Nathalie, just as clearly as if her daughter was standing before her. A rapid sequence of memories follows, like an old slideshow.
Natalie as a newborn, red, slimy, screaming furiously. Natalie's first steps, wobbly, her arms outstretched for balance, heading into her mother's arms. Their daughter in Niklas's arms. His wounded, accusatory look. Change slide. She sees the day when she left Natalie on the floor, occupied with her colourful toy horses and merrily waving to Mina, completely oblivious that her mother was leaving her for good. Mina moves on quickly through the slides. The pictures are too painful. Natalie now, as a teenager. So beautiful. At home, on her sofa, in the kitchen, building a gingerbread house together, covered in disgusting sweets and wonky lines. Natalie's smile. The gaze meeting her own. For a split second, she sees Vincent, at home, in her apartment. Vincent and Natalie. Mina forces herself to breathe surreptitiously. The vile beetles are crawling all over her thighs, her back, her stomach. She can hear the rustling of their movement through the wipes stuffed in her ears. They want to get in. They are trying to penetrate her defenses all over her and get past her shield. She can't give up, can't succumb to death. She needs more pictures, more memories of Natalie to cling on to, and of Vincent too. Nina focuses on controlling her breathing, just like Vincent taught her. In, out. She has no idea where Tor is. She's been buried alive. Buried in a living cocoon. But it is a cocoon. And cocoons protect. A thought occurs to her. She's still holding the gun. She tries to aim it towards the sound of Tor. He seems to have stopped moving because she can no longer hear him. Now the saw has been turned off. I really did think you were in here, he says, sounding puzzled. Strange. She hears nothing but his voice, dull and distant. But that's enough to give her her bearings. This has to work. She has no choice. Mina aims the gun towards his voice and fires blindly. The chill is penetrating all the way into his bones. Beside Vincent, Niklas is sobbing almost inaudibly. Loke glances at his watch. It's time, he says. He wipes his eyes and takes something from his pocket. It looks like a key fob. It's a piece of black plastic with a few buttons on it. Vincent recognizes it. He has one like it on his car keys. It's the remote control for a garage door. He assumes that the receiver is located somewhere in one of the bomb-laden holdalls. He tenses his entire body. One small click on the black fob, and Hertoriet will be transformed into a crater. Loke stops all of a sudden, as if he is listening for something. At first, Vincent hears nothing, but then he is able to discern a faint female voice through the walls. Mina? No. Someone else. The voice is calling for the prince. Vivian? Loke says. What's she doing here? They were supposed to stay away. He brandishes the gun at them as he stands up. Don't try anything, he says. There's only one way out of here, and I'll be covering it. With this. He waves the remote control with his other hand. The signal is strong enough to reach the detonators in all the bags simultaneously.
and I won't be taking my thumb off it. Luke gives them a hard look before backing towards the door with the gun still trained on Niklas and Vincent. He turns the key in the lock and slowly pushes open the door. It opens outwards, to the right. The faint light from the tunnel is a welcome addition to the dark room. Prince? The voice can be heard from the left-hand side of the doorway. Luke turns in that direction while using his back to push the door further towards the right. Suddenly, the door flies open the whole way. Luke loses his balance and falls over. Vincent gets to his feet just as a big hand reaches from behind the door and wrenches the gun from Luke's hands. It's the huge hand of Johnny. Vincent hurries to the doorway. Luke is lying on his back just outside. "Grab that!" Vincent yells, pointing to the fob in Luke's other hand. "It's the trigger for the bomb!" "Bomb?" Johnny cries out in terror and stamps on Luke's wrist. Luke screams in pain and unfurls his fingers. Vincent takes aim with his foot and kicks the fob out of his hand. "Why?" Luke whimpers. "What are you doing?" Vincent bends down and carefully picks up the remote control from the ground. He opens the battery compartment on the reverse and removes the power source so that it can no longer transmit a signal. Then he places the fob back on the ground and smashes it with his heel. Only then does he realize that he has been holding his breath ever since Luke took it from his pocket. The glass around Mina is shattered by the bullet from her gun. She tumbles out of the terrarium in a sea of beetles onto the floor. She's holding her breath, ready. But the firestorm never comes. There were enough beetles surrounding the muzzle of the gun that the brief blast didn't reach and ignite the gas. The beetles are crawling across the entire floor. Lying next to her is an electric bone saw. And lying in a pool of blood beside it is Tur. The tide of beetles has covered half of him already, and they move greedily across him while he clutches his chest and whimpers quietly. 147. "Johnny, give me the gun," said the man whose name, Vincent vaguely remembered, was Schelle. The man stepped forward in the faint light beyond the door with his hand outstretched. Johnny grinned and handed over the pistol. Then he offered a hand to Luke to help him back to his feet. Vincent returned to Niklas. He grabbed him under the arms and led him slowly out of the room. As they emerged, they found Luke with his arms hanging limply by his sides, staring at Vivian. "What are you doing here?" he said. "I'm one of you." "This is for your father's sake," the older woman said, taking a step towards him. "You don't remember everything about your father. You can't. But your father hated violence above all else. He never hurt another human being. And he would be heartbroken if he knew what you've done." "How did you know?" Luke said, in a voice that sounded vulnerable and close to breaking. In that moment, Vincent saw the small child within him, the one who had lived his life down here in the darkness. "Sorry," said OP, the man who was always banging on about the murder of Olof Palme. He was standing at Vivian's shoulder, hanging his head. "You," Luke said, and Vincent heard how wounded he was. "I thought you, of all people, would understand. You've always seen the world for what it is. You were the only one I told for that very reason." Because you already know. Even I know that most of what I say is bullshit. And it's nowhere near as crazy as what you told me. You said you'd killed 3 people and were planning to blow us all to Kingdom Come. All for your cousin's sake. I had to tell Vivian, bloody hell, lad, you're the king's boy. You're our boy, Prince. I couldn't let you do this. We suspected it was probably you when we saw the new burial mounds, Vivian said. So we didn't say a word to anyone. But we didn't realise how bad it was. Luke's lower lip began to tremble. Vincent could see he was crumbling on the inside. It had probably been so clear in the beginning. Life was to be valued, your own and that of others. That was just the way it was. Those who didn't value it needed to learn a lesson, so that they understood what they were throwing away. It had been that simple for him. But at some point during his childhood, Tor had begun to control Luke and exploit him for his own ends. And finally, he had managed to transform Luke into what Luke hated the most. Someone who didn't value life. Someone who was prepared to murder thousands of people. Vincent guessed that this had just dawned on Luke. Prince, Vivian said softly. You've been misled. But we're here. We're here for you. Your father. Before she could finish, a roar erupted from Luke's throat. It grew stronger and stronger, and he turned his face towards the roof of the tunnel like a wolf howling in vain at the moon. He screamed like a hurt child, and the sound reverberated between the walls and echoed in a chorus created by a single voice. Johnny covered his ears, but Luke's howling grew only louder, until it stopped abruptly. Then, Luke began to run. 148. He should never have left them. The visible were just as invisible as the people living down in the darkness, if not more so. And he had fooled himself. In his longing for a family, for belonging, he had deluded himself. The only family he needed was down below. He should never have left them. The prince ran quickly and purposefully. They would need substantial reinforcements to find him down here. Reinforcements that were doubtless on the way, though right now, he probably didn't need to be looking over his shoulder. They were busy dealing with their oh-so-important Minister of Justice. And the prince knew his way around the tunnels blindfolded. He was already halfway to the next station. He had believed Tor when he had said they were like brothers, that they were equal, that they shared blood and spirit and a legacy that coursed vigorously through their veins. He had never shared Tor's fascination with Grandpa Harald, but he'd understood Tor's needs. Rune hadn't been the father to Tor that Björn had been to him while he'd been alive. Tor hadn't grown up with love. He'd never known what it felt like to be swept up in a big, warm hug that smelled of smoke and leather. He'd never had a dad who was the king. Instead, Tor had often been shut up in the basement, and he'd lived in a darkness different to the one that Luke had. It had been a cold, lonely darkness, where Grandpa Harald's trophies had kept him company. Items that were inextricably linked with Harald's tales of brotherhood, heroic deeds, and a society that needed saving. Tor had understood Luke too.
He had listened to everything that had burst forth from him after he'd come to the surface and moved into the big house. During the long nights when he'd been unable to sleep, when the loneliness had scratched at his chest like Buster the rat had scratched about the tunnels for food, Tord had listened. He'd listened to how his mum had fallen towards the water without anyone seeing it, without anyone being there in her final moments. Tord had listened as he'd spoken of the dull thud when the train had hit Dad's slender body, and how the crown had been flung from his head into the side, landing seemingly untouched on the ground. How the Invisibles had given his father a worthy burial, a royal burial, by boiling the bones and burying them under a heap of earth. His small body had harbored so much anger during those long nights, anger that he had roared, while Tord slowly caressed his back. Dad had explained over and over again that life was the most precious gift we had. He reached Rådmansgatan station and continued to run along the tracks. People on the platform were pointing and shouting at him. They said he wasn't allowed to be on the rails, but he ignored them. It didn't take him long to reach the tunnel at the far end of the station. He was once again enveloped by darkness. The next station was Odenplan, Dad's favourite. When Tord had made his suggestion, it had been the answer, the way forward, the way to release what would otherwise have been locked inside forever. A chance to teach people a lesson, to teach them how fragile and valuable life was, to teach them to appreciate what they had. As those people had stood there on the bridge about to jump, they were invisible. He and Tord had made them visible. But it had all been a lie. He had seen the truth in Vincent's eyes. After all these years, he could tell it was the truth. He had been a pawn in a game, without knowing which game was being played. Tord didn't care about protecting life. All he wanted was to hurt others to secure power. In the beginning, at least, it probably had been no worse than that. But the darkness in Tord had grown and led to further ambitions, ones like their grandpa's. Tord didn't care how many he killed to start building Harald's world order. All Tord cared about was leading. He wanted to be the king. But he would never be king. Because the king loved people in the same way that Loke did. He wasn't even called Loke. That was a name that Tord had given him. He was called Matizas, and he was the prince. Tord had lied to him, but Tord was wrong, and Dad had been right. The ground began to quake beneath his feet. He slowed down. He could hear voices, but he knew that they were further away than they sounded, and amplified by the echo of the tunnels. A light flashed and went out. It became darker, and tall shadows moved along the walls. The vibrations beneath him intensified as he got closer to Odenplan station. He closed his eyes and saw them together. Mum and Dad. Finally. They were dancing around the kitchen at home, next to the table with its waxed check tablecloth and shabby mismatched chairs. They were dancing and laughing, their gazes fixed on him. He missed them so incredibly much. There was a light shining around them, as if they each had their own sun, and neither of them was invisible anymore. They beckoned to him. Dad had his crown again. He was as Loke remembered him when he was happy. when Dad was the king and owned the world. Oh, how he missed him. With light feet shaking from the vibrations, the prince walked towards them both. When he opened his eyes again, he saw the two lights. They were so clear, so radiant. There was a loud fanfare to mark the arrival of his royal inheritance. He spread out his arms. He was home. 149. Mina was sitting next to Vincent on a bench on the platform. She had ignored Julia's suggestion that she undergo a medical examination following the episode at Tor's mansion. All she had done was change clothes and come to Vincent as quickly as she could once she had heard what had happened. The medics on the scene had established that there were no physical injuries to Niklas or Vincent, and they had wanted to give them sedatives. Niklas had accepted the tablets with gratitude, but Vincent had declined. He was trembling beside her like an aspen leaf. "Sorry," he said. "I'm experiencing a flashover of adrenaline and cortisol right now, hence the tremors and heart palpitations." Mina put her hand against his chest. He was right. His heart was racing. Then again, so was hers. Vincent carefully put his hand on top of hers and squeezed it. "It'll soon pass," he said. "But I don't understand. How could I mistake what the message meant so much that I got the location wrong? How could I be so stupid? I'm supposed to be the one—" He fell silent. The deserted metro station was almost ghostly. The trains were due to resume service in 10 minutes' time, but for now, they had the station to themselves. She guessed there would be a lot of angry people waiting outside, stressed and annoyed that they hadn't been able to ride the metro for a while, and completely oblivious to the fact that they could all have been dead by now. "I wonder what the shadow makes of all this," Vincent said. "I wonder if he's finally satisfied." "What do you mean?" Vincent tugged up his trouser leg to reveal a black strap around his ankle. "I'm wearing a GPS tracker and microphone," he said. "The shadow has been with me all along. He heard everything. Today was apparently my last chance for penance if I want to see my family again." "Saving half the city must be penance enough," Mina said, taking Vincent by the arm. "Come on, let's go, before the station fills up with people wondering why the master mentalist is sitting here quivering like a leaf." They stood up and moved towards the escalator. "When and where are you going to meet the shadow?" she said, nodding towards the patrolman at the foot of the escalator. "I want to make sure every cop in town is there for it. As soon as you have your family back, we'll take him down. I intend to personally ensure that he's put away for a very long time." "Thanks," Vincent said, "but we both know that won't work. I have to wait for him to contact me, and if I know him, he'll do it in a way that ensures the police can't touch him." Mina nodded. As much as she hated not being able to do anything, she knew he was right. They couldn't do anything that risked the safety of his family. She couldn't imagine what Vincent must be going through. When they exited through the station doors at surface level, the sun broke through the clouds, and its rays warmed her face. The snow-blanketed Hertorget Square, which was usually a sea of slush no matter how much snow there was elsewhere in town, was sparkling magnificently in the sunshine. Everywhere she saw people talking and laughing while they enjoyed the warmth. As ever, the market stallholders in the square were competing to see who could call out their wares the loudest. A woman walked past and gave Mina a big smile. There was an intensity of hustle and bustle in the square, as if the people there somehow sensed that they had just avoided death.
"Where are we off to?" said Vincent.
"You're coming home with me to Årsta," she said. "I might not be able to catch the shadow, but I'm definitely not leaving you on your own right now. Natalie will be at Niklas's tonight. She's so relieved to have her dad back, she's refusing to leave his side. And if you think I'm letting you head off to an empty house in Tyresö, you can forget it. I'm going to wait with you until the shadow gets in touch. You can stay at mine until this is over." 150. Harry was still with Julia's mother at her house. She had fortunately said yes when asked if she could babysit. Julia hadn't said why she wanted help with Harry, only that things had got messed up that morning. It wasn't a lie. They really had got messed up, although she wasn't thinking about the chaos in the metro tunnels. It was her life and marriage that had got messed up, if they were the same thing. Torkel ought to be home from work by now. Julia hadn't said anything to him because she didn't know how he would react. But the reason she had arranged for childcare was because they needed to get to grips with the issue they had both been padding around. They needed to sit down and talk. About the future. About them. About Harry. After she had parked the car on the driveway in front of the house, she lingered behind the wheel for a little while. It would have been easier if she had prepared what she was going to say. The fact that she had finally decided to talk it out with him didn't mean she had formulated a proper plan. It was as if her brain and her heart were in a full-scale war with each other and kept taking turns to have the upper hand. Harry's little red sledge was leaning against the wall of the house, and this tiny detail made her heart ache. They had fought so hard for him. They had been so united. There had been so much love in their struggle to ensure that one day there would be a small sledge leaning against the wall of a house. And yet, they had failed. Perhaps she would eventually feel able to go through their relationship, dissecting it and evaluating exactly what had gone wrong. But not now. Did it really matter what had gone wrong? Wasn't it enough to conclude that sometimes things did go wrong? Or would she not be able to learn from her mistakes if she did that? Gah. Julia thumped her head softly against the steering wheel. Then she took a deep breath and got out of the car. Light, powdery snow had recently fallen, leaving the white ground outside the front door clean and untouched. There were no footprints, nor were there any tire tracks left by Torkel's car, but that didn't mean that he wasn't at home. One of their recurring rows was that he was always lending his car to his brother. Once she had unlocked the door, she took another deep breath, stamped the snow off onto the doormat, and then took off her coat. The house was in darkness, with the only light coming from the electric candle bridges and the Christmas tree lights. "Hello?" No reply. Julia frowned. Torkel was supposed to be at home. She went into the living room, then the bedroom. No Torkel. She turned on the main lights as she searched the house for any explanation of where he might be. Well, that was a little ridiculous. He might just have taken the car to the supermarket. But something told her that wasn't where he was. The atmosphere in the house was different. When she turned on the kitchen light, she saw the letter propped up against a large white candle on the table. Her heart began thudding in her chest, and for a moment she considered whether to turn around, put her coat and shoes back on, get into the car and drive off somewhere, anywhere, without reading the letter. But she knew that wasn't possible. The letter was there. It couldn't be made to go away through sheer willpower. Julia sat down heavily on one of the kitchen chairs. The kitchen furniture had been inherited from Torkel's paternal grandmother. It was a beautiful old wooden set that they had spent half a summer sanding down and painting in the proper way. They had been so proud of their work. She slowly opened the envelope with her index finger. She pulled out the paper inside, unfolded it, and read it carefully with her hands shaking. A life. A letter. An ending. When she had read the letter, she sat there for a short time, staring into space. Then she picked up the lighter from the table and lit the large candle before holding the letter to the flame. The flame slowly devoured the black writing on the white paper. When there was only ash remaining and the embers had been completely extinguished, she left them on the table and stood up. She pulled on her coat, still moist with snow, and went outside to retrieve the red sledge, which she put in the boot of her car. She was going to go and pick up Harry. They were going sledging. That was all that mattered. 151. Vincent was awakened by someone shaking his shoulder. He was lying on his side with his arm around Mina. They'd fallen asleep wearing dressing gowns. She'd found a spare one that only reached down to his knees. But that didn't matter. Mina had spent more than an hour in the shower when they had got back to hers. Once she had emerged from the boiling hot bathroom, she had cut her hair even shorter than it had been 2.5 years ago. He had held her in silence until she stopped crying. Neither of them had felt able to talk about what they had gone through. The shadow hadn't made contact all evening. At some point in the night, they must both have taken off their dressing gowns without him remembering, because Mina was now wearing a vest and pants, while he was in boxer shorts. Her back was warm against his ribs, and her soft neck was just a few inches from his face. He could have lain there like that for the rest of his life. But the shaking of his shoulder continued. He turned his head to see who it was, half expecting to see Nathalie. The shadow was leaning over him. Vincent started, and Mina whimpered as he accidentally squeezed her arm. The shadow raised a finger to his lips and pointed towards the kitchen. Vincent carefully let go of Mina and rose from the bed. He found his shirt on the floor and pulled it on before following the shadow out of the bedroom. He cast one long glance at Mina before pushing the door to. He would have preferred not to close it. He didn't want to lose Mina from his field of vision for even a moment. But he didn't want her to wake up either. The shadow sat down on a kitchen chair and gestured to Vincent to sit down opposite him. "Bravo," the shadow whispered, silently applauding. "I knew you had it in you." "What did it take?" Vincent said. "Saving the whole city? Was that enough lives to satisfy you?" "Not at all," the shadow said, with a shake of the head. I'm not at all remotely interested in what you got up to down there in the tunnels. But this, Vincent, this. He swept his arm in an arc, indicating Mina's apartment. What do you mean? Surely you understand that this person that you've built up, this master mentalist, is nothing more than a psychological defense. A mental shield. Exactly why do you think you're always counting things and analysing everything? Mum counted too. I've come to suspect she was probably on the autistic spectrum. The shadow nodded earnestly. Certainly. And a place on the spectrum is hereditary, he said. You've got a good dose of it yourself. But when you're constantly counting and analysing, when you're Vincent Valder, you overactivate your rational thought, which in turn means you don't have to process your emotions. We haven't bothered to do that in a long time. Your emotional self is still beside that box containing your dead mother. You haven't processed any of that. Instead, you chose to peel away Vincent Baumann and become Vincent Valder, the mentalist who had to control everything. You hid yourself in him, and you've been hiding behind your family. Vincent gazed towards the bedroom door, which was slightly ajar. He could just glimpse Mina through the crack. That made him a little calmer. My family, he said. Where are they? But now, without being able to hide behind your family and without having the master mentalist as your shield, you finally experienced how it could have been. The shadow continued, as if he hadn't heard the question. Now you've understood and felt, finally felt, what you could have had if you had remained Vincent Baumann. Vincent felt the tears beginning to form. I was a child, he said in a low voice. I had no choice. To not feel was purely a defense mechanism. One that became an identity, the shadow said. But right now, Vincent Valder no longer exists. After all, I wrote in my letter that Valder would cease to exist. You don't need him. Feel everything, Vincent. Emotions that had been stored away from the age of 7 to the present day suddenly surged forward as if from a broken dam. There were feelings he didn't even know he had. Feelings tied to his mother, to Jane, to himself. And feelings about Mina. There were so many emotions about her. Big emotions, small emotions, feelings he recognized and feelings that he couldn't put into words. They all washed over him with such force that he thought he might drown. He had no idea how long it went on for. A few seconds? An eternity? But eventually, the most palpable of the feelings had passed. The storm surge was over. But there was still movement under the surface inside him. He didn't think that it would stop moving either. Was this what it was like for everyone else? Did everyone carry all this around with them, day in, day out? It was a new way of being. It was unfamiliar, but not unpleasant. Do you feel it? Said the shadow. Do you feel what it's like to exist without your mental shield, when you feel as much as you think? Yes, Vincent said flatly. I feel it. But it's almost too much. That's because you're not used to it.
Welcome to the human condition. One in which we don't count stairs and bottles of water and know everything, but instead we're irrational, led by our emotions, contradictory, but also filled with love. This life, right here, right now with Mina, that could have been yours all along. If only you had dared to be Vincent Bauman. If only you had dared to feel. Vincent nodded as tears appeared in his eyes again. "I want this," he whispered. "It hurts, and I'm afraid. But I want this." "Good," the shadow said, leaning towards him. "Because we're not done." The smile was gone, and the shadow's gaze darkened. "You had to understand what you had caused before your punishment was meted out to you." "Punishment?" Vincent said, his eyes widening. "Naturally. Your choice to become Vincent Valder has not only suppressed the memory of your mother, it's also caused people to die. Jane, Kenneth, Tuva, Robert, Agnes. You may not have committed the acts themselves, but you were the catalyst. This cannot go unpunished." "What are you going to do?" Vincent said uncertainly. He gazed at Mina through the crack in the door again. She still appeared to be deeply asleep. It hurt his chest to see her. Well, hurt was the wrong word, but it ached. It felt tender. And he was breathing strangely, as if there wasn't enough air in the room. The shadow leaned back and arched his fingertips together. "Your punishment is that you must continue to be Vincent Valder, the master mentalist. Now that you understand what it would have meant had you dared to be Vincent Bauman." "What do you mean?" "How many plug sockets are there in Mina's apartment?" 6 visible ones, Vincent said automatically. "But I moved the sofa to hide one. There are actually 7. There are also 6 in the stairwell, 2 on each landing." As he answered, he felt the broken dam in his head beginning to repair itself. The dam that had kept all the emotions, the real emotions, at a distance for his whole life. He realized too late and tried desperately to keep the new breach in the dam wide open. But a lifetime of counting things took over. He was Vincent Valder once again, the super-rational master mentalist. He closed his eyes. If he had been able to cry, then he would have done so. When he opened his eyes after a while, the door to the bedroom had closed. He could no longer see Mina, and the shadow had departed just as imperceptibly as he had arrived. 152. The first day. Vincent wasn't there when Mina woke up. She listened for sounds from the kitchen or bathroom, but the whole apartment was silent. She could feel his absence physically. She yawned and got out of bed. On the floor by her feet, there was a messy heap of clothes. Had they? No. She would have remembered that. No matter how traumatized she had been by the events of the previous day. But she didn't understand why Vincent had left so early. And where had he gone? She took her phone from the nightstand and called him. No reply.
Of course, Luke had destroyed his phone. It didn't feel at all good that he wasn't there. He hadn't been himself the evening before. If he did something stupid, then she would never be able to forgive herself. Vincent seemed at any rate to have taken most of his clothes with him. There was a piece of elasticated material with a black lump on it lying on the floor. It was the microphone given to Vincent by the shadow. She picked it up and opened the part that Vincent had said contained the GPS transmitter. But instead of electronics, all she found were a few pieces of Lego stuck together. She frowned. What was going on? She pulled out her phone again and called Julia. "Hi, it's me," she said as soon as Julia picked up. "Have you heard from Vincent at all?" "No. Isn't he at home?" Of course. Julia didn't know that Vincent had slept over at Myrna's. And she would ensure no one did find out either. It was their own business, and nothing the wider world needed to take an interest in. "I can't get hold of him," she said. "He was pretty shaken yesterday. I'm going to head to Tyresö to check up on him. I know where he lives. But can I ask you for one thing?" "Anything," Julia said. "It would be great if you requested a bit of leave, given what you and your family have just been through." Myrna took a deep breath. She was not sure how what she had to say was going to be received. After all, she had withheld vital information from the police. "Please don't be angry," she said. "But Vincent received a threatening letter on Christmas Eve. Someone kidnapped his whole family. He wasn't allowed to involve the police, so he didn't dare say anything about it to us. I had to promise not to tell you anything." "What the hell?" Julia shouted into her ear. "How can you? And now you think Vincent might be missing too?" "I don't know. But he met the kidnapper at the Gondolen the day before yesterday. Someone must have seen them there. Can you send someone over to talk to the staff? With a little luck, we might at least get a description." "I'll call Ruben right away." "And I'll call you as soon as I get to Vincent's," Myrna said, hanging up. 153. "The mind-reader bloke," said the waiter as he laid tables. The lunch rush was due to begin in an hour's time. Ruben was already hungry, but he had promised Granny that he and Sarah would have lunch with her. If he knew his grandmother, she would have hoarded some particularly good almond cookies for dessert. "Yeah, he was here a few days ago," the waiter said. "But I didn't see him with anyone. All I saw was him sitting in the bar on his own, muttering to himself. To be honest, I didn't think he'd come back." "What do you mean by that?" said Ruben. "Why wouldn't he come back?" The waiter paused in the middle of laying a table and laughed, as if he'd just thought of something funny. Then he shook his head. "Well, he was here, I don't know. It must have been over 2 years ago," he said. "Before we redid the place. He sat at the bar that time too, all night, and caused a real scene. Ranting and raving. Then he was in the gents, and it sounded like he was ripping the bloody toilet out. He embarrassed himself so badly that I didn't think we'd ever see him here again." "But you're saying he was on his own that time as well?" "Spot on. He was alone that time as well." 154. Vincent's car wasn't on the driveway when Myrna arrived. Not that it necessarily meant anything. She pulled up to the house and got out of the car. She had rehearsed what she was going to say when Vincent opened the door. He'd get a proper telling off for scaring the life out of her for no good reason. She trudged through the snow to the front door and rang the bell. It didn't seem like Vincent not to have shoveled the snow, although she supposed he hadn't had the time to deal with that lately. She rang the bell again. "Vincent?" She knocked. No reply. She tried the handle, and the door opened. Unlocked. This felt even less like Vincent. She regretted not coming in uniform. That way, she would at least have had her service weapon. Memories from when she and Nathalie had entered Walter's house flashed through her mind. This was far too similar to that situation. She almost imagined that she could see a bloodied Vincent lying on the hall floor as she entered. "Vincent? Maria? Hello?" What were Vincent's children called? Perhaps they'd returned home if the shadow had kept his promise. The names came back to her. "Rebecca? Benjamin? Aston? Are you guys here? It's Mina. I'm a friend of your dad's." Silence. Mina took a few more steps and found the light switch. She had been expecting a hallway stuffed with coats, lots of differently sized shoes, and a sledge or two for Aston. But, apart from 2 pairs of leather shoes that evidently belonged to Vincent, the hall was empty. Odd. She was most definitely an efficient cleaner, but even she had coats in her hall. And there was a whole family living in this house. The shadow could hardly have taken it all with him. So where was their stuff? Something was clearly wrong. A voice in the back of her head told her that she might not want to know what was wrong. She could still walk away. She needn't think about the peculiarly empty hall. No. She had to find Vincent. She carried on into the kitchen, finding it just as empty. Although it wasn't completely empty. She opened several cupboards and found a handful of mismatched plates, 2 glasses and 2 mugs. There wasn't much more than that. It was hardly enough kitchenware for a full family. There was a calendar hanging on the wall and a coffee maker on the counter. Documents pertaining to the investigation into Jon Langset and the other victims were strewn across the kitchen table. But she saw no evidence of the bric-a-brac that usually gathered in any kitchen. It wasn't just empty. It felt desolate. Unnaturally desolate. The hair on the back of her neck stood on end as Mina moved on through the house. Everything she saw felt wrong, in a way she was unable to put into words. She found Vincent's study and breathed a sigh of relief. At least that looked exactly the way he had described it. The shadow's presents were pinned to the wall, and in a bookcase there was an assortment of homemade mysteries, riddles and puzzles. She assumed that most of them had been sent by Luke. "Vincent," she called. "Are you here?" She moved out of the study. She knew him so well, but she didn't know the person who lived in this house at all. Suddenly, what Vincent had said about Jon Langset echoed in her head. It's easy to think you know the reason for a change in behavior, with the benefit of hindsight. When you think you already know what happened, that knowledge changes the memory of what you saw. She was moving faster now. She didn't want to stay in the house any longer than was absolutely necessary, but she had to be sure that he wasn't to be found anywhere. She tried the first door on the right, probably one of the children's rooms. She swallowed hard when she saw that it was as empty as the hallway and kitchen. It didn't look like anyone inhabited it, full stop. There was nothing. No toys, bookcases, or even a bed. The walls were in urgent need of fresh paint, and the floor was grey. She went into the room and ran her hand along the windowsill. Her palm turned grey as the dust covered it. Now it was more than just the hairs on the back of her neck responding. Her entire scalp was crawling. "Vincent," she whispered. "What have you done?" 2 other open doors testified to bedrooms just as empty as the first. Vincent had a big family, a wife and 3 children. There ought to have been signs of them everywhere. Clothing, luggage, bags, knickknacks, books, crumbs, dirty laundry, Aston's toys, the kinds of things that a family filled its home with. But she could see none of that. Nothing at all. In a panic, she opened every cupboard and wardrobe she could find, in case Vincent somehow, incredibly, turned out to be even more of a manic cleaner than she was. But they were all empty. This couldn't be the right house. After all, it had been more than 2 years since she had been there, and on that occasion it had been summer. She must have made a mistake. This was probably Vincent's neighbour's house. Yes, that was it. Of course. The only problem was that she'd seen the name Valder on the mailbox. She was sure of it. It was the right house. It was everything else that was wrong. Mina went into the living room and stumbled to a halt. She suddenly felt dizzy. She was probably breathing too quickly and oxygenating her brain far too much, but she couldn't help it. The rational part of her knew that it was a reaction to shock, but that knowledge didn't alleviate the feeling that she was in free fall. She supported herself on the back of the sofa to stop herself from falling over. Apart from the sofa and the TV, the living room contained an aquarium with fish in it, but that wasn't what had captured her attention. It was the 1-meter-high letters, painted over and over, to fill an entire wall. UMBRA. Vincent, she whispered. Or perhaps she only thought it. She wasn't sure. She could feel her eyes brimming with tears. Oh no. Vincent. Her phone buzzed and made her jump. She wiped her eyes with her hands several times and then looked at the screen. It was a text message from the National Forensic Center in Linköping. "We've examined the letter you sent us." She had completely forgotten about that. The threatening letter that Vincent had received from the shadow on Christmas Eve that she had sent for analysis. "There aren't any fingerprints on it apart from those of Vincent Valder. If someone else has touched it, then they wore gloves. Or he wrote it himself." The truth hit her so hard that her legs almost buckled. There was a reason why the house was empty. It always had been. There was no family. "Why didn't you say anything?" she whispered, making her way over to the wall where she placed a hand on the letters as if she might be able to feel him through them. "I could have helped you. Surely you understood that. You didn't have to be alone. Why, Vincent?" Then she realized that he had tried to explain it to her. On multiple occasions. She just hadn't been listening. Perhaps she hadn't wanted to understand what he was trying to say. She dropped her phone and heard it hit the floor. Vincent's words were drowning out everything else in her head. "Dissociative identity disorder. You know, what used to be known as multiple personality disorder? When parts of your own personality are split from one another. People who suffer from it often struggle to understand who they are and feel they have no control over their own actions. It's always rooted in a profound childhood trauma. He had been living here all alone. Just him and his trauma. Mina cried out and put her hands over her ears so that she wouldn't have to hear anymore. But his voice continued unabated. The brain is both our greatest friend and our greatest enemy. The things it can do to protect us are quite remarkable. As I said, Mephistopheles is perhaps just one side of Faust. Sometimes we're our own worst enemies. She gazed at the letters on the wall again, and finally let the tears run down her cheeks without caring any longer. Sometimes I wonder whether I've just had a nervous breakdown and imagined the whole thing. Her tears were like a river, washing her away with them. But through them, she could still see the message on the wall with crystal clarity. U-M-B-R-A. Ulrika, Maria, Benjamin, Rebecca, Aston. Latin for the darkest shadow. 155. 1 year later. Mina looked out of the window. The snow was late this winter. They had reached the dying days of the year, but the weather apparently thought it was still early November. Much as she liked the cold, it was a relief not to be dealing with the biting chill of the previous winter. Amanda offered her the bottle of hand sanitizer, but Mina shook her head. She no longer needed it. Amanda put the bottle back on the table next to a miniature Christmas tree that flashed its lights at irregular intervals. "How are you feeling today?" said Amanda. Mina turned to her. The upholstered chair she was sitting on was covered in the same shades of beige and brown that adorned all the furnishings in Amanda's office. Did psychologists' training include a section on how they had to furnish their office with nothing but natural wood colours? "Fine, thanks," Mina said. "I received an invitation yesterday from Ruben and Sara. They've got engaged and they're having a party. Kind of crazy, right? Inviting people to a party just because you've decided to get married. But Christer, Lasse, Adam and Julia are going. Adam's bringing Jessica, I think his girlfriend's called. It didn't work out with Julia after the divorce, but I think it probably did her some good." "Mina," Amanda said, interrupting her briskly. "We're not here to talk about your colleagues. How are you?" Mina fell silent and gazed out of the window again. "I'm okay," she said after a while. "Things are improving all the time on the cleaning front. In the last month, I've barely washed more than Natalie does. Obviously, Twixmas has been a bit odd for us all, Natalie and Niklas too, because it's almost a year to the day since it all happened. Natalie's still grieving for her grandfather, but she's a strong girl. I'm actually having dinner with her and Niklas this evening. Natalie's cooking, so obviously her father is on tenterhooks because he's basically a cooking fascist. It's going to be entertaining to see how long he can keep himself in check." "Almost a year to the day," Amanda said, jotting something down in her notebook. "How do you feel about that?" "Honestly, I can't stop thinking about it. And I still haven't heard anything from Vincent. Not in a whole year. I'm worried about him. Do you know anything? What do your colleagues say?" "I don't know anything more about Vincent Valder than what I was able to ascertain from your report a year ago," Amanda said. "Which is that he needs help. So I hope that he's checked in somewhere and is getting the support that he needs."
But even if that were the case, I wouldn't know anything about it. The law is very clear about patient confidentiality. Patients are allowed to request secrecy about their whereabouts. That means absolutely no one can find out. It's fairly common in the psychiatric healthcare system. But everyone knows that Tor Svensson's in the high-security psychiatric ward in Huddinge, don't they? Yes. And it's lucky that you only grazed him with your shot, Amanda said. Tor's fate is the result of the rapid judgment against him. His megalomania accelerated to problematic levels even during the trial itself. But Vincent is free to do as he pleases, and he simply disappeared. Vincent's case is unique. Vincent is unique, through and through. Although I work with you all a lot, I'm not a cop, so I can only go by what I've seen on television. But can't you trace him by seeing where he's used his credit cards or something like that? Or his phone? Mina shrugged. Loke destroyed his phone. His number isn't active, and there's no information available to suggest that he's got a new one. As for credit cards, he hasn't done anything wrong, so I can't use police resources to search for him. He's a regular citizen, and the banks aren't keen on handing out information like that about their customers for no good reason. But you've tried. It wasn't a question. Of course she had. It had been the first thing she had done. But it hadn't yielded anything then, and she hadn't had better luck when trying her hand on subsequent occasions. Lying on the table next to her was a week-old copy of Dagens Nyheter. There was an article on the front page about the newly elected leader of Sweden's future, but Mina didn't think it was worth committing the name to memory. Since Ted Hansson's resignation a year ago, the party had struggled to find a leader they could make stick. Most candidates had only managed a month or two in post before their political ignorance had made it too difficult for them to run a national political party. For now, Sweden's future was in the doldrums. As far as Mina was concerned, they were welcome to disappear altogether. It's hard to believe that it's been a year since I went into his house in Tyresö, Mina said quietly. It feels like it was yesterday. It was just so dreadfully empty. I still sometimes dream that I'm there. I can't believe that Vincent's entire family was nothing more than a fantasy. Amanda nodded slowly and put down her pen. I really shouldn't say anything until I've conducted a thorough psychological assessment of Vincent in person, she said. But after listening to you for the last 12 months, I can only reach the same conclusion you have. His family seems to have been a subconscious construct. It was probably his way of dealing with his childhood trauma. I've never seen such a serious case of split personality as Vincent's. I think Vincent's family represented different aspects of himself, said Mina. Aston was his emotional side, Benjamin was his analytical ability, Rebecca was his social self, Maria was the spiritual part of him, something I suppose Vincent was never comfortable about having, and Ulrika was probably his cynicism. Of course, I've said all of this before, but I still don't understand what happened. Perhaps it's time for us to talk about this, Amanda said, leaning forward. My goal with these sessions has been to ensure that you're feeling as well as can be, given everything that's happened. Since our focus has been on you, there's one thing I've deliberately avoided touching on. But perhaps now it's time. What are you talking about? Your role in what happened to Vincent. My role? Said Mina. She had said no at first, when Julia had said she wanted her to start seeing Amanda. The last thing she needed was a shrink rooting around inside her head.
No one had any business being in there. In the end, she had given in, after Julia had said that it wasn't a request but an order. But she never looked forward to the meetings. And this new topic of conversation was not something she had any desire to tackle. She looked at her watch in the vain hope that time would be up, but wasn't so lucky. "Yes, yours," Amanda said, smiling. "I think Vincent's fantasy world began to unravel when you came into the picture. For the first time, someone was there for him. You. He didn't need his external personalities in the same way as before. No wonder Maria was jealous of you, and that they were always arguing so much. Don't forget that Maria was real to Vincent." "But how couldn't we have realized?" Mina said. "And why didn't he say anything?" "I think he was trying to free himself from his fantasy in his own way. The fight at the restaurant with Ulrika was probably an attempt to rebel against the false reality he had built up. But he didn't succeed. The need to break free gave rise to the shadow. Vincent's subconscious that wanted to hold our Vincent to account for the life he had denied himself. And as I've said, I think your presence played an important part in that process. After who knows how many years, he finally wanted to start living in our reality. And it was all thanks to you." Mina was silent for a moment. She looked out of the window again, allowing Amanda's words to sink in. She wasn't going to cry. "I miss him," she said in a low voice. "Whoever he is now, or wherever." Amanda nodded silently. There was nothing she could say that would make it better, and she seemed to realize that. Amanda smiled and closed the notebook in her lap. Apparently, their time was up. "By the way, there is one more thing," Amanda said. "The thing about Umbra, that you mentioned the first time we met. There wasn't much in Vincent's home, but I scrutinized your report in detail in an attempt to get to grips with him psychologically. You know the fish that he had in his aquarium? I don't know whether I ever mentioned it, but I looked them up. They're called mud minnows. But in Latin, they're called umbra limi. Umbra limi. A weak smile crossed Mina's lips. Typical Vincent. 156. Vincent emerged from the petrol station, clutching 6 ice creams. The family had got out of the car to enjoy the sunshine. This really was an unusually mild winter. He managed to stuff the change into his pocket. It wasn't easy finding shops that still took cash, but there were still some out there, if you just put your mind to it. "Ice cream break," he said. "I thought you were going to fill up," Ulrika said. "Ice cream in the middle of winter," Rebecca said. "Why are you always so weird, Dad?" "I'll have Aunt Ulrika's," said Aston. "Out of the question," Ulrika said, snaffling 2 ice creams. Then she turned to her sister. "Which one do you want, Marisa? Dark or milk chocolate?" Vincent smiled at them and tugged the cap a little lower down his forehead. The assistant inside the shop hadn't recognized him, but it was as well to be careful. In truth, however, it had been a long time since he'd been recognized. It was funny what a little dark hair dye and a bushy beard could do. "No ice cream in the car," he said. "It'll only make a mess on the seats." The memory of a car with shrink-wrapped seats flitted through his mind. Mina's car. Mina. His heart ached. Even though it had been a year, his longing for her hadn't diminished. In fact, he missed her more than ever. But the shadow had given him no choice. However his heart felt, he wasn't allowed to think about her too much. Not yet. Not until he was done with what he had to do. If he ever was. "Benjamin, do you want to get some driving practice in?" he said. "No, you keep driving, Dad," said Benjamin. "It's better when you do it." "Are we going to find a new house to live in soon?" Aston said after finishing his ice cream. "I'm sick of hotels. It feels like we've been traveling forever. Where are we actually going?" Vincent laughed and ruffled Aston's red hair. Red? That wasn't right. He blinked and saw that Aston was blonde again. There was a sign by the exit from the petrol station saying that it was just 13 kilometers to Kvibille. 13 kilometers to the farm where it all began. "I think we're almost there," Vincent said. "We'll know it when we see it." Acknowledgements. We authors would be out of a job without you, the readers and listeners. So, first of all, thank you for making it all the way here and for sticking with us on this winding adventure. As usual, we'd like to thank Joachim Hansson, Sinje Bedinger, Anna Frankel, Steve White, and everyone else at Nordin Agency for their continued endeavours to share our modest works with the world. Many thanks also to Lili Asefa and the rest of the team at Asefa Kommunikation, who are the people responsible for ensuring that you heard of these books in the first place. Of course, our heartfelt thanks also go to the team at Bokförlaget Forum, headed up by our publisher, Ebba Östberg, and manuscript consultant, Jon Häggblom, as well as our editor, Kerstin Ödén, all of whom we have, as ever, given far too much to do. Pia-Maria Falk and Clara Lundström's marketing team deserve to have rose petals scattered at their feet. Special thanks go to the exceptional Marcel Bandikson for designing the covers of our Swedish editions, to Nicole and the team in SL Customer Service who answered our many questions about the metro, to Mattias Forshage, entomologist at the Swedish Museum of Natural History, who taught us enough about beetles that we could open our own demysterium, to Anders Palm of the Greater Stockholm Fire Service for imparting vital knowledge about gas, and to Teresa Marrik at the National Operations Department, who didn't report us for asking her for the best way to blow up a popular spot in Stockholm city centre. We should add that the unmarked black van that's been parked outside the office for the last week has been noted. As usual, we have also received invaluable assistance from Kelda Stag and Rebecca Teaglind in matters ranging from crime scene forensics to dating skeletal remains. Our profuse thanks to Katarina Enblad, who set us straight on life in the corridors of power. Additionally, a huge thank you to all those we have omitted by name, even though you truly deserve to feature here. We appreciate your understanding. As always, we've been obliged to take liberties with reality, both in terms of the details around police operations and in relation to the world as a whole. We hope that this hasn't been too obvious. It would have been impossible to pilot this project safely into port without the understanding of our families, and especially of our respective better halves, Linda Ingelman and Simon Sköld. It's bordering on miraculous that they tolerate us, especially as we approach a deadline. But we have decided not to scrutinize this masochism on their part, instead settling for saying, thank you and sorry. Again. We love you. There are also a few other individuals who merit our thanks on this occasion. Julia Hammarsten, Ruben Höök, Christer Bengtsson, Peder and Annette Jensen, Adam Blom, Sara Temmerik. Thank you for letting us into your lives as you solved crimes, got engaged, had children, fell in love, divorced, celebrated Christmas, and even died. Sorry, Peder. You've been a constant source of surprise to us, and it has been a pleasure getting to know you. Our greatest thanks go to our stars, Vincent Valder and Mina Dabiri. Knowing that our paths won't cross again hurts a little, but we wish you every success for the future, wherever you may go. If we bump into each other in town, perhaps we could buy you a cup of coffee and hear about what you've been up to. We miss you already. Camilla and Henrik, July 2023. That was Mirage by Camilla Läckberg and Henrik Fexeus. Translated by Ian Giles, read by Sophia Engstrand. Produced by Belinda, a HarperCollins audiobook. Text copyright Camilla Läckberg and Henrik Fexeus, 2023. Published by agreement with Nordin Agency, Sweden. Translation copyright Ian Giles, 2025. Production copyright 2025 by HarperCollins Publishers. All rights reserved. No part of this publication may be reproduced, stored in a retrieval system, or transmitted in any form or by any means, electronic, mechanical, photocopying, recording, or otherwise, without the prior written permission of the publishers. Without limiting the author's and publisher's exclusive rights, any unauthorized use of this publication to train generative artificial intelligence, AI, technologies is expressly prohibited. HarperCollins also exercise their rights under Article 4, Section 3 of the Digital Single Market Directive 2019-790 and expressly reserve this publication from the text and data mining exception. Camilla Läckberg and Henrik Fexeus assert the moral right to be identified as the authors of this work. Thank you for listening.